Actually, like I was playing on like the first day or two after the expansion, and I'm like, man, this feels pretty good. And then last month, like no one has it in top 8, and I'm like, really, like, because like when I play it, I'm like, I feel the power, like the deck is strong.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that it's getting that recognition that it really deserves.
Yep, 100% agree. But I mean, we say all that, but Payne just went ball, finding the Ravening instant Evo. And now he gets to just trade this away. Has more damage, has a draw cycle here as well. So he's
has another ball in hand as well. You see why he really favors that turn 3 ball? Because it really sets him up to have an excellent mid game.
There's also a ball that you can fuse and then just like play the Air as well.
Yeah, on the other hand, not a bad turn for Yo. He's 5 play points. Enough to play Sniper and his 3 cost of choice. And here's where Sniper is so strong, as not only does it like clear the board and stabilize, but it's also pushing face damage. Yo's actually getting really close to lethal, not even gonna Evo to clear the ball, he's just going face.
There's only 3 life left. My man is hungry.
Yeah, I mean, if his board gets cleared, he can just enhance the Fortune Foul, and that's gonna give him lethal next turn.
You're so right.
I mean, who needs Jaylan or Frigg if you can just win on turn 6?
Yeah, honestly. Wow, okay, alright. Suddenly Payne, I think, realized the situation that, you got... That's the thing, right? This is the first game where he actually gets all the pieces this early.
Yep.
And look where he's at.
It's not gonna matter.
What's happening.
And like, the thing is, this was Amulet Haven with no... It wasn't even like he got like, oh, a crazy Selena high roll. Or like the world's greatest Jaylan. No, there was no Selena, no Jaylan, no Frigg, just Amulet cards, some birds going face, and sometimes that's all that it takes.
You're just having a walk through the park and suddenly you knock out unconscious and it's game 2.
Yeah, that was a quick game 1. Yo, looking pretty good. Payne, he had a solid start. He could push a good amount of damage here. It's not going to be enough though. Yo easily has enough damage.
Yeah,
we're going to go to a game 2 real quickly.
Yeah, and this was so back and forth as well. Alright. Hollowed. Dogma coming in here.
It wasn't even like he had 2 damage once every way. He had so much damage in so many ways. He had the bird, the Fortune Foul in hands, the Sniper was damaged, the Dogma. Like, he had so many ways to get the damage there.
Yeah, that was a quick 1-2. Man, for Payne, that's just like, alright, I gotta think about this one.
That's Shadowverse, man. Like, sometimes games are grind fest, and sometimes, like, to me, Shadowverse is games like that. Like, that's a Shadowverse I know and love. It was over before you blinked.
That's right. I mean, that's literally, as I said, passed through the park, a few birds pulled up, and we're in game 2.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that.
This
look at
is the
Miser.
Makeup Finals. Yo has a pretty good hand. Rune, and more importantly, the Miser going second. He's gonna have that excellent turn 4.
That's right. Okay, Ravening picked up instantly. That's good. Oh,
Another
you know what's better than Miser? The double Miser, baby. Let's go.
Miser? Oh, man. This might be a quick set.
Damn, Yo is just like, it's my bedtime. I gotta go.
Just get his check and move on with his life, I guess.
Yeah, he's like, bro, I got a time limit that I gotta finish my SVO run by, and we're getting pretty close to the end here.
Let's not count out Payne just yet, though. He is a, World Grand Prix level competitor. Is not looking that great right now, but we'll see if he can pull out a miracle.
I mean, even then, he opened the Ravening. He has his early drops. He'll have board presence first. Even though it will probably just get popped, with the work of Miser, but at the very least, he's not, his hand isn't bad, right?
No, it's not, but Marshall with double Miser.
Aye.
Oh, man.
Boy, oh boy.
Like, that's the start of a dream turn for spell boost.
Yeah. The only, I guess, issue is that the only things you're spell boosting is like Rune and Crystal Witch, and
true.
Kind of so it's like,
Rune is not a bad thing to spell boost. We'll see what else we can pick up here with the magic missile.
Hey,
another Rune.
We got the doubles for days. All right.
Hey, Payne's gonna just curve out. Get the chip damage that he can. He does have the corruption, like you said.
I mean, at this point, you might as well, right? It's like, you gotta take advantage of the fact that Yo hasn't really been playing down much so far, despite what he has in hand.
I mean, I like him going just Marshall and then Otherin, and then he'll just be set up for the craziest turn 4.
Exactly.
Yeah,
He's just gonna go for it. I think that's the right. That's the right play.
Oh, picks up Sorcery. That's a good spell boost follower.
Okay, Blood Soak.
Man, it's kind of rough because like the more things that Payne plays, or the more targets for the rapid fires. We're about to rename this to Rapid Fire Rune.
Oh my god. That's it. The government name is being changed as we speak.
Yeah, I think Payne is like, hey, just gonna, get as much damage as he can from the early game. I know what he's thinking right now. He's like, please don't have triple Meister.
You literally wished it into existence.
Alright, there's one Meister.
Wow. Wowee.
Second Meister. Oh man. Alright, well, it's a lot of rapid fires.
Here we go.
Rapid fire. Even the Meister get another rapid fire. Now they all cost 0. It's a full clear. The rapid fires are going to start doing damage. And he has another Meister for more rapid fires next turn. All while spell boosting not 1 but 2 Runies for the additional face damage. This is the dream. All he's missing is like a Gios. It's the only thing he's missing.
Yeah, true. You're so right. Oh, he's holding them. Okay.
Interesting.
It's good. I mean, I think that's fine because you're basically just boosting these Runies, which, as you said, is really, really good. But at the same time, it's like you're missing some components that you would like that free spell boost on later on as well.
Yeah, true. Like a Daria or a Gios would have been it. But
exactly.
I mean, Payne looks pretty defeated, man. Like, it's rough because, like, okay, you have to clear, but if you don't clear the Meister that's not evoed, now it can evo the face and generate another rapid fire. Plus, there's whatever's been boosted in hand. He has corruption, sure, but no ball or really anything else. Is he gonna leave it pay, try and snipe the Meister, perhaps?
I think that's what you gotta pray for. That's not quite it.
Doesn't hit it. He does have Ire, so I guess he can still at least ensure the full clear.
Yeah, like you've given up on the Ravening plan anyway.
Yeah, maybe it's best if he just passes with no followers that can be rapid fired. But like at some point he has to play followers. Like you can't just play around Gandagosa forever, right?
Yeah. All right.
Okay, gonna go Showdown. Leave up the 4/4 Meister. That's 4 damage to the face.
It might be, the lesser evil at this point, though, right?
Yeah, I think he still just plays another one though. Oh man.
Because you also have.
He'll overdraw like crazy, but does it matter at this point? Because if he plays both Meisters, he'll generate, so many rapid fires. There's a Daria.
Well, she's finally here.
Yeah, this is really just Yo's game to just go completely crazy, whatever he wants. He could just hold the Meister, duplicate the Runies. Payne's down to 7, facing again. Oh man, 3 more Runies, another Meister, more rapid fires.
Yeah, like Gio's got burned, but does it even matter at this point?
No, it does not. This is it, man. Payne has the corruption, but that's really all that he's got.
The Payne train, man.
Yeah, no Gio's necessary. This was really just the Meister game. And I talked about it earlier on today. I'm like, that Meister dude is crazy, and this is why, chat. This is why.
Uh-oh. I mean, here we go, right?
Okay, Rune, go face. Play Meister, get some rapid fires.
Yeah, just gonna burn through this. Grimoire Sorcerer is at 0 as well, just sitting there waiting. Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's gonna be the game going to Yo. A convincing fashion, a swift 2-0. Payne had a great day, but man, at the end, Yo looked unstoppable.
What a fantastic showing by Yo. Someone that just came up after so long and just showed up and swept through the competition. Big names, legends of the past.
welcome to the Shadowverse Open. This is the July Cup. We have a brand new expansion of Raitos Chronicles and a brand new meta. As always, we are your hosts and casters. I am Louis the Panda, joined by Chris, Different Fight. How are you doing, man?
Hello, hello. That's right. We are the boys back at it again for another month of beautiful SVO action. I just got back from SCAO. It's been a nice, quick little week visiting SCAO. Of course, me and Igni just had a little bit of a, exchange semester. Got to learn about each other's metas while he was plunged into the netherworld by East. So that was a interesting experience. But I saw all kinds of things, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna get like a competitive edge. I'm gonna get all the tech, all the hidden info from the SEO region, and I come back here and the meta is completely different, and the portal doesn't exist apparently, and I feel like I've drifted away into another world. So that's how we're feeling today. That's what this SVO is looking like, because things just got shaken up like crazy all of a sudden.
Yeah, the new meta first started with the Combo Forest and the Amulet Haven. Then there was the balance patch that happened, and then it was Machina Portal and Evil Rune leading the charge. But now it's been a couple weeks and things are different. Now the top decks appear to be like Axel Forest, Balon Sword, Last War Shadow is making a comeback, and it is stronger than ever.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Last Word Shadow, we saw a lot in the SEO region, but it was also just this kind of deck like, this looks good, looks solid, looks strong, looks consistent, but everyone was really just like, oh, Portal gets banned all the time, Portal's by far the best, and now everyone defeated Portal, and it's no longer to be seen. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how it all paces out. But of course, decks and cards and new releases are all interesting, but let's take a look at what we're actually doing today. What is SVO all about? Let's take a look at the format of the event. As you can see, yesterday was day one, where they played 7 rounds of Swiss with a top 16 playoff, where of course now we're left with just top 8 with a rotation 3-deck 1-band format, which was of course best of 3 conquest.
Now, day 2 is what you guys are seeing today. This is a top 8 single elimination bracket. That means that a player loses once the match, they are out. It's still rotation 3 decks 1 ban. On top of that, let's take a look at the pricing. What are the players are actually playing for? We have first place today going home with $1,000 and second place with $600.
That's right, and even if you just showed up to top 8, things didn't go too well, you still get $200, but if you make it into at least the top 4, you're walking away with at least $400 US. But that's not all, because of course, these players aren't just playing for cash, they also want those points to be on the leaderboards. And let's take a look at the standings to see how things are looking. Sai, who's going to be playing today, is right now leading the chart with 34 points. But look at this table, man. We have 5 people tied with 33, and the difference between 14th and 1st is a mere 5 points. This is why we say it every single time, you gotta be consistent, you gotta play every single month, and there's just a few more months left. We got July, August, September, and that's it. Then we got Contenders.
Yeah, we're near the end of the Shadowverse competitive season this year, and as you're saying, the race is closer than ever. A lot of the players that you see in the standings are playing today. Let's take a look at the bracket. You can see exactly who made it to the top 8. We're going to have Dolan going up against Sai. Dolan won the Contenders Cup last year. He already has a slot to Worlds, but he's still here today. Then we have Raitos making a comeback. It's been a long time since we saw him. He's going to be going up against Vidu, a player with a lot of Shadowverse experience. He previously played in the World Grand Prix.
That's right. Of course, on the lower side, we have CD going up against Zones. We have quite a bit of Disastra representation here today with 2 players in the top 8. So hopefully we might even see a finals with how this bracket might proceed. And of course, on the bottom side here, we are going to be seeing Lunard go up against Charm here from Mana Surge. And so it's going to be pretty cool to see what kind of decks they're bringing as well. Nice to have some Mana Surge representation too. So I'm looking forward to how things are going to pace out here. But man, oh man, there's a lot of things to look forward to. Definitely, in terms of the matches, in terms of the decks they're bringing, and just in general, I mean, there's so many intense stories, so many narratives to be told about these players. And I mean, this is just the next chapter in their lives, right?
Yeah, so I want to look specifically at 2 races we have going on. First is a battle for first place. We have Dolan, Sai up there. And then players like CD and Vidu, they need the points to just get to Contenders. With a good run today, they can maybe get really close to Contenders. So very crucial to see who's going to win today. Again, get those league points, get to the top of the standings, make it to Worlds or Contenders, where you can qualify to Worlds.
Yeah, just skip contenders in general. That's a stress fest that if you can avoid it and just go straight to WGP, that's a stress fest you want to avoid for sure. But of course, before we actually, look at the action and see the players and what they're going to do, we do have some upcoming events to take a look at, as well as, of course, you're going to be watching the SVO here today, but there are other things to look forward to, such as the Shadowverse weekend, depending on your time zone, happening either on August 21st or August 22nd.
And the next Shadowverse Open, the August Cup, will be for SEAO. That's August 7 and 8. And for the West, we'll see you guys back in August 14 and 15.
That's right. In just 3 short weeks, we'll be back again, playing with the same format, of course. But, I say same format, but, we're literally 1 week apart from SEO,
Yeah.
and the meta changed entirely. So who knows what kind of crazy things we're going to see coming up very soon. But, of course, that's not the only event coming up, as we have, of course, Contenders Cup very, very soon. It's just a few months away. There you go. The 2021 dates are the following. The West is going to be Day 1 on October 16th and Day 2 on October 17th.
Hey, that's my birthday. Now, for SEAO, we'll see you guys for Contenders Cup. Day 1 is October 9th, and Day 2 is October 10th. The entire year, players play to qualify Contenders Cup. This is how you make it to the World Grand Prix. So very, very crucial tournament. You do not want to miss it. Here we can see the format for it. It is still going to be, or it is going to be a bit of a different format. It's double elimination instead of single. It's still rotation. And instead of the standard, 3 decks, 1 ban, this is a best of 5, no ban conquest format. And it's going to be played in a brand new expansion at the start of October. So you definitely do not want to miss this show.
And don't miss the fine print there either. It does say that the players that already qualified for WGP 2020, even if they win, the qualification WGP does get passed down. And we have quite a few of those players that have already qualified that might just be showing up to contenders. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how things, actually unfold as we go through the event. But it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting. It's pretty crazy how fast SVO just passed by, right? It feels like, February was just a few months ago, like a few weeks ago, if anything. And now it's already, we're talking about contenders. Like, I wasn't ready for this, man. Still have one more regular cup. Then September is the ultimate stress fest where you get the immediate ticket, right to contenders. And then that's it. There we go. The whole year is done.
But before that, we still have the July Cup happening today. Let us take a look at our first head-to-head. You can see who's going to be the first game. We're going to have Raitos, again, making the comeback, going up against Vidu. These are 2 SVO veterans. We have seen them here in the top 8 many, many times by now.
For sure, for sure. In terms of decks they're bringing, we see Raitos actually has the Balion Sword that we're going to be talking about a lot going into today. Last Word Shadow and Mysteria Rune, whereas on Vidu's side, he matches him in terms of Last Word Shadow and Mysteria Rune, but the new innovation here between these 2 players is the Axel Forest, which is going to be pretty cool to check out there as well. Let's take a look at the first deck here from Raitos, which I believe should be the Last Words Shadow. And so there we go. This deck it's Last Word Shadow has been around since the last expansion. It has changed a fair bit, but the deck is still super powerful. We saw it perform really well in the SEO region as well. Not too many things changed. You just kind of took a strong bronze follower and added it to the deck and took out Gremory. That's how we roll.
Yeah, I like the Last Word Shadow because as players were innovating the meta, figuring out what is going to be good after all the changes. Turns out that the Shadow deck is still pretty good, and it's just playing a bunch of the old cards. Sure, Gremory may be gone, but with cards such as Wicked Rebirth and Necro Impulse still in their toolbox, how could this be a weak deck?
That's right. As long as Necro Impulse is still in the toolbox, there's no way Last Word Shadow is going anywhere, or Shadow is a craft for that matter. But man, this deck is really strong. I'm not surprised with how many people brought it. We'll talk about statistics a little bit later, but man, it's strong. Look forward to seeing it a lot today. But let's take a look at the second deck, which is kind of the more recent innovation in the Forest land, which is Axel Forest, but it's not the one you'd be used to seeing from last expansion, because here we have Latika ready to just achieve ultimate, potential lethals, essentially.
Yeah, so even though the initial Natura combo Latika deck was nerfed, players found a way to still utilize Latika's potential because she's very powerful, but instead of needing to play 12 cards a turn to unlock the full potential, they're like, hey, why don't we just cheat that out, give her Storm with Fairy Flower in, you leave it on Latika, she can still attack twice, you get 14 damage out of nowhere, and this is a more aggressive stance on the Forest. So really, really cool deck. We'll see how it plays out today.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be very exciting. A very just explosive deck in general. I wonder how much we're going to see it get banned out, just because, you know, it's super strong, right? It's super strong, and I want to see, you know, how these players are going to adapt to it. Looking at the actual picks and bans in game here, looks like both players actually took out Shadow as well, so that's going to be cool that we get to see both Forest and Sword.
Yeah, I really like the Forest and Sword list, because to me it's kind of like innovation from the players, where, you know, the archetypes come out with their support, you're like, oh, this is the Natura Forest, this is the Natura Sword, but instead of just playing them as maybe Cygames expected, the deck builders are like, wait a second, there's some cool stuff in here. If we build the deck differently, we can sort of do some cheating. You could play Balon for 0 play points, get 3 play points back, and do a lot of crazy shenanigans. So I do like both those decks, and hopefully we'll get to see a lot of them today.
That's right. I mean, that's what Shadowverse is like, right? You know, Cygames is like, you know, it's like coming into like a DIY kind of restaurant. It's like, here's the ingredients, do what you want with this, right? You got the bread, you got the butter, you got the meat, whatever you want to do with it, do whatever you want. But the decks that come out of the woodworks are pretty intense, and we're gonna see a lot of that today as we're ready to go into our first game here between Raitos and Vidu.
Yeah, so for the standings for these players, Raitos has not had the greatest year. I don't think he's up there in the standings, and this is not an auto qualifier month. So while, you know, it's great to see him back in the top 8, and he can definitely win and get some points and some money, realistically he's just playing for the glory. While Vidu's side, he does have enough points to potentially qualify in Contenders Cup if he does well. He's like very up there in the race. I believe he currently has like 29 points, which is just below Noir and Hishiro. So with a good tournament run today, Vidu could be up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good position to be if he can just continue his run. We've seen him just kind of like stumble out pretty frequently lately, and I really want to see him just like get that little bit of extra in there, you know, to really push into finals, maybe even get himself the points to push him all the way into the top of the leaderboard, but we'll see if that's going to be the case or not.
Yeah, and we're talking about the Forest and the Sword, and that is going to be actually our first matchup. Vidu going with the Axel Forest, Raitos with the Balon Sword. We'll see how this matchup plays out. I think for Vidu is going to be, you know, getting as many Axels as he can early on, making sure that when he has the Latika, Fairy Flower, and is going to be online, you do need 6 Axels for that.
Yeah, that's right. Chat, take notes, because for me, this deck really just came out of nowhere. You know, Mr. Lina and Balion, the moment it was revealed, I was like, that's a strong card. That's a really, really good card, you know? Just like that, being able to push for 6 damage, maybe even 8 if you evolve it, you know, while being able to potentially clear a ward if the random 5 damage hits a ward. You know, I was like, yeah, seems good, right? It's a great card. It's going to be played in everything. Fantastic. But then people just went and were like, hey, Dramatic Retreat is cool.
Yep.
What if we just like loop Mr. Lina and Balion and see what happens? And well, what happened is that most players in today's top 8 brought the deck.
Yeah, so you could see utilizing some of the new Axel cards that, you know, the previous Axel Forest deck didn't play. We had things like Goddess of Rebirth, the Cetas. Already on turn 2, Vidu's up to 3 Axels, and he even got the free Quick Blader, Walder the Ranger.
That's right. Everyone's favorite free Quick Blader. I'm really curious to see how this Axel Forest deck will play out, just because it has a lot of potential in terms of its just like crazy levels of bursts that it has. I mean, we've seen Forest decks that burst crazy amounts of damage before, but this one, man, it feels kind of unparalleled at times, just because you have the ability to essentially like make Latika like a 16 damage storm follower.
Yeah. But yeah, I am going to wonder, you know, how reliant is this deck on that specific Latika Fairy Flowering combo? Because nobody would debate that, like, that's a very, very strong combo, right? My question is, what happens when you're playing this deck? Sure, you have all these Axels, and you didn't get the Latika, you just didn't draw it, or you don't have Fairy Flowering. Sure, you can get maybe one beefy Walder going face with the Enhance, but I do wonder if that would be enough.
Yeah, it takes me back to the other versions of this deck, where if you don't draw that one particular card, the whole thing falls apart. Yeah, I'm curious, because it feels like almost like a mirror in a way, because for Sword as well, it's very reliant on the Mr. Lina and Balion to be able to execute. You know, it is quite literally the win con. You need Dramatic Retreat in hand as well to be able to push through and, you know, just consistently win out. But I don't know, man. I'm curious to see how well this is going to go. But of course, for Raitos here, this opening hand is amazing too.
Yeah, we see Vidu putting on the pressure, just getting as many axes as he can, taking the Walder back to hand. I like that, so he can guarantee Walder for the future. And although he doesn't have Fairy Flower or Latika just yet, he wants to keep up the axle count. And picking up Dawn Splendor, that card might be really good against the Misty going face with Storm.
That is right. That is right. Yeah, Dawn Splendor just... We haven't really seen it in quite a while.
I mean, you couldn't play it for a long time, you know? So.
Yeah. And just like seeing it come back like this, and also in a meta where it feels very much like the right call, I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, so the sword deck here, it does need like a little bit of setup, right? You gotta get, you know, some cards, some pieces. He does have the Balons and the retreat already. And then the rest of the deck is just a bunch of like card draw, a little bit of removal here and there. Like, you can't play this like a standard, like when people think of sword, you're like, oh, I think of like rally, aggro, board-based sword, right? And this is like not like that at all, right?
I will play a bajillion followers and win through having a bajillion followers more than you thought deck.
Yeah, not this time around.
Quite,
and you know,
quite the opposite, yeah.
I will say it is nice to see sword do something different, just because for the longest time it's like, okay, mid-range sword, it's the same deck, it's just with, you know, different mid-range cards every time, right?
How many iterations of Evo Sword did we see where we're just like, oh yeah, here's the brand new sword deck, here's the brand new sword card that we're gonna just put into this like closed package of good Evo cards.
Yeah, so it's nice to see sword kind of evolve as a class, and I do like the Balon deck. We'll see if Raitos can come up with, you know, some explosive plays later on, but right now Vidu's still keeping up that pressure, although as we're saying, he does not have the Fairy Flower or the Latika just yet.
That's right. So the Tree of Wonder is a huge component of this deck. Just being able to give you that extra card draw, it's really like dig into your pieces, you know, giving you the fairies with War. Like in general, it's just a fantastic card overall. And, you know, in virtually any list in Forest right now, I feel like. But especially here, I think it's this, and of course, everyone's favorite friend, you know, Varman as well, that comes up pretty big time. Going into the general strategy. Yeah,
I like that you mentioned that, because to me, it often seems like this forest deck, it's almost like just playing like a bunch of good forest cards, because we even see some players play the Aria, right? Because like it's just a great card. It's not like you need Aria for anything specific like the Seka deck of the past, but it's like, hey, Aria's a pretty good card. You're getting fairies here and there. Why not just play her? She's a good card.
Yep, push more damage, you know, why not? It's great. Arm Butler, that's kind of nice. It's a nice little pickup.
Yeah, in this deck, the fact that you could buff it and then he's gonna come up, clear the board, be like an overstated follower, and then draw your combo pieces, Arm Butler is pretty strong.
That's right. Of course, Archangel of Remembrance here, pretty big too. Grey Mother's Embrace gonna let you control that hand a little bit. Gonna be fusing away one of the trees. And you know, I like cards like this that exist just there to like, okay, you know, I'm a slower deck, I need to wait for my pieces to kind of show up for me, and I need to just kind of balance it out. But at the same time, like, using the tree in here, you do need to have trees in hand to make Mistalina go in with the full effect. Well, for the full power, at least. So
yeah, you just need at least one, though, right? Unlike the old Natura decks where you were, like, cycling Great Trees over and over, here you just need the one, and then you'll be good.
Yeah, but it's one per...
Well, one per
Misty,
Misty, yeah, right? That's true. And since you want to be looping the Misty... I guess he's going to want to get more Great Trees.
We'll see. I mean, you know, if they're coming in for 0, I guess it's fine even if they have only 4 attack. You know, it's still an amazing follower with Storm and Ward on top of its existing effect. Man, like the moment they revealed it, I was like, oh, we eating good this side. We eating good.
And there's the Fairy Flower and picked up by Vidu. You can see that he's already at 5 axles, only needs 1 more to hit that, you know, 6 key point. Gonna play Dawn Splendor, perhaps just as a follower, and there's this 6th and potentially final axle.
How fast we got there.
And look,
crazy how fast it gets here.
He might just be cashing out right now. Why wait for Latika if you can go phase today?
That's right. Oh, Pastures is kind of big here too. You know, coming in for, you know, just a 6-drop there to, you know, set up the board for you. And then on 7, you just kind of go in with the Latika.
Yeah, so while the store deck is like a more specific combo deck of like, hey, I'm gonna get this Misty, make it cost 0 play points, and then play it over and over. The Force deck is more of like an aggressive deck that has a combo piece, right? Like Latika plus the Fairy Flower in, great combo, like 2-card combo, insane, which is potentially 14 damage. But you can still just fairy flower and other things. You can still Aria, just, you know, get damage with fairies. And there's Walders, there's the Giant Pasture, so they have other ways to get damage too.
Oh, the third Mystiline and Baleon picked up. Not 0 cost yet, though.
Not yet, but that's gonna change soon enough, right?
Yep. You can see how carefully Raitos is playing here, you know, making sure that every single play is building up to the overall game plan. And of course, you know, our butler here just doing work. My man's doing work.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be like one of those like very prototypical Shadowverse games where like the early game is kind of slow, and then both decks are gonna just hit this sweet spot where it just gets turned up to 11, right? Like Raitos gonna go from like, oh, I play a card, I draw a card, adventure guy, to like I play a card, I draw 2, I gain 3 play points, I play a card that costs 0, I gain 3 play points, right? And Vidu
And
is
the game's over.
at 6 axles. Now he's fair following online. Out of nowhere, he could do 14 damage with Melodica. So, although the mid game might have been a bit slow here, this game is probably gonna end in the next couple turns.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be one of those you blink and you miss it
Yes.
type situations. So watch carefully, ladies and gentlemen. Watch carefully. All right, does he just go for pastures here? I feel like he has plenty of options, to be fair.
I mean, pastures pushes damage, right? Can
Also set up, but he doesn't
Yeah.
have the Melodica for that he's trying to set up for.
well, there is pastures into Walder next turn. And that would be like a reasonable amount of damage. There's also the Cetus. I kind of like this. We did not talk about Cetus at all before. You know, he's got a good Axle, but he's also like a pretty cool follower. You could play him Evil for free, and then on Evil he has the last words to summon himself. And looks like that is going to play for Vidu. I kind of like it.
Yep. You also
For,
get the play point refund too.
Yeah, for an aggro deck, you know, having a defensive tool like Cetus is kind of nice.
All right, let's see. Bouncing the deep with the deep wood. Guessing he takes back. All right, yeah, just taking back the wisp there. Another patch is picked up. He's been drawing through his deck, but not quite hitting what he wants to see.
Yeah, he did already use 1 Fairy Flower in, but with this line of play, he gets a Walder, which pushes 2 damage right now, and more Axles, which will make the second Walder in hand push even more damage. And that's not a terrible board, right? Considering that the Cetus is going to summon itself when it's destroyed as well.
Yeah, I like that Vidu isn't really just like sitting around and waiting for his pieces to come to him. He's like, all right, if I wait too long, I'm just gonna, you know, the game's just gonna end.
Yes.
So I need to start pushing damage. I need to start pushing pressure to my opponent. And I think he's been adapting to what his hand is throwing at him really, really well. And keep in mind that the Dawn Splendor is still there, you know, as an emergency button if necessary.
So is this a turn where you cash out the Misty and you just get the party started?
I wonder. It looks like he is gonna go for it, and you're gonna just pray that the thing.
Yeah,
these
the
setups.
damage is random, but he's going for it though, so he's going to get 3 play points back. Get the damage not as Cetus. It's a 6/7 follower. Yeah, which you want to retreat.
Yeah.
So
How are we gonna go about this?
yeah,
one
it's
here?
a little bit awkward, right? Because like if you don't fully clear the board, then you know there's damage because he's seen the Walder taken back to hand, right? So Walder at 7 play points with an Evo, it's gonna be a good chunk of change. And if he retreats the Balon right now, you know, like if he can't draw the Balon that same turn, it's like that's it, right? So
Exactly. I like this play, and at least they're kind of countering the board here and there.
okay, so
Archangel helps you deal with things. He's gonna go for the Leod. I kind of like it, where you're essentially just setting up this big scary Leod in the back.
but is it enough
Guys,
though?
just pass on
Because he didn't actually clear the board. He does get the ward left over by not taking the Balon back to hand. But like I said, that Walder's doing big damage. 8 accelerates means that, you know, it's 9 attack. With the Evo, that's 11.
Huh? Yep, that's. I mean, you don't even need that. You can literally just play down the Walder. Oh god, you can just play down the Walder, evolve the Fairy, swing in.
And then
I mean, there's so many different ways you can go about this.
That's gonna
There's so many
be
different ways you can go about this.
game number 1,
Raitos.
going to Vidu. No Melodica needed. Just axling like a madman. Had 1 Fairy Flower in, a couple Walders, and that's gonna do it.
That's all she wrote. And I mean, again, we didn't even see like the key component of the deck. But who needs the key component where you can just secure victory through all your other cards in the deck? That was a strong first game. Strong first game. Vidu looking good. I like it. Now, I was saying earlier, he's been missing that little bit of extra push, a little bit of extra just oomph
Yeah.
to get himself all the way to finals to get those points. And so far, this has been a good start to the day.
And when we started, I was like, hey, is he gonna be able to win without Latica? Vito's like, yes, I can win without Latica. It is not needed. While there wasn't more than enough damage.
It's like, word? You doubting me right now? Watch this.
Okay, so
all right, this is gonna be the other big contender here. So this rune list, get used to seeing it because it is pretty big. It also has a pretty good last word shadow matchup, I heard you say earlier, right?
yeah, you have a ways to like naturally just banish a lot of things, and then because the last word shadow is gonna have so many like bodies on the board, you'll always have targets for the mysterious spells, which you need to be able to hit the face. So it's kind of funny because we originally it was like Evil Rune that was like the popular rune deck, and maybe it still is, but it's the Mysteria Rune gamers that actually made it to the top 8.
That's right, man. I'm so glad I could just be chilly here with you, Lewis. When that was an SEAO, the moment the magical squirrel came down, he started getting really aggressive all of a sudden and talking about very brutal ways he wants to get rid of it. I was like, what's going on? Just let the squirrel rock, bro. It's just like a baby.
Yeah, for the record, I like the magical squirrel.
That's right. Please don't watch the VOD of SEO if you like the magical squirrel. He said some terrible things.
Oh man. So last game we saw how the combo sword deck was just a little bit too slow against the forest. We'll see if Raitos could do a bit better here. It felt like he kind of just needed like one more turn maybe. That turn 6 where he finally played the Balon. He was under so much pressure that he couldn't take it back. But does have the Balon this time around. We'll see how this goes.
How come he cashed out the big boy arm butler, not the
not the little one?
Not the vanilla arm butler, yeah.
Maybe it's a matter of like
one damage there.
One in the stats
to
not fall behind, right? Because this sword deck doesn't really have dudes that it could play to like hold it down. But a 3/4 arm butler this early on can definitely hold it down.
Yeah.
Although you do have to wonder, like he does miss out on the big damage clear, right?
You miss out on this, like this board is what now you can't answer. So that's why I'm kind of just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, so we see Vidu, drawing cards, spell boosting, getting close to 20 cards or less, already down to 25, and does have the N in hand.
That's right. Dramatic Retreat picked up, Mr. Lena's in hand. Like, we're in a pretty good situation here, once we reach turn 6. But
where's the 3/4 butler to clear this board now, right?
Where is he?
I mean, maybe it's fine. If you clear the 2/3, then it's like, okay, just a bunch of followers and one attack. It's not that much pressure, maybe. Okay, gonna pick up another 3/4 butler. I do like the way the sword deck is built, where it's like, sure, you have to give up on playing other sword followers or specific ones, but you get like these very specific guaranteed tutors that are worth a lot, right? Like being able to draw 0 cost Balon, being able to draw a 3/4 butler, like it's really nice.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the community calls it Baleon Loop for a reason, right?
Yeah, so we saw Anne in the hand of Vidu, and now Grey Eyes top deck. Could opt to play both here with 5 play points, down to 23 cards, almost about to get to 20. And then, time to get the party started.
We're getting close. Anna's getting impatient. I mean, I don't know. I like how Raitos actually, kind of decided to dictate the pressure a little bit here in this game. He was like, alright, 3/4 butler is cool, but let me just push some face damage. Your followers aren't really anything too threatening to me right now. And it seems like you're kind of struggling with removal for the time being, so let's just kind of chill with it. But looks like the Alistair might be the one to calm down.
Yeah, Alistair
would have to commit the Evo point though.
Alistair can clear any follower, really, and he's not gonna get the free Evo just yet though, and he doesn't get value out of the drain either. So you gotta wonder if it's the correct pick. Looks like Vidu is hovering over it. And it is gonna be the pick. Alistair showing up, gonna get the banish on the Evo. Bye-bye, but
yeah, I mean 15 life for the time being is still okay for now.
Yeah, plus he gets a 4/8 leftover, which is like, it's not the easiest thing to answer, right?
Yes, that's for sure. That's for sure. But now going into next turn, An will be online. But of course, first Raitos. What is the play here, on this turn? Because interestingly enough, the Arm Butler with an Evo does clear out literally everything.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Nice. I mean, both players are about to go into that turn where it's like, okay, Vidu's gonna have 20 cards or less, his effects are activated, and then Raitos is gonna be at 6 play points, enough to play Dolan and get his party started. But last game, you know, he wasn't a great spot to do it on turn 6, so maybe it's about making sure that this time around he'll be in a better position when that turn 6 does happen.
That's right. Yep, he's gonna just go for it. I mean, our butler going to show that, you know, he can put the whole household on his back, just taking care of everyone, taking care of the whole board while he's at it.
Get some healing, some card draw, double retreat. That's gonna get spicy.
Only one tree in hand though.
Yeah, once again, only one. You can see how all of Vidu's cards are glowing yellow. He has his effects online. The Greya becomes so strong, right? Getting +3/+3. Still has a very powerful Evo effect as well.
Yeah, that's right. And don't forget, of course, On can come down, get the On summoning too. Very pesky thing that you just can't really get rid of that easily.
Yeah.
You kind of just want to like pass on it, but let's see what the play is going to be here.
Okay, he's cashing out. Down. And Greya, same turn. We get the Running Blast, picks up the Horse, retrace the Past, down to 14 cards in his deck. So with the Rune deck, the Mysterio deck, you want to like dig into your deck, but not too much that you deck out, right? So
yeah. You want a turbo, you want to like press on the gas, but know when to let go. There's like one key moment before the radar where they stop you. You gotta just let go right there.
But look at that board all of a sudden. I was talking about how, like, you know, if you pressure the Misty, then it's kind of awkward for them. And it's like, okay, yeah, Misty comes down, has the random component, and do you really want to retreat and ignore, you know, 8/7? He's doing it.
He's doing it. Here we go.
Okay, well, can he draw? Yeah, there it is.
There it is. There it is. There it is.
But he doesn't have the Great Tree though.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I guess we're gonna just
so
try to loop damage and see where we can go with it, right?
Just do it again.
Retreat.
All right, retreat. What is the draw?
Oh. Here we go. Here we go. Sir, that's 10 damage on board, by the way.
You know, at least if he doesn't have a dude, then there is no target for the mysterious spells, right?
That's kind of the saving grace.
Well, not for the blast, but the blaze can just go face anyway, right?
Oh god, you're right.
So.
Oh god, you're right. Oh god, you're right. Oh no. Let's look away.
Oh man! It kind of feels like he was like one turn short.
No.
Where like he's about to do this big combo, but he doesn't have enough. He just needed like one more turn, one more Great Tree, one more play point, and just like that, Vidu's taking the set 2-0.
Yeah, dude. Look, Vidu is just like, oh, that was it. The series done. There's no more games. Man, it feels like Raitos' deck just kind of beat him on his own. It wasn't. It was like the combined efforts of Vidu and he had his own deck that just kind of like turned against him. I mean, that also shows the big weakness of the deck too. You know, you're waiting for that turn 6, and then you have to have very specific components that, sure, your deck can search for the great majority of them, and that's fantastic. You know, it's great. Everyone's happy. It's a great time for the family and friends. But what's not so great of a time is when, you know, your card draw and everything just doesn't quite hit the targets. Because like there, if you had a bigger high roll, you could just keep looping, 0 cost, storm damage. It's great, you know, easy wins, but it wasn't quite the case there.
Yeah, both times it's like Raitos just barely got to get his deck started, but by the time he did, Vidu already had, you know, 6 Axles, pressure with the Wilder for game. He already was at 20 cards or less. Greya and out there, and then it was just too much pressure. The combo sword did not look that great, but you could also see why it's so powerful, right? And a lot of other players have it, so I'm sure we'll see more of it later today.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I think it's also when you're looking at the pick and ban phase, it's not necessarily like a deck that you necessarily need to ban out, because as you see there, sometimes it just loses the game before the player itself, right? When things just don't go the right way. So kind of just like you watch from a distance and you see, because like, all right, does he have it? Does he have it? Oh, yeah, next game, that's fine, it's fine. But otherwise, I mean, I think we'll see plenty of it. As you said, I think we'll see plenty of it. And I think, you know, speaking of that, let's take a look at what decks our next 2 players are bringing in our second top 8 match, of course, between City and Zones.
Yeah, these are, again, 2 other SVO veterans at this point. We've definitely seen them a lot. I believe City's a bit higher up on the standings than Zones, maybe. So very, very crucial day for City today. We'll see if he can get those league points, especially because Vidu is, one of the players in the race and he just won, so he's got an extra point. That race for the contenders is going to be closer than ever.
That's right. And of course, both players here are quite literally mirrored in all of their deck choices and even their bans. So Last Word Shadow looks like to be the flavor of the month ban this time around, which it really wasn't the case in the SVO region. But we're going to see here both players are bringing Axel Forest, both players are bringing Baleon Sword, and both players are bringing Last Word Shadow. So we're going to see a lot of that sword. I mean, I'm ready to just sit here and go like, all right, yep, Baleon, Baleon, Baleon. Okay, cool, nice. But in other games, we're going to see what just happened there.
Yeah, we didn't quite get to see the sword pop off, but again, we saw the beginning of like why the combo works and why it could be so strong. So maybe at this time around, we'll get to see that.
It's all about character growth, right? We got to see them kind of stumble, just kind of like stumble around, not quite make it there yet. Not everyone is born a hero. But, as the character development arc continues, we're going to see just like beautiful lethals. It's going to be just Baleon into Baleon into Baleon. It's going to be beautiful. So I think the finals are going to be extra explosive. That's what I'm looking forward to. All right, but of course, we've been talking about it a lot. We haven't even shown you a deck list for it yet. Let's take a look at CD's deck, which is going to be the Baleon Sword. And just like that, you may notice that this deck is packed with quite a lot of spells, quite a lot of search spells, quite a few damage spells. You got to have your, your Natura Tree generators, your commander searches, your dramatic retreat is very important here, as you all saw. And just in general, I mean, it's a very cohesive package. A lot of things search for each other, and overall, it's just very, very smooth.
Yeah, you can see that for the tutors to work properly, you're just not playing those other sword followers, no sword early game at all. The followers you see for the early game are things like Ramiel, EO Jordy Mage, and the Archangel, which are just like generically good neutral followers that don't interfere with your searches, but could still be good. Like I could see Ramiel being very strong, as we saw in that Raitos game. It looks like both times he just needed like, one more play point potentially, just, to get a little bit closer to popping off.
Exactly. You just need to be on 6, right? And basically turn 4, Rampiel, turn 6, Baleon,
yep.
You're off, you're smooth sailing. And so we're going to see the deck a lot. So make sure you memorize the list because, as you said, like, it runs very specific officers and commanders to make sure that you hit the exact targets you want from your searches. It's not a random search. It's quite literally just a very oddly specific one, and that's how it's going to go. But of course, we also have the deck list for zones, and this one is going to be, once again, the Axel Forest that we're also going to be seeing quite a lot. We're literally featuring the 2 decks that the players have brought, and so, of course, Axel Forest is just really strong. I mean, we saw it already in action, but even if you don't see the Lightica, you have plenty of ways to push damage. The amount of acceleration you can actually do is way more than before as well, and Aria has been included in some of these lists as well as a little bit of extra chip damage that sometimes is just enough to give you lethal.
Yeah, you see the majority of the deck is just these cards that can be axled, which is, I want to name them all because there's way too many of them. And then you have like generically good forest cards, as you're saying, the Aria with the Fairy Slugger, and then the Fairy Flower, which is like your ultimate payoff. Although we didn't see the Lana Couple's Fairy Flower, which is like the main way to get the damage. The Walder is a key player in this deck, being able to get invocated out of the deck, and then you can bounce it back to your hand to have it for that big enhance. Worked out well for Vidu. We'll see if Stones can do the same.
That's right. It's going to be intense. We're going to be seeing these decks a fair bit. I wonder how often we're going to actually see Last Word Shadow today, because, I mean, we haven't really talked about the, statistics for today, but let me just pull it up right here real quick, because we have some pretty interesting, amount of decks played over here. So we have 7 players out of 8 bringing Last Word Shadow.
That's a lot.
6 of them brought Axel Forest, and 6 people brought Baleon Sword. So by far the 3 most represented decks that we're bound to see a lot of, but as we've seen so far, Last Word Shadow might not actually show up too much, as it's going to be everyone's favorite bench warmer, I guess, for today. There's a few other ones. We have 3 of the Mysteria Rune, and of course 1 Evo Rune, which was like the 3rd most represented deck last week, and now it's just like 1 and 0 portals, which is...
Yeah, you might have come in expecting a lot of, portal and maybe the Evo Rune, but they're really nowhere to be seen. Like the lineups that were perhaps trying to counter those decks that succeeded and make it to the top 8. Because I'm sure the portal is still a fine deck, and I'm sure a lot of people are playing it in day 1, but none of the portal players actually got to day 2.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder if that's going to change for next month. Will Portal see a resurgence? But I mean, when you have like literally these two decks right now we're seeing can close out games on turn 6, right? Quite easily to close out games on turn 6. Whereas Portal is always kind of like a 8, turn 9, you know, if you go for the Baphomet. So it always took a little while to get there. And so now with the meta being even faster, it just doesn't even give time for Portal to really like have the time to build up his resources, have the time to build up those lethals. And so, I mean, that's just how the cookie crumbles, right? When the meta adapts and you're left behind, that's just how it is.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, things change, and some players might have been playing the quote-unquote old lineup, and then new people are experimented like, hey, these decks do well against Machina Portal. Why don't we just play them, target that deck? And when you see that, like, all the people that made to day 2 have very similar lineups, it shows you, like, okay, well, we're definitely onto something because that strategy worked, and they are here in day 2 with no Machina Portal, but a lot of Axel Forest, a lot of Balin Sword, and a lot of Last Word Shadow.
Exactly. So Last Word Shadow, like I want to see it at least at some point, but I feel like, you know, for both of these decks, like Last Word Shadow is by far one of the most consistent ones in that sense because, I mean, I guess in terms of consistency, Sword is too, but it's consistent in getting to its kind of like objective. It's just that once it reaches the objective, that's where, you know, all the adventures start, and there it starts to be a bit of a question mark. But ooh, CD going first here, that might actually be pretty big.
Yeah, so our 7th game of the game is going to be City going up against Stones. A big, small mistake I made. So Stones is up there in the standings as well. City is currently 3rd place or tied with 33 points, while Stones has 31. So for both of these players, you know, the win here is crucial. That extra point can be the difference. You know, I know that like last year, Contenders Cup, Den was literally 1 point shy of making it, right? So every single point matters, and these guys, they both need that league point.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We don't talk about it all the time for no reason. But oof, Zones, he put back the Latica and it was like, oh, you put me back? Well, here you go. You can have it.
Yeah, last time we saw no Latica, now we might see too many Laticas, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right. Foregoing the Xeno Sagittarius here, that little extra card draw.
Yeah, we see the Ramiel, although City's going first, so he's not going to get the Rampiel. And Stones not really with the Axel like Vidu had. The Sagittarius is a crystallized, it's not an Axel, it is not the same effect. Oh. And picks up the 3rd Latica.
You can see Zone's reaction. He's like, oh, really? Yeah, okay. All right, let's do that. Okay. Shadow Memories here. Picking up the Mistelina and Balion. Yeah. We just burn the Pompous here for the search too.
We'll see how this plays out for Stones. One thing that I probably say a lot, but I do stand by it, is like, you know, it's easy when the deck gives you the perfect hand and you just kind of play the curve and things are magical. But I like seeing, you know, the great players play with mediocre hands and seeing how they turn those hands into victory, right? So triple Latica opener, maybe not ideal. That doesn't mean that Stones is out of this. We'll see what he can do.
All right, well, let's see indeed, because on CD's side, he's got 3 Mistelina and Balions, and he's also got all the trees he needs with that Natera's Future. I don't think I see Natera's Future in every single deck list, but it's definitely a nice way to just, like, you know, bring out some trees to your hand and make sure that you always have them for that extra little bit of damage, because you don't have to play the trees or anything, you just need to put them into the Mistelina Balion, even if the Mistelina is 0 cost.
Yeah, because when we saw the Raitos with the sword, he didn't have that many great trees, right? So he wasn't able to get the extra play points on the 2nd Balon. And you can see how that could hurt you, right? So want to make sure that you have at least enough great trees to correspond with the Balons that you have or you're hoping to get for 0 play points, right?
Even playing one out. I mean, that makes sense to me because it's like you have so much access to them at this point. You might as well try to like draw into some other key pieces for the time being. But at this point, you're just waiting for turn 6. Like your hand is ready to go and start pushing. You're already dealt 4 damage. It's just a matter of time now.
Oh, but look at Stone's hand. He's got so many cards in hand, and none of them are Axel pieces, which is funny because we saw the deck list, and like the majority of the cards tend to be cards you can Axel.
Yep. Like the game literally just told him, it's like, right, we're gonna put you through the very hard mode challenge. It's a hidden challenge here in Shadowverse where sometimes the thing that keyword in your deck name, it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen.
Okay, he's just gonna play at the Latica and get the Evo. He does get Latica's Embrace. Latica's a 5/5. You know, he had 3 of them in hand. Seems like a reasonable play.
Burn one here.
Yeah, it means that he doesn't get to cycle the Sagittarius though. And like, I don't know, I feel like he needs some Axel cards, right?
Yeah. I mean, he definitely does. Arm Butler here will take care of it.
Yeah, there's no way you
Roll
can like
3-4 Butler.
you cannot like let that Latica stand.
Oh god, no. Please don't.
Yeah, just like that, City's gonna be walking into turn 6 with 2 great trees, 6 play points, Misty, and Retreat in hand. We'll see if he can, do some crazy shenanigans with that.
That's right, that's right.
Hey, there's a card you can Axel. Cetus
That is
does have an
indeed
Axel
a
effect.
card you can Axel.
Yep.
That is indeed.
I don't know if he wants to Axel it, but it is a card that he can Axel.
God. How look at the difference in game, I guess not game plan, but how it all paces out. We went from like what, turn 5 or 6, like already maximum Axels. Walder was swinging for like 9 damage. And so here we just have one accelerate.
Yeah, these Tempo Laticas, not really cutting it. He could play the Walder, get the Alberta, get some play points back. At least like it feels like someone's got to do something this turn. But all things considered, like it's really not that much, right?
Yep.
Cycle the Sagittarius.
Comes down.
Maybe next
Doubles,
turn, with all the card draw, he gets something better to do. But it might be go time for City right now. Again, 6 play points,
honestly.
triple Balon, Retreat in hand, picks up a second one.
Oh. What I like here is that like by setting up a lot of like just a wider board, it makes it so that like the Miscelina has to keep like just hitting stuff.
Well, it hit the best
but
one.
Of course, it hit the best target possible right off the bat. All right, CD, how far are you gonna confirm? How far are you gonna commit rather? Not confirm.
Okay, I kind of like
just gonna going for it.
Yeah, like no need to like hope for something if you already have a good guaranteed play. He hit the best thing with the Balon anyway, and now he could just sit on that Leod, which is guaranteed a lot of damage. Plus, other missed in hand means he'll have enough damage for lethal, right?
Yep. No need to overcommit. Just kind of play it out, nice and calm. Seta's gonna come down though.
Yeah, I do like Cetus as a defensive tool for Forest. It's just like, man, he'd rather be playing as the aggressor, right?
Absolutely. And we've seen that plenty of times so far. Interesting thing here is that the Leod will take care of these setups, but then of course it's going to be respawned through the Last Words effect. Ooh, Aria pickup. It's pretty good to see for that extra bit of chip damage, but it's not that relevant in this situation though.
Yeah, well, Sone's cashing out some damage, getting value out of that Alberta. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. There is a, missed in hand, double retreat, still has great trees as well.
The Brothers United is literally all you need. Like, this is Lethal City going down. You have 9 damage on board, 2 more damage to take care of the Cetus, and that's going to be it. Lethal coming down, and City looking really good in this game 1.
Yeah, Stones with a triple Latica opener, no Axel in hand. Just did not turn out well. And we saw the sword kind of, not close it out before, but we see City picking up the first win for sword of the day.
That's right. And I mean, also just showed like you don't need to be like retreat spamming all the time either. The deck is just strong on its own. Even if you're just like playing some Honest Shadowverse, just writing down cards, putting stuff down, and getting through it. Of course, the Latica ping there on the turn 6 was definitely pretty key in letting him put down the Leod that then kind of secured him the victory. But I mean, the deck can definitely play in any way it wants, and those zones here are going to be switching. It almost feels like a perspective change.
Yeah. Now we're switching, same matchup, but different decks for the players, or opposite, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
Although City, he's drawing some cards that can be axled. You see quite the difference there.
That's right. The Dawn Splendor is going to be pretty big in this matchup as well. Goddess of Rebirth, just such a strong card in terms of how much versatility it has in one simple card.
Yeah, I like it. It lets you, get an axle for 1 play point, and then you get the choice of what you want. They could both be good situationally. But City just going aggressive with the Walder turn 1. Gonna start getting into that face damage.
Alright, the accelerates continue. Get that Fairy Wisp as well. Gigantic Blossom, get more fairies. Just like that, Walder coming through already. Strong start.
Yeah, not bad at all. Sones does pick up a Ramiel, and he is going second this time around. So, although we didn't get to see Ramiel beat Rampiel, this time we might. And, getting to that turn 6 for the sword a bit earlier might be massive.
Wow. Alright, Fairy Flowering pickup might be pretty big. Doesn't have too much acceleration in hand anymore, but of course, actually he doesn't have much accelerate, and he doesn't have much card draw in hand either, outside of the Fairy Flowering itself.
Yeah, I don't think you want to just cycle Fairy Flowering for the card draw. I mean, that is an option, but I can't imagine that being the correct option. If you at least got the +2/+2, maybe, but...
Yeah. I don't think we reached that point of desperation quite yet.
It could just be Goddess and then play the Dawn Splendor. That spends all your play points. You get one more Axle and a 2/2 body out of it.
Yeah, I wonder if you want to kind of like hold the Dawn Splendor
and then play the Fairies instead, maybe?
Yeah.
It's just like the going wide with 1/1s kind of plays... I guess no matter what you do, Butler's gonna clean up, right? So it doesn't actually matter. Think about it. Yeah, there's the Butler.
You play this deck yourself, you know what they're gonna do to you. And just like that, Leon gets picked up. It's quite the opposite of the hand we saw on City's side. No Baleon. You know, we do a dramatic retreat, but it doesn't really do much if you don't have Baleon.
Yeah, and although City, it looked like he had a good start. Now he has like that awkward mid game where you have Bartman, but you know, you're not going second, so you can't Devo it. And I guess he could play Walder, bounce it with the Wolf, and just hope he draws something else that's good. That's a Crystallized, not an Axle.
That is indeed not an Axle. A little bit awkward. We're at 4 accelerates so far, 2 more for the storm damage. Walder's also looking hungry right now too.
It's kind of funny because we're seeing the matchup from both sides, and we've seen the Forest just be very strong, get those Walders, those Axles. We've seen the Sword be strong, but we've also seen both of them kind of just like have very weak mid games and not really do anything right.
Yep, exactly. And hold up, we got Rampiel and the Mistelina and Baleon has been picked up too. So the damage is coming through. The potential is there, but the only downside is that there's no trees in hand. With methodology, yeah, you get the Butler, but no trees. Feels kind of yikes.
Well, he does get to give a pressure with the Butler, since it wasn't answered. 3/4, gets some nice face damage. And although he'll be at 6 play points, it's only turn 5, if you think about it, so maybe he'll find some great trees soon enough.
I certainly hope so. I certainly hope so.
Yeah, on the other hand, City did pick up some cards that can be Axled. And Barman can be a lot better now that he has an Evo, if he wants to spend it on that. Although it's kind of awkward against the Ramiel.
Yeah. It's a bit awkward no matter how you spin it here.
Yeah. I mean, he's at 4 Axles for the Fairy Flower in. No Logic in hand. Looks like it is going to be Barman. You can either the Barman, swing over the Ramiel, and then play Hearts after. That's one way to get guaranteed value out of it. You just have to play the Ramiel, also works.
So are we just gonna, you know, start putting down stuff? Because I mean, this Varmint is only pinging for 3. I guess it's just for those little small ping.
I mean,
we
like,
reach
he clears the board, but it doesn't feel like he's like actually advancing his game plan, you know? Like he didn't really get to Axel or anything like that, not drawing other cards. So while it does answer the board, I don't know, it's just seems like a survival play.
Yeah, City deep in thought here. Burning the Walder for the extra little bit of damage, okay.
Okay, gets clear, 2 phase damage to the face. We'll see how Stones responds. He is at 6 play points. Whereas United picked
that's
up.
A tree.
Yeah, that's a way to get a great tree.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you want to wait for it. EO does have the Enhanced 5 here as well, so you can take out the pesky Varmint Hunter.
Yeah, that's a good way to just play out the turn. Clear both followers, generate a great tree, get some heal. Seems reasonably okay. I wonder if he might have something else in mind, though.
Let's see, Zone is deep in thought. Again, back against the wall here. If he drops this game, he's out of the running. The top 8 match is going to be over with City continuing on, and he definitely doesn't want that just yet.
Yeah, again,
especially not after that first game.
Both those players, you know, pretty high up in the standings, fighting for a slot in Contenders Cup, and they both need those points. City's sitting a bit more comfortable at 33 points, so Zone specifically needs the points more than City.
Alright, well, Brothers United is definitely the right play. You need that tree in hand for sure.
Yeah, no matter what, that was going to happen. And it looks like EO is going to be the rest of the turn. Gets some phase damage, 3/4, clear, and 2 life. EO just doing a little bit of everything.
That's right. So now,
Ooh,
I was
pre-evo.
gonna bring this up. I was like, do you pre-evo this? How far does it go for you? What do you get out of it? But looks like it is the right choice.
I mean, I kind of like it.
Yep.
And we're back to City with, I mean, he has 6 drops he can play.
Oh, he definitely
But-
has 6 drops, that's for sure.
Aside from that, yeah, it's a little weird, right?
Oh man, this is just...
Yeah, it's awkward is what it is. I mean, like, you could drop down
Yeah.
Cedos, he could, like, hold it down. It's not
But
the
even that doesn't
Blossom,
even,
that's
like,
for sure.
He doesn't even fully clear it, does he? Yeah, Pastures kind of does. You get the
Yeah,
stuff too.
Pastures. Gotta spend the Evo, get some amulets out of it. Okay, he still goes face, so you maintain the pressure, which is nice. After all this, though, he's only accelerated 4 times. Fairy Flower not at 6 just yet. And now Stones has 7 play points,
Here we
Misty,
go.
Retreat, and a Great Tree. We finally gonna see the sword deck, you know, go completely crazy here.
Well, I mean... What?
I mean, it
he's
could just be like, hey, drop the Leon and sit on it, right? It's worked out before.
Yeah, that could work too. Because you have to also be careful, like you're in 12 life, so you don't want to just randomly... Because thing is, this is also kind of like a buff from City side. You know, he put down the Pastures here, and this could be just like a turn 7 lethal setup, which it definitely could be. You know, when you don't know the contents of City's hand, that's kind of what it looks like. So for Zones, the question, like, do I want to commit? Do I want to clear my own ward just like that? You know, just open up my face for all this damage?
Yeah, and
Probably not, but
although
in his hand, it's actually kind of safe.
like City's only at 4 axles, right? But because Latica lets you cheat out those play points, like who's to say that he can't have like Latica, axles, and then Fairy
True.
Flower, right?
True. Okay. Well, the 6 damage definitely has to go in here. Theoretically,
Just hold it down with the 6/7 ward.
yeah, he's gonna just kind of pass on it here with this.
Oh, interesting. Gonna use the Evo on the Archangel. I kind of liked it. You know, I wonder if he might just Evo the face to get a better ward and a bit more face damage. But the Evo on the Archangel lets him kind of fix his hand, dig a little bit more.
Yep, I like it. Another Pastures comes through. But again, it's just kind of like, CD, you've had pretty rough journey so far this game. You know, bits and bobs, pieces here and there falling together, but missing the glue that ties it all together and delivers lethal, right?
Yeah, it's funny to me how we've seen the deck that is like primarily Axel followers just like not get enough Axels in this set. Stones didn't get any last one. City only at 4. I mean, he has some Axels now, but like it's so awkward. He'd have to like just play Fairy and an Axel card, so it doesn't actually do anything. So, man, Stones, you know, putting up that pressure, and City just does not look like he has a good answer.
All right, well, that's one way to do it. I mean, it will clear it out.
Yeah, so with this play,
And
he clears the board and gets a ward left over, which may save him.
Yeah, it might, but I mean, knowing the contents of that hand, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna play the Fairy
okay.
Whiz.
I
I
like
kind of
that.
like that. Yeah, might as well get 2 wards out of it, or
That was a fine bout.
1 ward that's very helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very healthy, plump ward. 8, 9. Even for that's like 2 Baleons you need for that.
Yeah, I
Right,
do
but-
like that. Okay, so
Have the trees.
Baleon coming
There we
down.
go.
Also, playing the Fairy
Don't hit the
means
fairy,
that
don't hit the fairy. Oh,
yeah, I like him playing the Fairy too. You know, just to make it so it's a 50-50 and it's not guaranteed. Okay, so what does he do now? Does he retreat it?
good lord.
The Butler does 3 damage, which is not enough to clear the.
That 9 health is awfully pesky here. Like way more annoying than I would have expected.
Yeah, City could have ended with 2 wards instead. 2 way smaller wards. Like, it seems like the big ward paid off here.
Oh, we just going in here?
Just training the Balon, maybe? City's down to like not a lot of cards in hand, so maybe something could just like grind it out a turn or 2 more, maybe. But he's at 10 life,
Yeah.
and like
It's dangerous no matter what. Like you can't, because like you're this close to securing the game.
yeah, he's so close
the
to
same
lethal
time-
potentially, right? Okay, Butler.
Butler coming down. See if you can secure the next one. Yeah, I think with this, you're in a pretty good spot for next turn, but still you're gonna be with 10 life with no wards in play.
But with only
It
4 cards
still feels kind of
axles,
dangerous.
yeah, he might feel safe. Or I mean, maybe he has no better. Like he can't
Yeah,
play any
honestly.
safer than that. Wind Fairy. Well, I guess City can slam down the Cetus.
Yeah, I mean, Cetus will do the job in terms of just kind of trying to sustain him, but even then, you're just playing it down for the ward and not much else. Like, you can't even, like... It's a shame, because if the Blue Blossom was accelerated before, at least you kind of, like, you know, do some bounce shenanigans to get that free evo, but...
Yeah, he can't even get the free, which is really sad. Because, like, that evo was really nice, since he would get him life, and, you know, the last wards to get another ward. He could play Cetus, Fairy Flower in it for the free evo, and then do that, but in that way, he's losing his Fairy Flower. So then how does he win?
Yeah,
right?
with this hand, it's just kind of shaky. And also, the nice thing with Cetus is that because it's like 6 health, at least the Baleon doesn't instantly clear it. Oh, he is going to do it, though. Oh,
well, he picked up
Fairy
another one.
Flowering. Just blessed right now.
I mean, this is letting him survive, but again, he's not actually, like, he didn't axle anything else, so he's still going to be at 4 axles for next turn. Well, he can axle stuff now. He can Blossom, because he does get the play points left over. So I guess maybe it's good enough. He just gets, like, a great top deck, just, you know, get a good Latica out of nowhere. Maybe it's just enough.
She just shows up to the party, and that's all she wrote.
Okay, we'll see if Stone's gonna close the game out.
Yeah, he's leaving up those annoying targets to make sure the Latica doesn't hit properly. Oh, sorry, the Miss Lena Baleon doesn't hit properly.
Yep. Okay, so surely you start with Misty, and then you just go from there?
Let's find out.
Does have the retreat. You know, we've seen mostly, like, Balon stick around. The Raitos was on those and retreating it, and then it didn't work out for him, but like that's still what you want to do, right? Is you want to get those 0 costs, Misty and Balon.
Oh, he's reducing the chances of
just guaranteeing
misfiring
that the hit's gonna hit where he wants it. 6,
Eo's
7.
gonna come down here too. Oh, we are so close here. We are so close. At least this does trade away securely.
Yeah, and he ends up with a ward. Stats on the board.
Oh God, man.
City, this hand is just not cutting it.
It really isn't. It really isn't. Good God. I mean,
there's Fairy Flower.
Yeah, you gotta Fairy, bounce it twice, and then just
you can Fairy
bounce
Flower
it once and then
just to Evo and get the clear. It cycles.
I suppose you can. I suppose you can.
This is a funny game.
Both players literally like grasping at straws, trying to like make something work here.
Okay, draws a Barman.
Mr. Varman, what you doing, buddy?
He does get to Evo the Fairy. You could play Barman and then Wind Fairy the steed he summons. That's a way to proc it.
That's right, that's right.
But it only does 3 damage, not 4, so...
You're done for.
Alright. He's gonna just Evo it. I guess we're just going in.
I mean, he just has to, right?
Yeah.
Like, City just trying to survive any way he can.
It's just a shame because, like, he has no way to get rid of the EO here properly, right?
Yeah, he actually can. But now, will Stones be able to find lethal? Oh, he could play the Wisp? Yeah, wait, that's actually, it's luck.
Oh, yeah, oh, there we go.
Clear.
Right. It does leave play, right?
I mean, he has nothing left over, but good enough. I guess time to cycle some Great Trees, at least Stones has those.
Wow, this certainly feels like
Another
2019 all over again.
This is so funny.
Dude, this game, what is going on, man? Both players just like,
okay, cycle again.
I don't know what I'm doing, but help.
Eo's not the worst. She's, stats.
She's damaged too. She's damaged too. Let's go.
I mean, it's
run it down.
It's not enough damage to clear the Barman.
Watch retreat, and then we get the 0 cost EO for the 1 damage. Perfect.
That would be perfect, actually.
As the SVO gods intended.
If you leave up the Barman, could you lose?
With 12 health, I don't know. I feel like, well, let's see. Wind Fairy attacks twice. That's.
I mean, what if there's another Fairy Flower in top deck?
Oh my god, not another one. There's still 23 cards in the deck, and there's one fairy flowering. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Alright, let's see what the top deck is.
Oh, we needed you like a bajillion years ago.
Yep.
That's a useless tree, man. Come on, get... Put it away. Just put it away.
I mean... Is it just Wind Fairy as a 9-drop?
We are now going to commence sequence.
We could play
Wind
Tree of
Fairy
Wonders and then
lethal.
bounce it. But the Ramiel doesn't take damage from the Barman effect.
Exactly. this hurts. It
It's
hurts
such
so
a
bad.
funny game. Like we're talking about, like it's like just two very powerful decks with like incredible combos, and then they're both just like, oh, just.
This game is like me at 5 a.m. trying to like construct a logical sentence. It's just like, yeah, this is gonna go here, and then we're gonna try to do this.
Okay, 9
And
play
somehow
on
try
Wind
to win.
Fairy,
Oh,
and he
my God.
double trades now. Like,
Shadowverse 2021.
I mean, he's
I'm
not
playing
going
Play
face,
Fairy.
right?
Unless, see, he's really thinking about it. It's like, if he doesn't have any more damage in hand by some mysterious methods,
You know,
oh my god.
The saddest
Oh
part is
my
he
God.
can't even play the Tree of Wonders. Okay, he goes face though. At least it means that he can top deck Walder.
Is that how you treat a
But could Sones top deck anything? Like literally anything?
It's wait, what could give him damage here? I think it's
He could
literally
retreat the
just
EO, and then draw EO, right? Yeah.
Forget Bailey on loop. This is EO loop, baby. Let's go.
Okay, what does he draw?
Oh my God,
Hey, there's the
Oh my
EO.
God.
That's gonna do it. What a game. Sones is gonna tie it up 1-1. We're going to a final game.
Good lord, man, that both players must be exhausted after that one. You just have to use like every single fraction of your brain to just think about it. Oh my god.
You know, those games could be very entertaining though, where like things kind of just don't go the way that either player expects, and then we just have this like very, very weird game. But Sones just barely clutches it out, believing in the EO technology.
That's right. The new gen EO tech. But of course, to round it all out, we're gonna get a mirror match. And boy, oh boy, I hope we don't see any more awkward cards that need to be played for their accelerate effect not being played for their accelerate effect.
Yeah, maybe this time they'll draw some accelerate cards. There's one Latica for CD, Ponderers. They definitely have stuff to do in the early game. Latica for Stones as well.
All right, this one might actually be the complete opposite. Just a quick 1-2, boom, boom, it's over.
Yeah, seems like, you know, fine, playable hands from both sides.
Man, I guess he's debating here. Oh, just gonna pass on it. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, gonna go for the Blossom. It really needs the amulet here as well because it would help with a little extra push and everything while they're coming out.
Yeah, Stone's going in, getting as much axle as he can, invocating that Walder, getting that chip damage.
Ooh, well, there's a first to get the Fairy Flowering.
Yeah. So by
Onto
holding the
Walder.
Ponder, he can get double axle and then invocate the Walder, right? It's probably what he was thinking.
Yeah, I would assume so. Will he go for Goddess of Rebirth here just to get his own free Walder and then Fairy Flowering is up to 2
Yeah, I
out
mean,
of 6?
I think that was the game plan, but look at Stone's hand now.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh,
It's just like,
man.
oh, interesting.
I mean, if he draws like a deep wolf, he might be able to, you know, salvage that. If not, we're going Fairy Turbo.
That's right. We call it the Fairy Run in these streets. Low cost
Yeah, maybe he gets an
orders that
Aria.
give your opponent a bad time. Yeah, Aria would at least make this hand a little bit more threatening, but let's see, we chooses Goddess of Rebirth coming down, Seraphic Blade, and of course, Mr. Walder presenting himself for a quick trade.
Yeah, interesting. He could, you know, opt to go face, but by taking the trade, he denies the bounce. Aria was drawn, but he doesn't get to evil her for 2 turns. So Sones is going to run it down mid with 1/1s, just, you know, getting that pressure.
Yep, there's no butlers to worry about anymore this time.
On the other hand, City has, I mean, he can match him with some fairies.
That's right. Battle of the 1/1s.
Yeah, I
How's
don't know
it
if
gonna
you want
go?
a Seraphic Blade. Any of these guys, you can. Maybe it's better to just match him with 1-1s.
Yeah. And what a game so far. What a set.
What a set, yeah.
Game 1 was like, all right, yeah, you know, this is Shadowverse. Now I'm just like, whoa, what's going on here?
Okay, bounce the Walder, draw another Walder means that now there's no Walder in his deck. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's got to be the worst possible draw by far.
Oh. Shadowverse. He does it to all of us.
Like, there literally could not be a worse draw in his deck than that Walder.
Man, like I said, they're just playing on like very hard EX, you know,
Yeah.
plus, NG plus, Nocturne mode.
Like, now instead of Axel getting one more Axel and a free Walder and the fairies, like, he has to just play the Walder. It's so much worse.
Payne. Quite literally just Payne. For zones though. I mean, his hand is slowly turning into something nice. He's got Arya for the chip damage.
Yeah, we're looking at some, like, Arya gives you mid-game, at least to buy him time to pick up the rest of his pieces, and he does have a Lotica. Plus the Goddess is one more Axel at least. And hey, I believe he has at least one Walder in the deck, right?
Yeah,
actually,
I'm
no.
pretty sure
Did he? Was that his last one for him as well?
Oh god, yep, they're out of Walders.
Alright, so he better treasure that last one.
Yeah, you want that. I mean, you saw in game 1 that beautiful 9 attack Walder. You want to replicate that.
Yeah, I mean, Walder's good.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Ranger of the Forest for a reason. Okay,
Oh,
going down Splendor. I kind of like this because, like, you want to do something, and you want to hold at least a fairy for the Arya. So this way he can get some stats on the board, still get, you know, one more Axel down, and you're set up for a better next turn.
Tree of Wonders is pretty good here. I mean, if really felt lacking in
He
the
has no
prior
fairies.
Times, oh no, wait.
Well, I mean, I guess he could Axel the Gigantic, then get a fairy.
Yeah,
But that's like his whole turn, though.
Exactly. I don't know.
I mean, maybe that's good enough, because what is the alternative, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I wonder if he would, like, play a fairy just to Evo over the 2/2 or something like that.
I guess you can. Yeah, it's probably going for that. I mean, at
It's
this
an
point,
option,
go get
yeah.
something out the amulet.
Okay, and surely we'll just see Arya come down for stones, right?
I would assume so.
And these are such different games than, like, when we saw Vidu playing the Axel Forest, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, Arya comes online, get that very, very powerful leader effect.
No hesitation.
Yeah, picks up the Wisp, has 2 fairies in hand. Also picked up Fairy Flowering. Not Axeling a whole lot, but he does have Flowering and Latka. Currently he's at 4 Axel for stones. And hey, this is good mid-game pressure.
Pushing down to 12, very good. I mean, that's the power of this Arya too, just giving you that little bit of extra chip damage that you need. It's good, but where are we gonna go next? Where are you taking his zones?
When where is City taking us? Like, now he has to answer this board. Is it time to use Latika as a way to fight for the board? Everything else is just, I feel like, not gonna cut it.
Yeah, just feels weird otherwise, right? Like, Pasher's one turn away from actually doing damage. Latika at least takes care of some things. Feels bad.
Yeah. So
feels bad.
City has also Axel 4 times, so they're both tied on that 4 for Axel. But you know, Sones going first has done a bit more chip damage, and he currently has a you can say a nice board lead. He does have that nice pressure. Gonna take back the Tree of Wonders. Not sure where he's going with this. Okay, it is gonna be Latika.
Okay, just for the play point recovery, right?
Yeah. Just orders a bit differently to get the most out of the Latika, I suppose.
Yep. Seems to be the case. Pastures,
put them at 5 Axels.
Oh, hold up.
Oh wait. No, he's at 6. Yeah, because he started with the Axel. So Latika can go phase 4. 14 damage.
14 damage.
And he's doing it. Okay, I like it. Who needs to fight for the board? We can just go face.
That being said, though, we got.
I mean, he's
leaving up 7 damage.
He's at 12 HP, and he left up 7 damage plus Someone says Evo
Walder
and his own Walder, and that's gonna be the set. Sone's gonna take it 2-1. City goes phase, but it's Sones that has the kill here.
You can see the sigh of relief from Zones.
That was a
And
set.
unfortunate for City. He has such a strong game one, but Zones just out here with the dub. Looking good. Congratulations. But good lord.
Yeah,
Good lord.
that game two was a bit of
set.
a struggle. But that third game, you know, they both again had like sort of awkward hand, but man, they made it work. That one Walder did come down. Sones had just enough damage. And I respect City going aggressive with his Latika. Because like, man, you have 14 damage, and if you use it to clean up 1-1 fairies, it just feels really, really bad. But leaving up the Arya was just way too much damage. And he was at 12.
Like I respect going for the more greedy play, but at the same time, it just felt a little bit too much. Like, you knew there was a lot of damage, and like, I also understand that he was probably like, oh, there's no way he has a Walder, right? You know, he's already burned through 2. Chances are he doesn't have the third one, but you could never be too safe, right? You can never be too safe. But man, that was like, I think also for, you know, for City, it was really well played. He had a really strong run, but for Zones, like, you're going to appreciate this break you're going to have until you get to your top 4 match, because that was exhausting, like mentally, physically, and everything. So yeah, he needs that well-earned break right there.
Yeah, Sone's going to get the W, going to move into the semifinals, going to get those league points. We have a lot more exciting matches for you guys. Before that, though, we are going to take a quick break. Hang on tight. We'll be right back with more Shadowverse Open July Cup action.
Once, there was a war, a heroine that scorched the very tears from our eyes. But from the ashes we rose to grasp hard-earned hope.
Once there was an invasion. At its head was a tyrant who sought termination. But we resisted and won our freedom. Our tale of calamity has come to an end, and in this new chapter, the world will be born anew. Slowly but surely, the storm clouds will part, and rays of hope will illuminate the land. Blinking at the light, we'll reach out with both hands and shape our future.
Of course, not all scars fade. They are a reminder that not everything lost can be found again. We can't turn back time or rewrite the past. Yet so long as we believe in our destiny, our future will shimmer like the dew.
Renascent Chronicles.
Turn the page. A new adventure awaits.
Welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. This is the July Cup. We've had some very exciting games so far. A lot of Axel Forest, a lot of combo, Balin, Sword. And we have a lot more great matches for you guys coming right up.
That's right, that's right. We have more amazing action. We have a few other, should I say rogue? I don't really know if it counts as rogue picks, but it's going to be just to see where these games are going to take us as we have some interesting players coming up here between Lunard and Charm Flash. So it's going to be very cool to see. They're bringing some cool decks as well. And so let's see that representation. And so here we go once again. Some familiar faces. We're once again not going to be seeing the last words Shadow, but we have some Rune in here.
Yeah, so unlike a lot of players we've seen today where we've seen them multiple times, I believe this might be the first time we're seeing either of his players. I don't think I've heard of Lunard or Charm Flash before, but they are hitting the top 8. They did get to day 2, so they must be pretty solid. And we'll see how this matchup is going to go.
Yep, and I would like to point out that this is actually not the same Rune list that they're playing, because Lunard is actually running the Evo Rune, so this is, you know, kind of the remnants of the SEAO meta, but of course Charm Flash is still playing Mysteria, so pretty cool little insight. I want to see that Evo Rune come through as well, because I still think the deck is really, really good. Like, it felt super strong, you know, just consistent Grimnir lethals. I think, you know, a deck that can use Grimnir well, it's always going to be pretty good.
Yeah, all the new Machina cards have a lot of good Evo synergy. Tetra, pretty solid card if you ask me. The Fruits card as well. And, you know, there's Grimmer. Any deck could just sit on the back of Grimmer, go face for 10. It's pretty solid. But it does look like the Mysterio Rune has sort of overtaken. And when we did see Mysterio Rune earlier on today, it looked pretty solid. I believe it was Vidu. He had, you know, great pressure. Very early, he got to 20 cards or less. And then Anne and Grea were just a force to reckon with.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you get removal, you get, you know, a good matchup against Shadow, you have like really great pressure tools, ability to stall out games. You know, in general, just the deck feels really, really good. So I'm looking forward to taking a look at some of these lists, because especially for the Evo Rune, and I think actually we're going to present both Rune lists. It's going to be cool to see how they are pacing out here. And there we go. Lunard's Evo Rune list. This is basically the package we saw so much of in STAO. You know, Miser goes pew-pew, does good things. The Marie there is super keen getting you those free evolves. And, you know, that's just basically how you get to that Grimnir lethal.
Yeah, and I've always been a fan of the Rebellion Bandit. Just such a solid card. It's a 1/1/1. But if you buff it, she gets really, really scary. So I'm just a fan of it. It can let you go really aggressive. But then you have the Grimmer, like I'm talking about, Tetra, and Guild Assembly. Give you some late game punch.
And Vincent, of course, kind of like the icing on the cake there, giving you that big extra whopping damage. You know, if things really go on into the late game where you can start to just kind of like push damage in and out. Guild Assembly is also a nice little card giving you that, I mean, just kind of covering your weaknesses and making sure that you're, you know, kind of ready for whatever matchup you run into. So I like it. I do like it quite a lot. And so it's a shame that the deck dropped off so hard, but I guess Mysteria Rune is just the deck to be played if you're going to be playing the Runecraft class.
Yeah, on the other hand, we have Charm Flash with his Mysteria Rune. We'll see what his deck is like. We see, of course, you know, the Anne and the Grea. Maybe the Squirrel, also a staple. Just get to 20 cards, and then your deck just becomes crazy.
Give some love to the Squirrel. Don't let East_ML get anywhere close to it. That's going to be dangerous. And of course, the deck is just really good. Has removal, has sustain, has big power push. It just kind of has everything that Rune would want to have. It's attached with that flavor of you're kind of gambling your life away, because if you don't know how to play the deck carefully, you're going to deck out and things aren't going to go so well. So you have to kind of be careful when you play around with that. But if you play it well, it's super explosive and really, really deadly.
Yeah, and even though, you know, it's obviously Mysteria Rune because you have the Anne and the Grea, there's quite a bit of spell boosting here between the Rune, the Covenant Mage, the Witch, the Elmont. There's like a little bit of spell boost in there, so I kind of like how it actually ended up playing out. Because like Anne and Grea came out and they were super hyped, and then they just like didn't really see play. They got everything about our decks, and it's nice to see the Mysteria Girls come back, and now they show why they are great cards. Because, you know, individually, like, they're very, very powerful cards.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they're both very strong, and I think like the deck was already popping up in the last expansion here and there, especially at the start, but then I didn't really feel like it found its place in the meta too well, especially not as well compared to how solid it feels right now in the meta. You know, it's basically one of the main pickups in the, you know, in the format, right? It might not be one of the most frequent decks, but you know, overall looking at this, it's like the fourth like next best pick. So I think it's quite good. It's going to be cool to see once we get into this game between these two players. Nice to see some Mana Surge representation too. I think we got some in SEO as well. I think Glow got to top 8. It was a pretty dramatic set of games, but you managed to actually get up there as well. So it was nice for Mana Surge to, you know, take Charm Flash here to top 8 as well.
Yeah, and while we had a lot of players that are playing for those league points against the contenders, you know, these players, they may not have the points to get there, but they could fight for the fame and the glory, right? When you're a new player and you get your first top 8 in the SBO, it's a good time to make a name for yourself, you know, let people know who you are. Getting a win is a good way to do that.
That's right, that's right. So both players are setting up. We'll be good to go into gameplay very soon and see the action take place and unfold. Of course, we're not going to be seeing any more Sword in this set. It's going to be just Forest, and Rune. But of course, the flavors of Rune will be a little bit different. So I'm ready to see it, man. I'm ready to see it. Shadow. I really wonder if Shadow's going to be just banned out the entire day.
Like, yeah, honestly, maybe. Like, honestly, is a Shadow deck that good? I guess we'll see. Everyone seems to just be banning it out, you know? Maybe that's just how the lineups were, you know, planned, where it's like, hey, we're going to target the Machina. And then if you see a Shadow, you just ban it out. Here we go. We have Charm Flash going up against Lunard, 8-1-2-8, who's going to advance to the semifinals.
That's right. Okay, so it's not a mirror match to start off, but we're going to get to see the Evo Rune as a top batter here. Beautiful shiny hand, but going to be sent back there. You know, you need those. I mean, with this deck, you just need to make sure you're getting that Evo package going smoothly, but at the same time, you know, need some early game to sustain yourself as well, especially against this deck, which can randomly just explode on turn 5. Yeah,
and with cards like Adventurer and Bandit, like, that is pretty good early game. Shoutouts to Charm Flash with his leader choice. I like the Omnis. Absolute excellent choice.
Definitely respect it. Definitely respect it. Now, what's he going to target here? Against this deck, I feel like Seraphic Blade feels a bit better, just because, like, what else are you really, like, targeting down, right, with the Anti-Storm?
Yeah, and he does have, you know, 2 Axles guaranteed for next turn, so he can still invoke that Walder. Being at 3 Axles on turn 2 seems like where you want to be with the Axle Forest.
That's right. Rebellion Deputy, really nice pickup here as well for the next turn. For now, though, I mean, not really doing much, right? Guild Assembly is a card, but definitely not a card to be played there.
You know, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but we revealed Guild Assembly, right?
Pretty sure we did, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure, like, you know, we read it because we saw it the first time on broadcast, and I was like, wow, this sounds pretty good. And then I remember going on Reddit the next day, and people were like, oh, this card is trash. It's so bad. And I was like, what? And it turns out it's pretty good.
Turns out it's pretty good. I mean, it's like, it's not a, you know, because people, when they look at card reels, they're like, oh, doesn't win the game?
Yeah.
All right, that card. You know, doesn't literally have the printed words win the game. I don't care about it. But
I mean, but Guild Assembly can win the game, right? So yeah. I think part of it is like people thought it'd be so hard to get so many Evos, and you're like, oh, I have to Evo 3 times for this to be an inside. Well, in reality, like, the Evo Rune support is there, and they get so many Evos that, like, it's actually pretty free. And instead, you're playing 1 play point, getting +2/+2 and rush to everybody, and healing your leader for 5. That's not bad at all.
Yep, absolutely. So now let's see how much Charm is going to go push on this early, you know, accelerate game plan. Walder coming out. There's the first one.
Not going to get the fairies in hand. He does have the Aria. Once again, though, having the Aria going first means that potentially a turn 5, you know, Evo play, but still a pretty good one. We saw how Sones was able to use the Aria to lead into that big Walder turn, getting the you know, chip damage from the fairies and using the rush to stabilize the board.
Exactly. Now I want to see Miser could start setting up pew-pews, but you don't get the Evo bonus until next turn, and it's surely going to get, you know, taken care of by then.
Yeah, Miser is a crazy Shadowverse card. Ever since he got, you know, adjusted, we'll say, he has just been non-stop blasting out there with the rapid fires.
That's right. All right, rapid fire going to be coming down here.
Yeah, he didn't actually, you know, wait for the Evo, but it still got value. And if it forces out the Seraphic Blade, then I think Lunard is okay with that.
Yeah, like, so be it, right?
Yeah, like, Miser did his thing. He gave you a rapid fire, cleaned up a follower. He's a 1-drop, and now your opponent has to spend 2 play points. or face the reckoning of the free, or the Evo and the free rapid fires.
Yeah, exactly. I like the double Tree of Wonders. Okay, gets the draw and the very nice little ward there too. So even one of them kind of, quote unquote expiring, you still get that extra little consistency that the deck wants, especially the card draw in particular is really, really important.
Yeah, we see Lunard here. First Evo turn, we'll see if he opts to go for the Eleanor, but he did top deck another Miser, so wait a second. Maybe that's the play instead. But how many rapid fires do you actually want in your hand?
Yeah, you don't want it clogging up and then your opponent just damage denies you in a way and just doesn't let you have targets on board. So we'll see. Fruits of Wisdom here. Does need to have 2 fused for the free Evo.
But he
That's
could
one of the ways
fuse
that you build
to make space in his hand so he could, cash out those rapid fires. And that seems like the play to go.
Exactly.
There's also the Eleanor that he's hovering. Eleanor is an option. Eleanor is a very interesting card. She's like one of those tutorials that just has like 1,000 effects. It's like there's no way she could be bad. But I also feel like she's not that great either. Like she's played, she's okay. I don't know. She's just okay in my book.
Yeah. Like the bonus effect she gets from like the 10 spellboost is pretty great. I mean, Splendid Conjurer we saw be pretty important as like kind of like a glorified Wind Blast in a way.
Yeah.
But apart from that,
I mean, she has an
you
Evo
get a bit of
effect.
cycle. You get the cycle, yeah, but
it's like she does too much to be bad, but like she doesn't do enough to be like a focal part of any of the rune decks, I guess, right?
But it's not about to be like a good supporting piece either, right?
Yeah, well, there's the Aria form, Charm Flash, has Wisp and Fairies to play with. Should be able to, clean up the Miser. Definitely don't want that guy sticking around.
Oh yeah.
But the rapid fires, those will stick around, and they're gonna cost 0 play points.
Yeah, I just wonder how many targets he's gonna leave up for Lunard here to take out. Fairies coming down.
I mean, he could trade so that there's no targets for rapid fire.
Yeah, exactly.
That seems like the way to go.
And that's what he's gonna do. Just leaving it down to the 1-2. Oh, unless of course, okay, never mind. I was like, there could be a ward fairy, but there wasn't.
Yeah, those fairies even push a little bit of damage, and he picks up the fairy flower in. He currently has Axled already 4 times, so almost there. Lunard has had pretty solid plays, like these bandits, these Misers, like all of that seems great. The one thing that he hasn't really been doing is Evoing though.
Yeah,
so
for a deck called Evo Rune.
Yeah.
Been a little bit slow.
And I Evo the face 4 pressure. I do like this, a solid amount of stats right now, and he definitely wants that Evo count to be higher, so might as well just Evo the face.
Yeah, that's right. Splendid Conjurer here as well. It's going to kind of like just scale up in damage, which is good. With the free rapid fires especially, you're going to be able to take care of whatever your opponent drops down here, which is good.
Yeah, one thing I like about those rapid fires is that you can potentially hold the rapid fires until you're going to play the Grimmer, and then, with rapid fire, clear the board to ensure that Grimmer gets to go face.
That's right. I like Pastures here. Takes care of almost everything on board.
Yeah, actually seems kind of nice. It would be one of those turns where it's like, okay, you're playing a big follower, means you're not getting any more axles or anything like that. But it just seems like it's good enough, right? Can you really pass that up?
Because what else are you going for, right? It's like, yeah, you can accelerate a bunch of times and like draw cards, bounce cards. You can reset your Tree of Wonders. You'd love for that to stick around. But
Yeah, looks like he might go with the Axel game plan. And try and, invoke a Walder, bounce a Walder. Does have plays. And maybe this is better long term just to get the Axel count to 6. And then, as soon as Latica is drawn, then it's go time.
That's right.
Or just bounce the Walder and then, you have that Walder guaranteed for next turn. This is already a good amount of damage, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you're still at 17, and you know that, like, yeah, they got Grimnir, but if you keep track of the Evos, it's only evolved twice. Hard Evo goes up to 3. Like, Fruits of Wisdom gets him another one.
That Fairies 1 more damage.
Yeah, I think that's the right call from Charm Flash.
Yeah, I like
Petra
it.
finally comes up, but I
I
don't know,
think
man.
that was one of those turns where it's like, on paper, the Giant seemed like such a clean play, but he found something that might have just been a bit better.
Yep. Like, this is straight up just, like, potentially lethal very soon.
Okay, Tetra coming online. Doesn't get the free Evo, but, still can manually Evo it, and it's a very powerful Evo effect. Picking up the Delta Cannon, getting play points. Can't say no to that.
There we go.
Okay. So now he's at 4 Evos, getting very, very close to that Grimnir potential lethal, we could say, even though Charm is looking pretty good at 19 life. You know, Grimmer can say something about that.
Guild Assembly would be really cool here if it would heal, but we're like 1 Evo away from the
Oh,
heal.
yeah, that's massive. Extra 5 life. Like, I feel like in some matchups, that 5 life could just be everything, right?
Especially right now. Especially right now. Like, sure, you have Rapid Fire. It's nice, but I don't know, man. Just taking care of the board and leaving up your own isn't really going to do much here.
I mean, if he clears the Fairy, he goes to 10 life. And then Walder's currently hitting for 8. He can axle once before playing the Walder, making Walder be...
Omnis getting impatient over there.
Okay, so you're gonna just not gonna hold up the Guild Assembly. It could just be much better if he waits one more turn, right?
Yeah, but let's see if that's enough.
Yeah,
Fairy Flowering just comes
Fairy
through.
Flowering. Such a good combo because you're gonna get the play points back, so it's kind of like it was free. You know, you get the amulet, you're gonna get the damage from the Barman.
That's right.
Yeah, just too much damage.
Here it
Just
comes.
like that.
Walder. Bada bing, bada boom. 9 damage to face.
And Charm Flash is gonna take game number 1.
Very good, very good. All right, you love to see it. Unfortunately, you know, for Lunard, the Evo deck just felt a little bit too slow there.
Yeah, he just
that is
needed...
kind of an argument, but
If he had one more Evo, you know, for the Guild Assembly, things might have been different, right?
completely different, yeah.
Yeah, and I like the way that Charm Flash played that. Again, if he had stuck with Giant Pastures on turn 6, that turn 7 would not have been possible. So we've only seen one game from him so far, but he played it pretty well.
Yeah, I'm visibly impressed. Even if you can't see me, I'm visibly impressed with you.
Okay,
I wonder if we're going to see a Rune Mirror at this point.
Well, it would be a mirror, right? 'Cause it's a different rune deck, right?
Well, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see how Lunard responds. You could see him maybe a bit, shaken. This is that spot where it's like, okay, you finally made it to day 2. For all we know, he's played in 1,000 SVOs and he finally got his moment. But he's down a game. If he loses once more, he'll go home. That's not how you want his story to
I
end.
guess you're looking for a fight.
I mean, it's still just a start, talk about character development.
Yep.
You can get your first top 8 and then just bounce back.
Oh, for
and we
sure.
are going to see the 2 rune decks go up against each other to really, answer the question, which one of these is the better one?
Yeah, I know it might be a little bit too early to get into it, but talking about character development, let me just bring up Sai real quick. Like, how many times did we see Sai in the top 8, year after year, just getting to top 8 and then getting smashed? To all of a sudden this year, Sai showing up, winning SBO, and now he's number 1 in the standings. Like, there is definitely room for character development in the Shadowverse Open.
100%. 100%. It's all about the dreams, aspirations, and how you approach them. Lunard here, looking at this hand like, ugh, what are we going to do with this?
Well, you got a dream, I guess.
Yep. Oh, yeah, okay, never mind.
That could be the start of something great.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you get Meister, you top deck a Rebellion Bandit on 2, now we're talking.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
As for Charm Flash over there, he's got, again, like I said, the Mysteria rune kind of looks like Spellbush rune at some point. And right now, he's got like that Spellbush hand.
Yeah, I like this hand. It's insight with a body, and then it's insight with a body and more effects.
Yeah. And, going second is going to get that extra card draw too, so it's probably going to be off to a pretty good start.
Yep.
Lunard, on the other hand, I mean, he's debating, I guess, where he wants to play the Meister or not. It's kind of weird because, like, Meister 1 is good if you have follow-up, and he currently doesn't have follow-up. So he doesn't take
doesn't
it.
regret that.
But if he, like, say, if he draws the Bandit next turn, then you just feel sad that you didn't play the Meister, so we'll see.
Exactly. All right, let's cycle with the Insight. Authoring tomorrow for turn 2. Very nice.
Okay, Deputy.
Okay.
I mean, that's still fine. That's still, he can still hold the Meister, get good value out of it. Nothing wrong with that. It was definitely a play that he needed, a good top deck for him.
Yeah, very much so.
We'll see how Charm Flash responds here. He could opt to, just play the Rune for the small cycle, although oftentimes you just much rather hold it because she gets much, much better, right?
That's right. I think authoring tomorrow here will eventually take care of the deputy and give you the card draw next turn too.
Yeah, get a bunch of effects, get the spell boost going. Alistar is an option. It does just clear the 1/2 right away. Also, you know, banish cards from the deck.
Game plan too.
Yeah, get ever closer to 20 cards in the deck.
Wow, all the Eleanors have gathered here today.
Okay, Lunard it is. I mean, you know, it's a 2/2. It's gonna get buffed by the horse, become a 3/3. Picks up the Splendid. Again, not fantastic, but it's a spell that he could use later on. Like 1 play point, deal good amount of damage. It's not bad.
Yeah. All right, Charm Flash. The ball's in your park. Just authoring tomorrow for the card draw here. Looks like that's all she wrote.
Yeah, I think that just shows you he values the card draw more than the damage from the authoring, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's the Bandit.
Yeah.
But at this point, Lunard
I feel like
probably...
at this point you want to wait.
Yeah, exactly. You want to wait for that big Evo, like, Meister turn. So, if you're waiting, got nothing else to do, well, why not slam down an Eleanor? At least keep up the pressure.
These countries won't get stronger, right?
Yep. Is it time for the Squirrel power play?
That's right. Oh no.
No.
This is triggering my memories from my exchange semester last week.
I mean, he does have the Anne. You know, not bad. Anne does have a good Evo effect. One that would clear the board pretty well.
And reduce the deck by 4 as well, which you're kind of looking
Yeah.
for. Magical Squirrel going to be the play though.
Picks up a grass, so, you know, there's both of them. 27 cards in deck though.
Slowly we're counting down, but not quite there yet. 4 spells in the Rune, I like this. You know, you get the 3 damage. It's a nice little way to go for it because you have another one in hand. You never need too many.
Yeah, and he gets the spell boost so he can play the Witch right away. I really like that play. You don't need to be super greedy with the Rune. You don't always have to get the 10s boost. That was an excellent Rune. And look at Lunard.
Yes, sir. Our Gunslinger, pretty... I don't know if he needs it right now, but the tutoring is definitely going to be appreciated later on.
The Gunslinger, one of my favorite cards. She's got such good voice lines.
Yep. Right. Marie Tutor, we get the Freevo.
Yeah, that's what he was missing last game,
spell.
right? He was missing those free Evos last game.
It's that one Evo too that would have made the difference.
Oh yeah, for sure. So maybe just a bit of stabilizing with the Gunslinger. You know, get the 2 damage. Rune can say her prayers. It's swung over. And then just, you know, hold on to the steed. Not even gonna play it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have such a strong turn next turn. If you commit to, like, whether it's Miser or anything else for that matter, like Tetra turn looks good too, like, just in general.
But I don't know,
comes
Charm
on.
Flash already had 20 cards in his deck. You know, this man, it looks like he's in control of not just the game, but the entire set right now.
That's right. Charm Flash just looks strong, and again, showing the world why this is the Runecraft list that stands at the top right now.
Yeah, with
strong.
6 play points and 16 cards in his deck, he's ready to party.
Mm-hmm. All right, Lunard, what's going to be the answer?
Is this the just, you know, get the crazy Meister turn? How much can he get out of it? Like Meister with the 1-cost followers, Marie, Bandit, he can definitely get a lot. A full clear for sure. You know, but what happens after is the question.
Yeah, the Marie is nice since you get to essentially, like, you evolve it from playing a rapid fire, and then once you play rapid fire, it still deals another 2. So it's a nice way to kind of just like trade a bunch away.
Yeah, there's great synergy there for sure. Okay, play the Steed, play the Marie, Evo the Meister, get 2 or 3 free rapid fires. That seems like the beginning of a good mid game, yeah.
This is good. This is good.
It's just like, it's good, but we know that Charm Flash is at 20 cards in deck with, you know, and grass spells in hand already. So, I don't know. We'll see if Lunard can, you know, hang on. This was a good turn for him. Full clear,
very, very strong.
Great Evos.
Pretty good. How many Evos are we at right now, actually? Let me check over here. 3. All right, we're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close.
He's getting close to 5. Kind of far from 7. Okay.
Yeah.
So the grass just way too good, right? Like 3 play points, absurd amount of stats. and then a very, very powerful Evo effect. Well, you know, still banish him because although 20 is when your deck gets sort of online, 5 is that magic number where the Anagrass spell just like win the game.
Exactly, and look at all the spells already. Double Resentful Blaze in hand, 1 Rending Blast too. Here we go.
Yeah, it's a full clear.
Oh, the beautiful split damage.
Yeah, duplication, picks up another Grea. 9 cards in deck.
We're getting close, we're getting close.
Yeah, he's gonna have to find that like tightrope where he has enough to not deck out, because if you deck out you lose. But you know, gets enough power out of the being at 5 that he gets the, you know, the win.
Yeah, I quite like this though. The free Evo Vincent is gonna help a fair bit. I mean, we've seen a lot of games where Vincent just kind of like is the one key component that helps you, just gives you that little bit of extra edge, that little bit of extra chip damage. Well, it kind of ends up being burst damage that wins you the game. So I think the pickup here is pretty important.
Yeah, I mean, Vincent,
even if it's just for the free Evo.
It's a free Evo. I mean, you also get 2 leader effects, not 1 but 2, right?
Yeah.
And he's a 7/7. Seems pretty solid. But Charm about to go in, 7 play points. Again, he's got Rending Blast, Resentful Blaze, and a Grand Hand. Plus, at 8 cards in hand with 0 cost Witch, Rune. Like, he can still draw more cards. He can still banish more cards if he wanted. He's got 1 duplication left as well. You can get to 5 cards right now if he wants. Yeah.
Yeah, he can definitely get to 5, but it's just that once you do, that time bomb is like ready to explode at any point. So you have to be really careful and just like closing out the game as soon as possible.
Yeah, he definitely needs to count his damage. Make sure that he, you know, does the math properly and gets just enough damage. Okay, he goes to 5.
Yeah.
With 4 flames, he can only cast 1 of the spells.
That's right. So again, Rending Blast here.
Yep.
Able to deal 8 damage to a single thing, and also to the face.
And
very
it's good
good,
because,
very good.
you know, he played the one that required a target. Because now, if Lunard doesn't want to play targets, well, the Blaze won't care, right?
That's right. Resentful Blaze deals a pool of 9 damage if you have 5 or less cards in deck, and he's gonna go for it. So next turn, he basically has like 18 damage to just burst down. But of course, Lunard has a chance to answer with a wide board here that might be able to take care of it. Marie's going to be huge in this aspect as well.
Yeah, the Guild Assembly gets him to 5. That extra 5 life could be the difference of whether Charm Flash has enough damage or not.
Yep. There we go. The burst damage, dealing 3 to everything is so huge too. Tetra here gets the free vote, if I'm not mistaken. Or, not yet, never mind.
Releasing limiters.
All right,
No, he does get it, yeah. So, Tetra Evo, you get the play points back.
Used to this rain.
Has Delta Cannons for days. Can now Assembly. Because, I mean, he wants that life, right? And picks up another Tetra.
Yes.
Repair mode, might as well get as much life as you possibly can, I guess. And now Charmer's in that spot where he's like, wait, he's got 4 cards in deck, he's gonna draw gonna be a 3. I mean, you know, he might have the damage, but does he have the time?
Exactly.
Another
3 cards left
Grand
in deck.
deck.
You can only do this so much.
And he only has so many
Only
play
this-
points, right?
Rune draws cards. Uh-oh.
Okay, Rune, double Blaze. First Blaze,
Blaze coming down.
second
Here comes
Blaze.
the second one.
It's not enough, though.
Down to 4.
2 cards in his deck. I don't know if you want to play that Crystal Witch, but he's gonna do it.
Oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
Okay, so basically, he needs to win with the second Grea, right? Or I guess that might be the third Grea.
Yeah, Gray literally has to just like come down, win the game, but now the ball's in Lunard's park. He needs to just set up a big board that can tank all that energy. Or all that damage, rather.
Yeah, what is the best way that he can, you know, set up a board to survive? If he had 1 more assembly, that would have been it probably. But he didn't. Notice how he was at 4 life, so if he didn't have that first assembly, like, he would have lost that last
Yeah, it would have been gone. Would have been gone.
Yeah.
Releasing limiters.
Okay, so Tetra. He's got a lot of Delta Cannons, and keep in mind, he does have the Vincent Leader effect, so at some point his Delta Cannon's gonna clear the board and go phase. You get quite a bit of damage out of nowhere.
Fire.
If he had a Grimmer, he
Right.
might have just had game, actually.
Delta cannon.
Yeah, exactly. Boom.
Delta Cannon.
Illusions everywhere.
Fire.
But,
But
yeah, I mean, he still wants stats on the board, right?
Yep. You can still play out. Yeah, Reveal and Ban is gonna do a lot here.
Yeah, that's good. He gets
but-
the extra stats, right? And then the
Judgment,
robot,
Awaken Robot.
that's his final stand. Can Charm
That's it.
find enough damage with 0 cards in his deck, but an and a Grea will do it. Wow, the last card in his deck is the and.
God.
There's no way for him to know that that is the last card, but the and is too good, and Charm Flash is gonna take the set.
Oh my
2-0.
god. It had to be the last card too. Last card in deck, Grea. Sorry, and for game. Just like that one was way closer than any of the other games we've seen so far. Damn.
Yeah, that was a good set, and we really got to see how the Mysterio Rune functions there, where it's like, okay, early game you just dig through the deck, mid game you get your effects and you're like, and Grea, you're in there, and then the late game is like the very crucial, like, oh man, I have so much damage, but not a lot of play points, and not a lot of cards left in the deck, but Charm Flash had just enough with that final and gonna take the set 2-0.
Apologies, I was, my turbulence coming back from SEO to West means sometimes the connectivity just kind of like gets thrown all over the place. But yeah, honestly, like that set was really, really good. Like Charm Flash looks good. We haven't really seen him around too much. He is has that mana surge, flair in his name. So must have some kind of achievements here and there, or something that made them, made a team bring him on there. So I'm curious to see what he has to bring to the table, because so far that top 8 game looks good. And so securing your place in top 4 already is very nice. But we are going to be taking a look at who his opponent is going to be in the next top 8 game.
Yeah, we only saw one match from Charm Flash, but I'm impressed so far. But I might be more impressed by the players that we have coming up. We have Dolan from Temple Storm, again, the winner of last year's Contenders Cup, against Sai, who is currently #1 in the standings. This man is unstoppable this year. He won an SVO, looking good, and he's back for perhaps a second win.
That's right. I mean, both these players need not new names to the viewers. Both Dolan and Sai are really big names in the community, but look at that. We're actually going to see Last Word Shadow today.
Finally, some Shadow action.
Good God, it's only taken until the very last top 8 game. For Sai, he'll be bringing, of course, the Sword and the Rune. These are the expected lists. I'm pretty sure there's nothing too crazy in here. Once again, checking their lists. Dolan is bringing Axel Forest, Last Word Shadow, and Baleon Sword. And then Sai is bringing Mysterio Rune, Last Word Shadow, and Baleon Sword. So just a difference between Rune and Forest there. So it's going to be cool to see. But of course, let's take a look at one of their lists. This is going to be Dolan's lists of Baleon Sword. And so here we go. We've seen this deck a fair bit doing its thing. We see the sweep here, which is the kind of card choice that we don't see in every single list. Giving you a bit more board control here and there, making sure that you have the ability to sustain yourself, not just over relying on the Arm Butler as well.
Yeah, only running 2 Butlers. The one of Leod we've seen, I believe, in all the lists, and you can see why. The Leod puts in so much work, but still, it's a very explosive turn 6. After that, it's just very hard to gauge what that could do, You can have like, oh, I play Misty and I do 5 damage, get some Storm. Or it's like, that same turn could be I play 3 Misties, right? So that could get really crazy. We've also seen it kind of struggle though, so we'll see how Dolan can power this. I mean, at this point, he's one of the best players in the West. Again, he did win the last Contenders Cup, so he already has his lot to the World Grand Prix. He already earned that.
Yep. He's already got it. But of course, his opponent is also packing some heat. And Sai, of course, has the Mysterio Rune, which we just saw win in a very convincing fashion. So let's take a look at the list for those of you that were impressed and want to have an idea of how to build it. I mean, this list is basically just like stuff that banishes stuff, dot deck, plus the good spell boost cards.
Good spell boost cards, such as the Magical Squirrel.
Yes, indeed, definitely not rooting.
Yeah, but no, I mean, the last game was pretty cool. We got to see the full Mysterio power, and I'd like to see what Sai could do with it as well.
Yeah, for sure. Again, Sai, top of the leaderboard. Definitely the player that a lot of people are looking at right now. Everyone just has his eyes on him and looking to see how he's going to perform going into this, because, I mean, he's just been unstoppable so far this season. It's been a good year for him. It's been a good year, and I'm looking forward to seeing like how far can he take it. How far can he take it to just not only show a stance in the SVO, but take it all the way to WGP as well, and maybe be our first, SVO winner as well.
Yeah, like I said, we've seen a lot of growth from Sai. coming from, you know, multiple years in the past where he had those top 8s. He would, you know, do well in day 1, get to day 2, have some misplays, you know, play poorly, just get stomped. And then he, you know, kept playing, kept getting better, joined Team Revelation. Now this year he's looking better than ever. He already won an SVO. So he has his slot for Contenders Cup, but he could just skip that and go straight to Worlds because right now he's number 1 in the standings. And with a win today, he would definitely, you know, cement that spot being number 1. So we'll see. You know, his growth has been amazing. Sai is a great guy. I've talked to him many times. He's a really cool dude. And it's honestly just really great to see him succeed.
Yep, absolutely. You know, a win here would be super instrumental in going to it. And so, you know, he did win the March Cup. So, of course, you know, this wouldn't be his first dub if he does manage to make it all the way to the top this year. But I just want to see how he can perform. The points are so important for him because he's potentially getting that free qualification, you know, just through the leaderboard. And so making it to finals for him is really, really important in this game, I'd say.
But, you know, of all the people you could have played against, his opponent today gotta be a tough one. Dolan, picked up by Tampa Storm, winner of the Contenders Cup. I mean, what a match is going to be. 2 of the best players in the West, Sai, Dolan, who is going to take it and advance to the semifinals.
That's right, let's find out. Here we go, first matchup. Ooh, well, there's the Forest already.
Okay, you're going to have Forest against the Mysterio Rune. Maybe questionable leader choices, but, you know, solid decks all around.
Wow, you gotta respect them, man. They're the ones in top 8.
True.
Their leader choices. All right. Oh, yes. Gotta say the hello. Gotta say your hellos.
Yeah, we
I
have...
also love that Sai, you know, uses the same sleeves on every single deck, you know, just repping the same icon and everything. Just nothing but love and dedication.
Dolan playing on his phone.
Ooh.
I mean, your Shadowverse is a mobile game, but I feel like, oh man, when you have like these big matches with so much on the line, I'd be kind of scared to play on the phone. But we've seen it from, you know, time and time again. Nothing wrong with it. It's just...
We've seen it from champions too.
Yeah.
Not just anyone. All right, so that early little push here. Tree of Wonders in the hand is going to be good going forward as well. But for Sai, I mean, you got some pieces. You got pieces that also empty out your deck for you as well.
Yeah, the author end seems pretty solid here, right? Looks like that is going to be the start for Sai. Gets the clear on the Waller, which is important. So, you know, you deny it being bounced back. And then the card draw is good as well. We see Dolan pick up a Lionel. I don't know if we've seen Lionel from the other Force list. I believe we really haven't.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I always liked them. Back in the day when I played Axel Forest, you know, the deck was completely different, but Lionel always put in work.
Yeah, it's still an Accelerate card. Ooh, although authoring here is looking for more targets next turn.
Yeah, Magic Missile, Sai doing a good job just, you know, just clearing, drawing those cards. Gonna try and get to 20 cards or less as soon as possible. And the Commander Mage has a pretty good stat line to combat all these fairies and 1/1s.
Alright, very cool. So you get a bit of board presence there as well. But knowing fully well that the fairy is gonna go away here next turn, you gotta play with that in mind. Let's see what kind of shenanigans gonna get up to.
Yeah,
Barman for next turn feels like a keep.
Yeah, I like that we're both thinking about it. Because we, you know, so far in the day, we've seen Barman be like, okay, you play, maybe you do some damage here and there. And then last game or last match, we finally saw the Barman plus Fairy Flower in, showing that, you know, Lodica is not the only great target for it. When you Fairy Flower in the Barman, you get the play points back, and you get the extra damage. So it was a really good, cool combo, and I can see why Barman is a big part of the deck.
Yeah, a lot of players have been kind of highlighting the Tree of Wonders and Varmint as just like the key parts of the deck. You know, Tree of Wonders just gives you that kind of consistency, lets you draw more cards, gives you the board space, you know, the sustain. It's just like 3 good effects in one card, and, you know, getting to maximize it from that, it's just great.
Yeah.
Of course, see another Walder here.
This is the second one. Yeah, I was going to say, when you're down to your second one, like, you kind of value that one a bit more. It is a 2/2, which is some pressure right now. We'll see what Dolan decides to do. Gonna play out a fairy, and then it's either another fairy or just pass, I guess. Not gonna bounce the wall. They're not gonna come in on our fairy because the Author and Tomorrow effect is still online for Sai.
Yeah, it's because of the Author and Tomorrow that I'm kind of thinking about it. Like, feels a little bit unsafe.
Yeah, like, you know for sure that Walder is getting cleaned up. There's no way he would stick. But he does have a third one in the deck that he can access later on.
That's true. That's true. I guess knowing that, you can kind of play a bit more safely and just hold the bounce for later. But of course, here is the Greya doing her thing as well.
Yeah, we've seen Greya be such a fantastic card for the Mysterio rune, you know, at all stages of the game. Early on, for the Evo effect is fantastic. In the mid game, she gets the plus 3/3, which is huge as well. And then late game, you know, the spell just being so powerful.
That's right. Ooh, Latika pickup. Alright, it's gonna be big later on. Not quite yet though. Like, we've seen Latika do some crazy things. We've seen Latika bait people into doing crazy things and losing though.
Yeah, honestly,
well, I don't know how I feel about that.
The Latika hasn't really felt like the star of the show just yet. But
right?
I guess that goes to show you that the deck is more flexible and it's not just like one trick rely on the Latika. Oh, that's the third boulder. You see Dolan shake his head. I don't know if he wanted that. He has nowhere to bounce it back. That's guaranteed death for that Walder.
Yeah, and that's such a key component that can like secure lethal for you too.
Well,
and we'll see. Maybe he has a different plan.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the Latika to be fair, so maybe that's the idea.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you could hide the Walder behind the ward, but no, it's definitely gonna go. And picked up for Sai, who's down to 23 cards, very close to 20 or less.
Yep, we're getting closer and closer. And at the same time, like, you know, you can hide things behind wards, but you're playing as runeable things, right? This is literally the pinpoint removal, just you will not play with the board deck possible in this meta.
Yeah, and without a third Walder, we have to assume that Dolan has to win this with Fairy Flower, which he doesn't, you know, yet have. And the Alistair,
I like this a lot.
Like it
Do you
too.
need the sustain?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. In the past, we've seen Alistair be played for the clear, but here we see the value of the drain. Getting 4 extra life, especially because he knows that there is no more Walder, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's like a big threat that's just like eliminated all of a sudden. And it is public information. I'm thinking now for Dolan.
We'll see how he bounces back. I mean, he's gotta, I guess, just dig for the Fairy Flower, because I don't see how else he's gonna win this.
Oh, there it is.
And there it is.
We are at 7 accelerate.
When you're a good Shadowverse player, you know, it just be like that sometimes.
Yep, 100%. Now, I'm thinking Archangel is interesting, but there is a way to kind of remove this with like Evoing and Lionel.
I mean, you know, he's got the Latika. If Sai hadn't healed, that would have been the end of him, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about too.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking about too.
So he's gonna cash out the Latika. Fairy Flower in.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Can Lionel
Lincoln, you
the
missed
Alistair and still cash in 14 damage to the face? And that seems like a pretty good turn. And that would not have been possible if he did not top deck the Fairy Flower in. But now Dolan looks to be in a great spot.
Good God. 14 damage just like that. He was just, you know, oh my God.
Although,
that's why the heal is so important too.
How does he get the rest of the damage though?
Yeah,
I mean, he could just draw. He could draw something, right? Giant Pastures going phase, another Fairy Flower, and it just can't be a Walder.
There is a card that can deliver lethal.
Oh yeah.
Wind Fairy on 9.
Okay, we'll see how Sai is going to respond. Now he's under a lot of pressure. He is down to the magical number, 20 cards in his deck. But you know, sometimes you get there, and then they only have 6 flames to work with. The Greya is good to cheat play points out, and the Anne could be good as a defensive tool because, you know, you want the ward and the heal.
That's right. We're down to less than 20 as well, so we get those nice effects too. Trade it in, leave that 5/5 on the board.
Yeah, I feel like getting to
work for that 4 damage.
Getting to 4 life is massive. Oh, you know, the wolf, he can go face for 6.
Yeah, I was thinking, I was like, wait, isn't he like a 7?
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't that be lethal?
Oh, but being at 4 life means that he wouldn't lose to like Crystallize plus Pastures. And Dolan again just digging. Alberta has Storm, like he still has ways to get damage, and he might not have like that massive burst with the Walder or the Latika, but since Sai's so low, like maybe he'll be fine. Ooh, I kind of like this. Explain Ponder for the ambush.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to do it. Alberta and the Ponderer will do it.
I'm pretty sure it gets cleaned up by the by the grass spell though.
Unfortunately.
But if it forces Sai to use it, maybe he's okay with that trade. Crystal Witch.
Continue to push.
I will
Still on 4 health though. Still on 4 health,
Still
though.
has the ward.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Status. It's been a
Okay,
hot minute.
Wolf. Oh, Lionel can just clear the ward.
Oh,
The Wolf.
yeah,
Oh, man.
there we go.
The Lion. I was like, wait, what is he doing? No, he's got it. Dolan with the Lionel coming in clutch. That top deck Fairy Flower in. Even that fantastic Latica turn. Just like that, Dolan takes game number 1.
Very good start. Very good start. You know, we hyped up Sai so much, but Dolan was like, hey, don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. And of course, bringing Shadow next as well. We can finally see it. I mean, I think people that watch both regions have seen plenty of it from the SEAO stream last week, but of course, you know, it's the big debut here. The last game of top 8 is where we're going to see it. I wonder if Dolan can continue to carry himself into this next game to just go right into top 4, but for Sai, I mean, again, you're in a good place. You already qualified to contenders, but man, you really want those points.
Yeah,
you
I mean,
really want those points more than
Dolan's in a better place. He already qualified to Worlds. While Sai was going through his character development arc, Dolan had already won contenders.
Yeah, this is his just like practice routine. He's like, all right, we need to get the top 8, and we need to just like, you know, acquire info, get data, find out who I'm playing against, and then we'll be good.
Okay, so game 2 here. We're finally gonna see the Last War Shadow. It's been banned out all day, but
What
Dolan's
is
gonna get
card?
to show us why it's so good. While Sai
Never seen these cards before.
went with the Balon combo sword.
Man, there was a thing on the SAO side where Otherworld Gatekeeper 100% of the time always drags out Kagero. There's literally like it says, I read the effect out loud. Put a random follower with last words that cost 2 play points or less from your deck into play. That's a lie. That's a lie. These players, they play on a buffed version of the game. There's a new
Whoa.
patch that says that the Gatekeeper only pulls out
Always?
Kagero, nothing else.
That's funny.
Always. Always. All right. Well, that's a hand on Sai's side. You're just kind of like, well,
Well, I mean,
play trees.
Ramiel is an option to hold it down in the early game. Meanwhile, Dolan gonna curb out Bone Fanatic on 1.
Oh dear. I don't know how I feel about this one. Sai back against the wall with a hand like this. I don't know, man.
Well, Wicked River does work. It does clear the Ramiel. It is a very powerful spell though, so we'll see if Dolan wants to just hold that for later.
Yeah, I think we're okay with the Ramiel existing. I think we'll allow it.
I mean, he does have 2 though, so you know, it's a way to keep up the pressure. It also, you really want to get the more. It's an extra last word follower, right? Gets to clear.
True.
Gets
True.
you know 2/1/1s. Seems fine.
That's correct.
Yeah, but Sai, this
Do we
hand
just-
is a bit of a struggle.
Oh, do we just do it again? Yeah, we just do it again.
Yeah,
All right.
this is like the turn where like Butler would have been so good.
Yep.
Yeah, he does.
He's the one that plays less copies of it too.
Yeah, he's holding on to the Archangel because like you could banish a 1/1, but it's better to banish the follower that has last words, right? Okay,
I wonder here, like,
thinking the Ceres
Ceres?
maybe. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, she's nice. She's nice. I
Yeah.
respect
Plus, you kind of want to hold the Gatekeeper for the Evo anyway, right?
Exactly. That's certified Kagero. Certified Kagero moment.
So for sure, he's gonna get it, right? That's what you're saying.
Trust me.
100%.
Trust me. These players, they're playing on a new patch. It's a preview, right? It's a preview.
I mean, Dolan's playing in a very dark room, is what I would say. Can you even see the screen?
He's playing on his phone, you know.
I
He's
guess
just there. He's got all of his attention at the right place. While Ramiel gonna take herself out, and no targets remaining.
Okay, but this could be a good Gatekeeper. Just keep up the pressure. Summon. Start flooding the board. Just have Necro Impulse in hand.
Oh, okay.
Bone
never mind.
Fanatic.
The patch got rolled back. See, there's so many changes that happened in 1 week, man. It's crazy.
Hey.
Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Never mind.
Okay, you're gonna hold into the
Works
Rebirth
every
this time around.
50% of the time.
Okay, see, this is a much better Archangel. Not only can he, you know, banish, deny that last word follower, but then use the Evo, pick up some extra card draw. So what do you put back in the deck?
Yeah, right. Everything feels kind of good. I guess you have 2 removal
I
options.
guess it's
You
the
don't
spells, right? Or
Looks like
Great
he's
Tree.
targeting the tree though.
Yeah, I mean, he has two.
That's okay.
It'll be
You only need
funny
one in that situation.
because later
well,
on
there we go.
you could draw a Great Tree, which is kind of funny, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, not bad though. Sai definitely needed a turn like this, where like at least it feels like he's doing something now, right?
And in the end, like he doesn't have the cycle yet, but just a regular Miscellaneous Bailey on turn 6 will still be good.
Yeah, it's still a
great.
good card. Honestly, when we've seen the Sword of the Grin, I think most of the time that is what they're doing, just playing Balin on 6, no retreat. We've had a lot of funny games with the sword though.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, double Necroimpulse in hand. Uh-oh.
Okay, well now it's Dolan that has just a bunch of spells, but I mean Rebirth is pretty good. Getting him, you know, a summon, draw 2, not bad at all.
Yep. Sadly, no Kagura bonus effect as we only have 4 shadows right now.
Well, he did get the Soul Strike. He does at least have 1 in hand.
Oh yeah. I mean more so the on-draw effects.
Oh yeah. 2 Necroimpulse, but not a ton of shadows yet. Feels like maybe also just, you know, keep building the board. I wonder if Axel the Celeste is a possibility? Because you can go Axel Celeste and then play a 2-drop. That seems okay. I wonder if that might be too slow for him. And the Celeste main body may just be so good in this matchup to like just stop all the shenanigans, right? By denying all those spells.
Well, you deny the search, but he's already been searching, so I guess all you're denying is like the looping.
Yeah.
Which I guess you might want to prepare for. But let's see. I was really wondering if he was thinking maybe like burning through a Necropulse. We saw some pretty aggressive Necropulses, you know, last week, where they just kind of just like use it. They're like, okay, I'll need 1 once I'm on 10 shadows, but for the time being, we can just use this to push a bit of chip damage, especially when you're like 2 or even 3 in hand.
Yeah, with 2 in hand for sure. Looks like this is going to be Misty. Let's see if it hits the 5-2 or the 2-2 hits the correct target. Balin gets buffed, has play points left over. There is the Butler. A full clear. We'll see an Evo to the face.
Do we see the very, very greedy Evo?
It looks like he's thinking about it.
Yeah, it's definitely on the table right now.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I mean, there is a
We're
bike
getting close to the 10.
available for Dolan,
Close to the
yeah.
10.
By the way, those Soul Strikes, taking up all of Dolan's shadows.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
looks like Sai's hovering. He is going to go with the Evo as I predicted. It's going to be an 8-9 Balon going face. Not bad.
That is huge. That is huge. Oh, Milteo. We saw some crazy Milteos.
Yeah, I like
going for that little effect.
Lovers on a bike. Always feels like a great play. Not here, maybe, but you know, usually.
Oh,
Unless? Wait a second.
Unless?
Well, I mean, it is 6 damage, and then whatever you summon, you have an Evo. So he should have enough to guarantee clear the Balon no matter what it's summoned. So yeah, it is pretty good. Lovers on a bike, not bad. Gets the card draw as well. You get the extra follower from the Gatekeeper too. His hand is kind of funny though. Double Necroimpulse, triple Soul Strike.
Yeah, it's like
pretty
just
fun.
damage and nothing else.
Yeah, okay, well now he draws something. Ends with
Alright,
13 life on the
now-
board.
The soul strikes are online. Gotta be careful.
Is this just, you know, more Misty and Balon? Use Butler to clear and keep going face?
Looks to be the case, yeah. Yeah, Butler takes care of this. You need to see what you draw into as well. Pompous would be another potential search.
Ooh, Leon. Sai's running
Okay, well,
low on resources, but maybe it's just one more Balon? It's only 6 damage though. I'm assuming that his board is gonna get cleared. Wait, Soul Strike, Soul Strike, Soul Strike.
Do it again. Do it again.
Oh man, what a turn for Dolan. Just clears the board, pushes what, 12 damage to the face? Oh, there's the dramatic
Oh,
retreat. Wait a
hold up.
second. Oh, hold on.
Hold up.
Wait a second.
This might be big.
Well, he
This might
didn't
be
discard
big.
the Great Tree, but might not
Doesn't
need to.
If he just draws in. Oh,
Oh, wait.
Oh, there we go.
Wait, there it is.
there we go.
Wow.
The face side. He just like, ooh, you thought you were good after game 1? Nah, this isn't over just yet. We're going 1-1 into game 3 between these two Goliaths of the SVO scene.
Yeah, you just gotta believe. And like I said, it can be very hard to predict what the sword is gonna do because it could be 1 bell and it could be 2, it could be 3, right? And Sai had the second one. It was just enough. as we said, we're going to a final game. It is 1-1.
Yep. The International Soul Strike Festival was not quite enough to win the game there for Dolan.
So many Soul
Let's see if he
Strikes.
can bounce back. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, I was also wondering, it's like, how much will... Because you have to have a follower to target on board, right? To use
Yeah.
Soul Strike. And so I was kind of wondering, how much will he let him get away with? But it looks like he was just like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'll take up damage. I'll go down 7. It's gotta believe.
I mean, Shadow was banned out the entire day. First time we get to see it, and it does not pick up the W.
That's right. Okay, well, once more, we're gonna see this Rune list come back.
Yes.
Going first, too.
So, you know, I've heard that the Rune can do well against the Shadow because you have a lot of tools that can banish the Shadow followers. And then once you get to like the mid to late game, since Shadow's board is so sticky, you're always gonna have targets for the and spell. But it makes the grass spell maybe not as good. We'll see how this goes though, because like Shadow's still pretty strong, and it wouldn't surprise me if Shadow could take this. Yeah, Dolan, good opener, one Fnatic early on. Curious to see if he's gonna Axel crystallize the Tyrant.
Ooh, there's the Necromancer. We didn't get to see the Link Step at all. This really helps to give that extra little push, with basically a 5/5 Storm, it's really, really good on top of the existing huge damage potential of the deck.
Yeah, it's like the only card that the last words actually added. Like they lost Gremory, and then, hey, Linkstaff is, I mean, she's not Gremory, but she's pretty good. Being able to get some burst damage, especially when you combine it with things like the Soul Strike or the Necro Impulse, it turn that 5 damage into a lot more.
Exactly. Ooh, he's debating on it. I mean, that's the thing, right? We talk about the storm damage and everything, but a 3/3 with last word's draw card is still not too bad either, just to like kind of put down against some of these decks. Especially knowing that they're gonna have to like burn their spells to take care of it next turn. It's not too bad.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, she has last words anyway, right? So
exactly, right.
Like it seems like a lot of these decks we have these like, okay, you have to fulfill your quest before your deck gets its full power. For Shadow, it's like, hey, you get 10 last words follower, right? For Rune, it's like, hey, you get to 20 or less. So there's cards that like are good once you've done whatever you need to do, but are good to help you get there, right? It's tend to be pretty good. And right now, the Link's Necromancer is just a 3/3 and it has last words, so it's not bad.
Absolutely.
Born to be fabulous.
Okay, that's one last words.
Goodbye, Squirrel.
Okay, no, gonna be just another one of those.
Okay,
Oh,
well, yeah, that's a
Well,
draw.
that's fine. Forget everything I said.
Yeah, Retracing the Past is good. You give the Skeleton last words, gonna count as the last words follower, and then he just had the best draw possible, I think.
Why, literally? I mean, look at all this. Here we go.
Yeah,
play
there
it
is
out.
Alter into
Heal.
Aura for Sai, which is pretty good at dealing with these 1/1s. Got some spell boost. Still at 29 cards in deck though, so
Just like that.
not bad though. Yeah, clear the board. But hey, clear the Shadow board, and Shadow board makes a new board.
That's right. All right, now we're at what, 7? Oh, 6 last words.
Oh man, like Sai just cleared the board, and now he has to deal with the Corpse, a 4/1 Volcanic, a 4/4, and an Evo Ceres. Man, the power of the Shadow to just remake the board. And he's not at 20 cards. Like the Anne and Gray are not really there just yet. Alster is good, should be good in this matchup. But is it gonna be enough?
He has a lot of removal. But it's proper removal. It's not even banished, so you don't get that little strength of getting rid of the last words effects. But I don't know, man. I guess you're gonna cycle with the Covenant Mage, but you're still at like what, 23 now? No, still 24, right?
Okay, and there's the Anne. You got 24 cards. Goes to 22. Gets the Evo.
Yep.
So it finally goes to 20.
Yeah,
Like,
now it goes to 20.
Yeah, it's not a full clear though. So Dolan still has followers. He's got the Ceres spell, can also be used to push more damage. On top of the Necromancer, about to get there, 7 out of 10 last words right now. And I think Dolan's playing as well, understanding what his role is in this matchup, being the aggressor, trying to finish the game, get that damage with the sticky board before the Sai Rune gets out of control.
Yeah, he's been playing it out really, really well so far. So I want to see him continue to execute well. Dreamer, that's another last words card as well. Just keep on pushing, keep on pushing, keep on trading.
Yeah, and the rebirth is so powerful as well.
Yes.
Use it, get the clear, summon another body. That body then gets buffed. And he has a playable leftover to use the Darkest Desire, which, you know, when comboed with the Link Staff, could just double down on the damage.
Exactly. Oh boy. All right, let's see what he targets for the second effect.
You are mine forever.
All right.
Yeah, it just
That's
looks like he
double
just
stuff?
yeah.
Double link stuff. Okay.
I mean, it kind of works out because he'll get to choose what effects he wants, right? Since it's on the same follower.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as soon as Sai clears the board, the Link Staff should be online. Currently 8 out of 10 last words.
Okay, so Alistair does give you removal. You can get rid of the 4/1 on play. Oh, sorry, that's the accelerate. But on Evo, you can get rid of virtually anything.
Yeah, it's not
a question
bad.
of-
The drain is still relevant
Then-
too. It is kind of expensive at 5 play points though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, gonna go duplication,
Dupin.
I loved her.
and
Everything to me.
yeah, becomes pretty solid. Getting the horse definitely helps fight the board. Evo effect pretty strong as well. Still has to cut down,
Yep.
get to 5 cards left in his deck because that's how he like actually wins.
Yeah, exactly. You get a bit of trades here and there, and you still get the war to stay up, but it's just a matter of like, how are you gonna? You know, like that's the weird thing here is that like, you know that the time bomb is ticking and Dolan is just getting closer and closer and closer. What's the last words count right now? I'm
Yeah,
sure
I
we're
mean,
at like
you know,
basically 10. There we go.
that Ceres has been so annoying. Sai has not found a good way to answer it, and he gets to just keep on adding to the pressure. The bike on the board with triple Necromancer in hand. They're all activated. This could also just be like a lover's turn is still an option. I wonder how Dolan
Yeah,
is going to cash
technically.
this out.
You need a bit more chip damage before things are actually closed out. Because right now we're looking at like what, 5, 8.
I mean, he
10,
still has an Evo.
13.
You could,
Yeah.
you know, like one Necromancer trade, Evo the other one, or Ceres trade, 2 Necromancers to the face. It's a lot of damage. It may not be 18, but he's getting very, very close.
Yeah. Is that what you want to do? Just get as close as possible at this point?
Okay, 1 Necromancer,
Don't be afraid.
7/5 Storm.
Yep, this is the one that will deal damage from being destroyed. There we go.
Yeah, then the other one can still go face.
Yeah, you basically get to push him down to what, 2?
1.
And you're at full life, you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, right? It's not bad at all.
Oh yeah, theoretically 1, yeah, you're right.
Okay, gonna just hold on to the Necromancers. Maybe for like, you know, a surprise lethal, let's say. Just play Sakagero. And now Sai needs something massive. But I don't know what that could be.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is literally, you know, knocking on your door. Dolan is just like, hey, I got game over here.
Yeah, it feels like this game we did get to see why the Shadow deck is so powerful and why it has been banned out the majority of the day. You know, those boards were just so sticky. Whenever Sai cleared them, Dolan was able to remake those boards pretty easily. And then when he gets to the mid to late game, before Sai's deck gets fully online, he has all this burst damage with the Ceres spell, the Link Staff, Necromancer. Sai picks up some sustain, goes to 12 life.
And that's good. That's definitely a place you want to be, but
Down to your soul.
But
Yeah,
12
like,
life is not
here.
enough
Wait, that's
against
gonna be
2
it.
Necromancers.
The double link staff is it.
Yeah, and just like
Nice.
that, Tempo Storm's Dolan is gonna take the set 2-1 and advance to the semifinals.
Man, and we talked about how important it is for Sai, you know, to get those last few points, to keep going up in the leaderboard, but Dolan is going to be the one that continues into top 4. There we go, rising from the shadows and winning with Shadowcraft. The first one to show it off as well. Congratulations. I mean, that's as expected. Like, these are both, you know, titans of the SVO scene, so it was expected to see, you know, one of them had to go down in top 8, and it was an amazing match at that. Went to all 3 games as well. Man, but Dolan's looking good. But honestly, for Sai as well, it just felt like a bit of an unfortunate game with how quickly Dolan was was able to just like turn it around, right?
Yeah, that pressure from the Shadow was just too much. So I couldn't really respond properly. Keep in mind, Sai's still going to be top of the standings, at least for now. We'll see what it looks like at the end of the day. And he is guaranteed a spot in the Contenders Cup, so he can still go to Worlds there. But on the other hand, Dolan looking unstoppable, winning Contenders Cup.
Oh, yeah.
Looking pretty good this year as well. Maybe he's the one to go represent Worlds and, maybe get that World Championship win for, NA or English Shadowverse, I would say.
That's right, the English Shadowverse community. And there we go, that's how the bracket looks right now. So the top 4 we're going to be taking a look at later will be between Dolan and Vidu. And of course on the bottom side between Zones and Charm here. So that's going to be pretty cool to see just how it all paces out. Man, a lot of these players have looked pretty solid. We've only had Vidu. Man, Vitu's game was, crazy. Like, God, that was actually insane. So I wonder how he's going to actually pair up against Dolan there.
Yeah,
man, it's gonna be cool to see.
We started with some newcomers, but now it's like all the veterans and then Charm Flash. And although we've only seen one match from Charm Flash, he looked pretty good that match. So we'll see if he could stand up to the Titans of the SVO West.
That's right. That's right. It's been a really amazing showing so far from the top 8. But of course, before we go to top 4, we are going to go for a break. But make sure you're back on time because this top 4 is looking pretty intense. A lot of these players have already been making names for themselves, from newcomers to Titans. It's going to be great to see how the July Cup continues to proceed. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys very soon.
Once, there was a war, a heroine that scorched the very tears from our eyes. But from the ashes, we rose to grasp hard-earned hope.
Once, there was an invasion. At its head was a tyrant who sought termination. But we resisted and won our freedom. Our tale of calamity has come to an end. And in this new chapter, the world will be born anew. Slowly but surely, the storm clouds will part. And rays of hope will illuminate the land. Blinking at the light, we'll reach out with both hands and shape our future.
Of course, not all scars fade. They are a reminder that not everything lost can be found again. We can't turn back time or rewrite the past. Yet so long as we believe in our destiny, our future will shimmer like the dew.
Renascent Chronicles. Turn the page. A new adventure awaits.
Look at this organic world. Miserable, pathetic, so defective and natural. Does it inspire you with its splendor? Craters, roaches, watch as I terminate your pitiful rock. How does it feel? Like hope has died? Like you've utterly failed? Don't try to fight with fate. Cower, fall to your knees, and wallow in complete despair!
It's not over yet. Nothing is final.
But this is the finale, and your ending has been written.
Make your threats. you tyrant! Heroes will stand tall to write their own tales, inked in bravery on the pages of hope!
We have to make this our final battle!
The seeds of destruction
Will uproot this world no longer!
Fate, the purview of the gods, and mortal kind's doom. 'Tis a festering wound. Whoa! So much for being down to earth. Let's flip the script. Come, this way. What is a mortal? A trifling puppet of fate. You want freedom? Easier said than done. Do you mind? You're interrupting my flow. Now, there is one way to escape. Destroy them. Covenants, rules, grind them all to dust. Bound by chains of destiny, pluck them apart, link by link. You don't have it in you? You're fine. You have us. Our power is yours. You need but wield it. There's nothing you cannot do. Well, go on then. Take up the cards and turn the world upside down. For you are the arbiter of Fortune's hand. We are more than mere playthings of fate.
The hell are we up to today?
Same as always. Raise Cain and get paid. Our future depends on it here.
Well, hell yeah! I never say no to busting heads. Can I go all out, Barry?
Sure can, Bunny. After all, ain't no justice here. Not in our humble Reveal.
Well, that makes sense. Ain't no gods here neither.
The moment you slip up, the moment you ask for help, that's when this world will get you.
That's why we got us our 3 rules, right, Hoss?
Believe in your own damn power.
Don't let nobody in your own damn way.
And finally, don't fear a damn thing.
Now, let's get this show on the road. Nobody's gonna walk on us. Not till we've remade the whole plum world.
When hell comes a storm, only fate can provide.
As it is above, so it is below. And this world is shrouded in darkness. Annihilation looms. And the moon illuminates only despair. But you need not shed tears. Feed your heart and dive into the abyss. After all, this world is a mere flame. Let its heat embrace you and set your passions ablaze. Or perhaps it would be better to abide in hope. Shine its light into your heart and break free of the dark. Mayhap to a dance. Let your feet wander, caper and twirl, to a tune never ending. Well, it matters not what you do. Go where your desire bids you. After all, this world is a flickering dream. Darkness over Velsar. May the twilight reign eternal.
They are both Ball Blood, I believe.
That's right. So I'm curious. I mean, Shinsha is like, just looking at him is like puts a smile on my face. You know, he's just looks like such a great dude.
Yeah, you can tell he's one of those guys that is like genuinely happy to be here. Like for a lot of people, getting top 8 is exciting, but it's also like nerve-wracking, right? Like, oh man, I need those league points. I want that prize money or whatever. Like I'm gonna stream, so much pressure. And Shinsha just looks like he's just having a good time, I guess.
Yeah, honestly, that's something that like I feel like the top players, you know, the pros don't talk about enough. Is like, how do you deal with that pressure of being on stream? Like, you know, we see some people, they call their friends, you know, they call their team, you know, just kind of like talk to people, listen to music. You know, we've seen plenty of people just bopping and, you know, grooving,
Den jamming out,
some nice beats. Exactly, you know, Den just out there jamming. So I wonder what's, you know, it'd be nice to hear from the top players themselves. Like, how do they deal with that pressure? You know.
I mean, look at Shinsha. He's just having a great time, right? I don't know if he's like crying or. Payne going good, first. Man. Again, 1, 2, 3. How does he do it?
Yeah. You know, both players are missing the corruption.
Yeah, at this point, you know, maybe Payne doesn't need it, man.
Yeah, honestly.
He's played so well without it.
Honestly, I think at this point, might be the case.
There's going to be a lot of damage coming in from Payne, and I think he's going to once again do the just cycle, play the boss at 3-drop, redraw, brand new hand. Like, when you go first, you're down the card, and it can really matter sometimes. But when your 3-drop just draws you 6 cards, like, it does not matter. You always have fuel for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think at this point, also for Shinsha, he needs to respect this board presence and not start falling behind too early. So I think this is probably the right call.
Yeah, I think this goes correct as well. He at least saves 2 damage right now. Yep, pretty sure it's going to be a fuse on the ball. We've seen Payne do this a lot of times.
Attempted turn 3 play.
And no surprise why, it's so powerful.
Yeah.
He did have to fuse another ball though, so like he played one and he fused the second one. There's only one left in his deck.
Yeah, at least he found the corruption this time around. Alright, here it comes again. Bing bada boom. This time it's air though. That's
it's a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the same outcome except you get the 3-3 with rush or 3-1 with rush, and you get to hold the ball, which is better than having to play it.
Exactly. Okay.
Well, Payne did draw corruption.
Yeah.
The ways of this world change, don't you like?
Ooh, we just pushing damage. Okay. I'm about it.
Go and face the 2/2 storms, the 3-drop, not bad. Cash in as much as possible. Shinsha does not have corruption on his first Evo turn, but he does go. He can go double 2-drop here. Not bad. Can play the Hell Spear. He's gonna be an Abertus if he Liberates first.
Yep.
Seems to be the play. Should be a full clear here as well.
That's right. Yeah, I like what he's doing here so far. Ooh, that's
I mean,
nice
Skull's a bit better. Now you can take a value trade instead of training away the Hell Spear.
Exactly.
Remember, his ball already has a bunch of cards fused into it, so he only has to fuse 2 more to go to 6. But again, he doesn't have corruption, and Payne is going to have corruption the first Evo turn, and that might be a massive difference.
Yeah, let's see where. Oh, well, I'll make that double corruption. All right. Would love for that one of those turn to a ball, but we'll deal with it. We can work with this.
Yeah, this first corruption turn isn't amazing because he has like no great follow-up. Skull does clear, and that's good enough for now.
Yeah,
but now he has the corruption leader effect. Now he's going to be in a great spot for the mid to late game.
Exactly. You just want the time bomb to be active, and that's all. Like, that's all you can ask for at this stage. You'll naturally continue proccing it, and especially with how aggressively Payne plays this list, those like, you know, ball is ball, right? But I feel like he can win without it just from those like few extra pings that will bring him closer to lethal. I think just by playing the way he's been playing so far, I think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, he's very good at turning the ball into like a new age aggro blood, basically.
Yeah, yeah. He just like controls the tempo really well, and that's one thing that I'm very amazed by. You know, we've seen quite a few people play this deck, and this one feels honestly the most, like, I guess, smooth in terms of all the pilots we've seen so far.
Yeah, Shincha with some awkward plays. He had double Haonisa, but he had to throw them away. Haonisa is a card that we talk about being so strong, but in this matchup with 1 health, just to get pinged off by the corruption, feels bad. He just tosses both of them. And spend able to clear, and I guess at least get a 3/5 Storm Lord.
Yeah, next turn he refills a little bit. You know, gets to draw 2 extra at the start. Ball is
All-Star
ready as
comes
well.
back.
Hey.
Yeah, funny enough,
then-
All-Star's a perfect answer because it does 1 damage, and then it'll be a 4/4 enough to clear it.
Yep.
After that, I don't know if you play Abuela. He needs to start getting that card draw. Here's where, like, his early game was good, but he did commit not 1 but 2 balls in that early game. So,
Yep.
only has 1 left, not in his hand.
That's right, and there's still 25 cards to go through. If it's anywhere near the bottom side, that's can't do much about that. So all you gotta do is, you know, just play these Wellas, get that extra card draw, and just run through it. I mean, it's extra pings that are confirmed to go to face now as well.
Yeah, I do like the Abuela, and it curbs that nicely with the Hell Spear. He's gonna spend the manual evil, turn that evil from basically 2 extra damage to 3 extra damage, put Shincha that to 8 life. He finally gets corruption now, but is it too little too late? It's enough for him to go corruption into ball. So maybe
Yeah.
that's just the play. I mean, what else is he gonna do?
It might be fine. Like, I don't... He could get burst down, but at the same time...
I might as well
the
go for it,
very
right?
least-
It's what the deck does. What else is he doing?
I think it's the play here. See, he needs to fuse
Okay.
just a little bit more.
No, he only needs 2 because he fused in the early game.
Yeah.
So he even gets to hold another ball if he wants it, which is nice. He gets 1 less ping, but I think that's a worthy trade to keep a ball.
At this stage especially.
Yeah, for sure. He gets a full clear, 5 damage to the face. That's a 5/5 and a 3/3. And it's going to show that he has the second ball right away.
Yeah, he's prepping it already. Let's see.
Yeah, it works out
I'll take
because
the Hell
this way
Spear.
you can play Ire and then redraw or refuse. As opposed to having to fuse, you can only fuse once a turn, right? So it's definitely the correct play.
He's hovering over the Hell Spear. I get that. It's just that sweet storm damage, but I mean, every card turns into a ping anyway that you can then turn into more pings thanks to air here, so...
Okay, does Payne have 7 damage? His ball is activated, but he's not in Vengeance. If he was in Vengeance, that skull might have easily done the damage, but actually not in Vengeance. You know, it's funny because if Shincha could fuse the extra ball, he would have put him in Vengeance. So not only is it correct because he gets to hold the ball, but respecting the Vengeance is actually so relevant here. So very, very well played from Shincha.
Actually keeping him alive, and again, this is deciding who goes to finals, and that's a pretty big gap in terms of, you know, everything, in terms of prizes,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
in terms
League
of getting close to
points.
contenders. Yeah.
The glory. It's a 1/1 here. The draw is Bloodbinder, not... I don't think it's what he wanted.
Face. Yeah, but what now?
Well, he could Alistar, that's an option if he wants to get a ward. If he thinks that might do something. To try and clear the board with the skull. Oh man.
Just
It
slightly
feels
off,
bad
right?
when like Shincha's at 6, he has 3 damage on the table. And he just can't find 3 extra damage.
Exactly. It's like he can check this board as well, but checking this board is just not doing so much for him either.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, well, we'll see where the ping goes. If the ping goes on the Wella, then he can't ire it.
It
Oh, he
does
goes
not.
face, so
It
he can
does
play the
not.
ire, redraw, go ball.
Let's go. Shincha, you got this, buddy.
Well, he wouldn't have enough damage though, right?
Does he not?
No, it's better if he plays ball first, and then the ball just draws him Hell Spear or other damage
Oh,
like
that's
that.
right. Does he have Hell Spears left?
It's a good question.
I feel like he's burned the majority of them by now.
Okay, Archdemon is 1 damage. Wow, he has no more damage? Payne was 3 off lethal. Now Shinsha is 3 off lethal.
Not like this.
What a Shadowverse match. He could showdown so that next turn he gets damage, but not gonna do it right now.
Yeah, he's gonna go for it.
He could liver Tay for 1 damage, which is not enough. He passes back, but could Payne find 6 damage now?
Let's see that draw.
Well, okay, he has Skull. He's in Vengeance.
That's right. All right, let's just... Oh my god.
Wait, he has 2 skulls, right? That's it. He's got...
That's right, yeah, he can just literally attack with... Oh, wait.
Oh, he needs,
Yeah, he's missing the Avarice.
He needs Avarice. Wait, couldn't he have played 2 skulls and an ire? Okay,
I think this works too. This works too.
Yeah, it works. It works. He still got it. He still got it.
Whew. All right, just
Payne,
like that.
With the correct line, finds exact lethal after a great set. And Payne's going to take the set 2-1 over Chincha and advance to the finals. Welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. This is the July Cup. We've had some great matches so far, but we still have 4 players remaining and we still need to crown a champion.
That is right. 4 players remain, but only one of them will stand at the top. And of course, not just at the top of this tournament, but also potentially at the top of the leaderboards, depending on who is going to be advancing. Of course, we've had some pretty intense games. We've got to see some cool decks, show off what they're made of. And of course, the players use those decks to the best of their extent. And of course, also fumble around sometimes when the deck doesn't want to cooperate. But we now have our top 4. And let's take a look at the bracket and how these players got here. Or sorry, rather, let's take a look at the head-to-head between the 2 players that we're going to be taking a look at here, which is going to be between Dolan and Vidu. So, of course, Vidu, we saw, closed out the game really, really quickly earlier. And so I'm kind of curious to see how he's going to be running through it.
Yeah, Vidu had a fantastic showing at the start of the day. And we just saw Dolan defeat Sai. So both those players, SVO veterans. Vidu has been to Worlds before. Dolan has guaranteed World spot this year. Who's going to go to the Grand Finals?
That's right. And of course, Last Word Shadow here banned out both times. And looks like maybe that top 8 game is going to be the only time we get to see the Shadow list. I mean, we got to see how strong it is. It definitely has a lot of burst potential. And just in general, it's the kind of deck where even if you try to address what it's putting down, it's still working in their favor because you're giving them more Last Words followers that are being cleared away. So that's always going to be a big factor in playing against that deck.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of forest today, the Axel Forest, and it looks like we're going to see more of it. Again, when Vidu played it, it might have been where it looked the best, where he didn't even have the Latica, didn't need it, had the Walder pressure, had enough damage. On the other hand, Dolan did look pretty good, and again, he's just one of the best at this point, maybe the best in the West.
Maybe the best in the West. We'll find out if that's the case or not, if he can get through to finals. But, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing these players kind of throw down even without the Shadow. We get to see the last of Dolan's lineup as well. Whereas for some of these players, we might not see their full lineup because the Shadow's going to just stay banned. I think all the rest of our top 4 are actually carrying Shadow, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is the case.
Yeah, there was only one player that didn't have Shadow, right? And I guess he did not make it through.
Yeah, that is indeed the case. I'm just taking a look at it here. Oh, no. He did make it through. That's Charm Flash.
Oh, yeah.
Charm Flash doesn't have Shadow on the list. Okay.
Well, here we go. Vidu.
Oh, Dolan, turn on the lights. Let's go.
Up against Dolan. Yeah, I was just going to say, you read my mind. This man turned on the lights. He's ready to play. And we're going to start off
from the shadows into top 4.
With a Forest Mirror match. But Vidu with that Latica leader might have the advantage.
Playing favorites, I see.
I mean, come on. Latica's just the best leader in the game, man. I don't make the rules.
Yeah, the emotes are pretty godlike.
Yep.
Not gonna lie.
Hey, Latica leader, he opened Latica, picks up the Aria as well.
Going first, though. That's a different story.
Yeah, so they both have stuff to Axel, which is good. We saw Vidu hold on to the Giant Pastures. You know, you want to guarantee double Axel and 2 to get that free Walder. Although we've also seen players just go too aggressive with the Walder rotations and then run out of Walders, so gotta be careful managing that.
Very, very careful. And also not even using the Ponderer there. Like, you want the Tree of Wonders, but you don't have any fairies to fuse it with, and you don't have any generators of fairies either, so it's all just kind of awkward right now.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how the Force deck plays out, because like it is an aggressive deck, but you spend a lot of the early game just like Axel and spending 1 play point to do like nothing for the board a lot of times. But then, you know, you get 2 Axels and you get the free Walder, and then you get like, oh, I just got a free 2/2 Storm, right? So you can see how it does work out.
Here we go. Time to trade.
Yep, one Walder meets another, but Dolan is forced to trade and Vidu gets the face damage.
Alright, there's a tree as well. But again, we're missing the fairies here to get that bonus effect. Is it worth it just play it out anyway?
I mean, you
know,
can.
just kind of, like,
it is an option.
Pray for cycles. I don't think you have much else to do, honestly.
Yeah, maybe it depends on like
good.
If he had other plays, he doesn't. But since he didn't have anything else, at least get the tree effect going. You'll eventually get the effects. It's just a lot slower.
Yeah.
And Dolan might honestly have to do the same.
Yep. Kind of looking at it like, word.
Yeah.
Situation.
Now he has that hand where it's like you got all these Force cards, but where are the Excel cards? Picks up a Crystallize.
Alright, they got the card draw.
I mean, it's
Now
still
it's gonna be a matter of...
Yeah, it's still kind of awkward for Vidu too, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, he could go
compared
like
to... Yeah.
He can go Walder, Wolf, bounce the Walder back, see what the draw is.
That might be the safest play, to be honest.
It's 1 damage to the face, 1 more Axel to the count, 1 more draw to the deck, so doesn't seem like the worst. We'll see if he has any other ideas.
You're not trying to like push for game anytime soon either, so that might just be what you gotta do. Oh, Fairy Slugger does not feel like the play until at least, I don't know, at least not for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, you're used to it just coming down after the Aria, right? But he can still, it's a 2/2, you still pick up the Wiz. I'm interested with this line of play. He does end up going with the Walder anyway. He just doesn't bounce it back. But his deck is still, you know, full of other Walders, so he might be okay on that.
Yep, hide it behind a ward.
Yep.
Very nice, but of course, the Archangel there, that's gonna clean it up nice and easy.
Yeah, seems like that's the play for Dolan. Archangel, you know, good fanfare, pretty solid Evo effect. See what he wants to toss back to the deck. I don't know if he needs double Latica.
Yeah, I'm also kind of thinking it's like, you know, she's a great card. She's fantastic.
Oh, no, it's the Walder.
Ooh.
Actually, I mean, that kind of makes sense, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Toss it back, you get it for free. Actually, I kind of like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then
it's probably the best option in hindsight.
Now he finally picks up a lot of cards he can Axel, so it seems pretty good. I feel like we've not really seen the Cetus Axel, but we've definitely seen Cetus for the body we played a lot, so it's kind of interesting.
Right.
Like, I thought it would be the other way.
Yeah, same, honestly. So Dolan now has 3 Axels, so we're halfway there. Latica's also waiting at the ready. And Latica's explosiveness is just so impressive. You know, this card, like, we've seen so many players go like, alright, here's 14 damage. Hold that.
Yeah, the fact that you could do that, and, like, Latica lets you cheat out play points, so you don't really spend 4 play points on her. It is pretty good. I feel like this is the time for Vidu to go in with the Aria. But again, we'll see if he has any other ideas. I mean, the rest of his hand just doesn't seem that great. He has Latica himself, but no Fairy Flowering, and I mean, he needs a bit more card draw. Like, Aria just seems like that nice bridge in the mid game to get them from like the early game where they're just Axel and do nothing else, to the point where they can go like, oh, okay, now I actually like have some damage and I can close the game out. And I can fight for the board in the mid game.
Exactly. So yeah, I got Aria. Got lots of fuel for her as well.
Yeah, I mean, he has the extra Fairy Whiz from the Slugger he played before. I can't play both of them this turn, but it still go 1 Wisp and a Fairy.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna trade it all away.
Okay, gonna just go with the Fairy and then I suppose hold on to the Wisp. I mean, he does have Latica in hand, so there is a world in which you just go...
It's free plays, right?
Yeah.
It's free cards. We like that. We need to play a lot of cards.
Free real estate, right?
Alright, Barman Hunter, do your job. He's always doing his magic, just clearing away these boards without much of an issue.
Yeah, the Barman has been so good the entire day. Gonna go Sagittarius, bounce it back. That is still gonna proc the Barman. And then one more Axel can invocate a Walder. I mean, he drew a Walder, which I imagine he didn't want, but I believe there's still one more in his deck since he threw one back, right?
Yeah, he chucked it back. And he has one that's been cleared away. So there is exactly one. I mean, having the one isn't too bad. How many accelerates are we on right now?
He should be at quite a bit, yeah. Almost there to the Fair Flower in. Dolan does have Latika in hand and the Fair Flower in.
That's right.
It seems like,
I mean, here you just need to do something, right? Just basically play. I mean, you could just also play the Fairy Wisp, just to eat up the steed.
I mean, I feel like you want to get the value out of the steed, and what better value is there than the Walder, right?
Yeah, get that two ping to face.
I mean, Dolan is thinking he's one of the best players for a reason, right? We'll see what he can come up with. There may be something he sees.
Just gotta take your time with it. Don't rush the plays.
I mean, clock is running out though, so...
Yep. Yeah, I feel like Walder is still the play here. Yeah, he's gonna go for it.
Okay, Walder is 2-2, clears the board, pushes face damage.
Alright, and a little bit of sustain on top of that.
Ooh.
So that's gonna be the first 3 of Wonders to go away, and finally...
Very flowering,
but only two axles so far.
Oh man, yeah, Vidu's really behind in that. I mean, I guess he was like, pressuring and getting some board here and there, but in all that, he wasn't really using his axles. Not that he has many, to be honest, so...
Oh, well, Dawn Splendor will try to help there, whatever she can do.
Yeah, really committed to holding onto the whiff, not using him to clean up. Which, I mean, while I understand, like, at the same time, the Barman's a lot of pressure already. I don't think you want to ignore that. I guess he will probably spend an Evo on it.
I'm assuming so.
Well, there's
I always forget Dawn Splendor has an Evo effect, too.
She does, yeah. It's not the most exciting Evo effect, but it is there.
It's still there.
Yeah. Okay, Sagittarius.
Yeah,
I guess you just Evo over the Barman?
Yeah, I mean, you have to. You just have to at this point.
Doesn't it feel bad living up the Walder? Like, sure, you quote-unquote neutralize it by having it have 0 attack, but you can just be bounced back anyway.
Yeah, exactly, and it's still going to be a very lethal tool in this deck. Yes, there's the signature Lionel.
Yeah, Lionel was so good for Dolan in that previous set we saw. He does have Fairy Flowering and Latika. Fairy Flowering is not fully activated for him. He's only at 4. He needs 2 more axles to get there.
Very close, though. Very close. That being said, though, I mean, Lionel and the Cetus would be the way to go there.
Yeah, that's 2 axles right there. Can also play the Wisp just to get the extra card played. And it's to fulfill that Latika condition.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Okay, looks like he's gonna go for it. Latika first. Get the 0 cost card. He can definitely get the 4 cards played. And 6 axles. Okay, he was the Latika manual. Oh, dude, Latika's the best.
The evolved Latika, so good. I think he sees it. He's going for it. Yep. That's the last axle.
Yep, it's another Walder. Plays the Fairy Wisp to get the 2 play points. Now you can Fairy Flower in the Latika.
Flowering. Alright. Here we go.
Oh, now, yeah, there was a Dawn Splendor.
Right.
Oh, he forgot.
Don't forget about
it. I mean, I forgot about it too.
Yes, it was like, oh wow, there's gonna be so much damage. Oh, wait.
Yeah. I wonder if that was still the correct play, because like the outcome isn't necessarily bad. Seeing as how he has another Fairy Flower and Latika in hand.
Exactly.
Like, I don't
do it again.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I actually think it's fine. But you could visually see that he was like, oh, I forgot. But Shadows is a funny game sometimes.
Yep.
And I mean,
if a card isn't on the board, still very much there in spirit.
Effect. And how does Vidu respond? Because, I mean, he's a far, far away from his Fairy Flowering.
Well, I mean, actually, he's not that bad. He does have 2 accelerates. He's in the same situation, right? Cetus and Deepwood.
Actually, yeah.
They're kind of...
Could go Latika, cheat out some play points, get a couple axles. He has the Aria leader effect. Wait, does he have lethal then? Because if you... Oh no, because you need a follower to bounce for the wolf, right? And if you're bouncing the Fairy Wisp, then that means you don't get the 1 damage from it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Interestingly enough, you can actually like put down the wisp. Hold on.
Man, I mean, he was.
You can
he
put
was
down the
close
wisp
to
and
me.
like
He was very close.
you could theoretically like trade with these before bouncing them too. Oh, Status going in with the body.
Okay, yeah, I
Alright.
think like he spent a lot of time figuring out if he had lethal or not. Realized he didn't, so he's like, oh well, I don't have lethal, so now what is the best play? But now you don't got a lot of time. Cetus,
Just make sure you finish the plays. Make sure you finish the plays.
yeah, Cetus pretty good defensively.
All right,
Might
there
keep
we
him
go.
alive. Goes to 10 life. Okay, well, Latika.
Latika's gonna do it again.
Yeah, Fairy Flowering. He's got the Embrace. Just have to punch through Cetus and then the respawn, but
And do it again. Yeah.
yeah.
But wait. Right. How much does he respawn with? 6, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
The Embrace hits a random follower too, so.
Yeah,
Lunard,
right.
Latika.
Oh my god. Watch me do it one more time.
Okay, Dolan doing the math. Okay,
Swing with her.
Shall become new
Embrace.
Mm.
Embrace
Up for
again.
one.
Okay, but he gets the play
That's
points
up for one.
back. Now he's at 14, which is that magical number.
Oh no.
Oh man.
Fairy Flowering is this close. Is this close, but now he's lacking
Well,
the 1 accelerate too.
He can Righteous Evocation, which is enough to get him 3 life, which could be
Yeah,
the
yeah.
difference. But then, I don't know, is he winning the game or is he just surviving a turn?
Exactly.
Oh man, what an
Alright.
interesting game we've had.
Oh, he's going for double evocation here.
Okay, but he didn't heal, so at 14 he does die to Latika hitting twice.
All right.
I feel like he
Well.
should have cashed out the evocation for the heal.
Huh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's an accelerate right there.
Yeah, I mean, Vidu just needs 2 accelerates and he's in there.
That's right. I mean, Fairy Wisp. Bounce. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, he needs to be smart about his ordering, because
Yeah.
you want the Wisp to be eligible to be bounced. If he doesn't have the correct bounce target, then he can't actually use his axes, which is kind of funny.
Yep.
Okay, so he has 2 axes in hand. You can do another Latika? Oh, could you get bounce a Latika?
Uh-huh.
And then
That's fair.
that's
Up
good
to
enough.
6. Yeah. This is good.
Yeah. And that was the correct play for sure. Looks like Vidu figured it out. He definitely could have misplayed that turn. That was not the easiest lethal, I would say. But he did find it.
Yes, sir.
Got
Oh
another
my-
Fairy Flower in, so you know.
Oh my
he was
god.
good.
All right, run
Okay,
it down
there
with
it
the Fairy
is.
Flowering. Just like that, we go to 5. Oh, he's gonna just cast it again.
Why not?
Go.
Oh, he actually
Nice.
got the yeah, he got the free evil. Okay,
Wow.
not bad. Vidu taking
Now
game
that-
number 1.
That was impressive. Vidu, I mean, the first set we watched, Vidu did win 2-0, but it very much felt like his opponent's deck just kind of fell apart, and he was just kind of like, oh, okay. Whereas now, like, he's looking dominant again.
Yeah,
We talked about at the start, like, Vidu needs to look strong here. He needs to make it out to the top, to just really get that last little bit of edge. And once again, like, Dolan is already qualified. He's in a great position, so he doesn't need to be worried as much. But he's also, like, a very formidable foe for anyone that has to run into him.
Oh, for sure. Vidu, he needs those lead points. While Dolan, he might be thinking ahead of the World Grand Prix, but thinking about the World Grand Prix, like, man, you don't want to get there and then make mistakes, like forgetting the Splendor effect, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's tough, I'm like, mad respect to Dolan, because this game is hard. Like, playing at the highest level without making mistakes is pretty much impossible, honestly. Even the world champion last year made mistakes, right? But
Exactly, right?
you gotta minimize those mistakes and, play as best as you can. And it's not always easy. But Vidu looked pretty good in that for his game 1.
That's right. Well, here we go. Got that early Tree of Wonders. That's like the perfect turn 2 as well. Like, you get the full Tree of Wonders with a bonus effect.
Yeah, it's
Very
pretty nice, right? Just can carry the early game. Alberta, we've not seen a ton of Alberta, but she is still strong. Could show up turn and turn again to getting that extra damage from the force deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really important just having a little bit of extra chip sometimes. And that's what you're going to get. Our magical squirrel.
Yeah, into an insight.
Free draw.
That's perfect draw,
Oof.
right?
It's a 1/1 insight into a real insight.
Okay, gonna perhaps banish the squirrel. That's what East would like to do, right?
Oh, he would go way beyond that.
Oh no.
The
Okay.
poor squirrel.
Keep the Axel strong. Does he want to invocate a Water this turn?
I feel like it's pretty safe to do that because, like, you've been chipping away here and there. But also keep in mind you're playing into their first Evo turn. They're gonna be 28 cards in deck.
I mean,
what's the play here when we go back to Vidu's?
That's a good question, yeah. I mean, he does have both the Gra and the Anne, and they're both fantastic on Evo turn, right?
Yeah, I mean,
They just take his pick of whichever one he prefers right now. And it looks like the Gra it is.
Yeah, Gray makes sense. You get to just kind of like still have a pretty strong body. Not the strongest compared to what she's normally capable of, but down to 24
I mean, that Evo
cards.
effect is just so strong, yeah, and the banish is there. So you get a 1 play point 5/4 rush that banished your deck and gave you the win condition spell. It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
What is the rest of his turn, though?
Arcane Dupe feels kind of good here. Like, you would still be able to... Let's say... Covenant Mage would go down to nothing. And you're also kind of floating there, so...
I mean, he's still at 20 cards, so... I don't know if he wants to save the depletion until he's at less than 20.
Yeah,
but
right.
Looks like he's gonna
burn it
catch it in. I mean, it's still good. You're still gonna draw a card and still, you know, get closer to the 20.
Yeah, like you draw for turn here, and you're at 20 on turn 5, which is...
Yep.
Oh, no, you draw for the effect even.
Yeah, at the end of the turn. Okay, and now Dolan. He's got plays, he's got fairies. Fairy Flower is currently only at 2 axles. But, you know, he does have a board. Could choose to either the Archangel if he wants more card draw. Has the Bardman we've seen time and time again be very strong, especially when comboed with the Giant Pastures, perhaps.
Oh, wait, the Archangel actually stuck, so we can do the effect now.
Send the Walder back to the deck? Yep. I like that play a lot.
Once again.
Yep.
Once again, it's big. Oh, and more Axel picked up too. Easily get to 6 now.
Okay, there's the evocation. Again, we rarely see Cetos be used for the spell, but it's not bad, right? Like, you still need to Axel, and 2 play with the L3, sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah, it still comes through big time.
Yeah.
Pushing that big damage. Yeah, the 4/3
now. Again, decision.
Sticking around is huge.
Does he want to invoke the Walder, yes or no?
Exactly right. I mean, at this point, you've sent one back. We haven't seen any of them cleared yet either, so I think it's pretty safe to try and go for that little bit of extra chip.
Yeah, he could like Pastures, get a 2/2 Stormwalder, and then still like Sagittarius after for the cycle. Or this is fine too. He has to hold the Pastures. I mean, I imagine that Walder's going. Oh, he's trading with it, which is interesting. I'm not sure what the. Oh, because of the Alberta. See, I forgot about the Alberta.
Okay.
Okay, no, his play is definitely correct then. Like, he still pushed a good amount of damage, got his Axel count up like quite a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but his second Grail showing up.
Massive Grail, look at that! Oh my god.
Yeah, the stats, speed it down to 17 cards in his deck. His effects are online, the Anne becomes amazing. Just the spell.
It does, but at the same time, we're in this situation where it's like, yeah, you can clear everything here. The 5/5 will be annoying, but you're at 10 life at this point.
Yeah, it's a scary life.
Feel a little. Yeah, it's pretty scary at this point.
Yeah, and while we've seen the Alistair be good to like get some life back for the Mysterio rune, it's such a big commitment at 5 play points. And I feel like sometimes the opponents are like, oh, you want to spend 5 play points on that? Like, go ahead, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, gonna keep the horse, the ward as healthy as possible. Leaving it as a 5/4. Another Fairy Flower. It's pretty big.
Nothing really does it for you here, right?
Yeah, well now he's at that point where he's only at 4 axles and I can only count 1 card in his hand that could be axled.
Yeah, Pasture's not really doing much here either.
It's kind of tough because like he knows that Vidu has all the anagram spells. So do you really want to ignore or leave up like in that 8/3? Because that goes face and all of a sudden you lose to the spells, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're this close to just lethal damage.
Yeah, so it might just be Barman to try and clean up. Barman Fairy flowering. Okay, interesting. He draws the Walder though. I don't think he wanted to draw that Walder.
Tree of Wonders will be another amulet added to it. Alright, well, this still feels really awkward.
Is that enough? I mean, what if he doesn't hit the 8-3?
Better pray. Oh, it
Didn't
does
hit the
not.
8-3.
Uh-oh.
Okay, my first question is, does Vidu have lethal? Because he's got 10 damage on the board and can Evo. He's got 2 of the spells. Any math majors in the chat?
4.
Yeah, he's only at 12 cards left, but... Okay, so if you... And Evo the face, that's 6 plus 8 is 14. The first spell does 4, that's 18. And then the other one does... Not enough. Not
quite enough.
But Elmont is not spell boosted. If Elmont was spell boosted, then he'd have lethal.
Oh,
but he's not.
Yeah, he's still quite a while away from that one.
Oh man, very, very
close. But in the
though.
end, yeah, it's close. And at the same time, like for V2, he has to be careful here because if he doesn't close it out, he's in a bit of a sticky situation. Like, obviously, we know Dolan's hand. It's not looking, Dolan's hand rather. It's not looking too strong, but doesn't change the fact that, you know, for V2, it could just be instant lethal.
I mean, sometimes all you need is a Walder and an E1 to close any game out.
Exactly,
you know?
right? Exactly.
Hey, Vidu is thinking. Time is running out, though. He needs to make a decision. Gonna start with the
fast, buddy. Think fast. Another Rending Blast. The ward is big here.
He realizes that he needs at least one more turn no matter what. And so in that, like, what is the best way to stay safe is another Anne, right?
Okay. Rending Blast. I like this. That's
Yeah,
good.
like, you still want to push the damage.
So much damage.
But he still gets, like, the best defensive play. Ends with a 5/5 ward, and he goes up to 11 life. Now all of a sudden, Vita's looking really good.
Uh-oh, Dolan is literally back against the wall too.
I mean, at this time, I think he has to just commit, go all in on this barman. This barman has to, like, do everything.
Yeah, honestly. Do his taxes, all of his documents, answer.
Picks up a Wind Fairy, can Evo it for extra play points. Oh man, the problem is, like, now if he clears, like, well, he just loses to the mysterious spells, right? That's the problem. Alberta shows up.
Yeah, I forgot about her as always. Oh,
wait
a second.
No, I don't think he forgot. I think he calculated the Alberta, and it's just enough damage. Dolan out of nowhere. Wow.
God, we had already signed him off. Like, all right, let's go, Vidu. All right. But
who that surprise Alberta out of nowhere?
Every time, man. It's like, no matter how many times you bring it to class, it's always a surprise. Man, I can't believe, like, every single time the Alberta has, like, literally been the one carrying this matchup too. Like we were saying earlier, like, yeah, it's like it's nice little chip damage, you know, maybe we'll close out a game or two, but it's literally been winning games. Like, quite literally being the one card that decides if Dolan survives in this top 4 or not.
Well, he's got the Chun-Li. Can he survive? It's 1-1. The winner will move on to the finals.
All right, this time you like Dolan's leader?
Yes, I do.
Very nice.
But Dolan's kind of stressed, man. This has been an intense set. Like, sometimes, you know, you're just like watching at home and you're like, wow, what a fun, like, cool game, you know. But man, the stress for the players, ooh, it could be brutal.
Absolutely. You know, it's slowly getting later and later.
Yeah.
For these players, you know, it's important to execute excellently. And Dolan now is gonna be playing. I don't know about this matchup. You're waiting until turn 6, just playing it out. Arm Butler's been picked up. Like, you have nice curve now, but I think for V2, like, if the deck turns on fast enough, I don't know. We'll see. This matchup feels kind of interesting. I wouldn't necessarily say it's favored in either direction.
I like the contrast of the players, where, you know, they're both Shadowverse, we'll say pros, experts. They've been here 1,000 times. But you can visually see Dolan, like, going through the range of emotions, right? The highs and the lows, the top decks, the mistakes, this and that. And then Vidu's just like ice cold, just like, you know, chilling. Like, I'm sure he feels it too, right? There's no way you don't feel it, but you can't see it through him.
Yep, you just gotta stay composed, honestly, as well. Like, they're celebrating your dubs and L's, but at the same time, like, you still got more games to play. The set's not over.
Oh, yeah.
The worst part is, even if you win here in the top 4, still got finals to play, buddy.
Yep. But, you know, it's Vidu who really needs the league points.
Absolutely. Making top 4 is already good, but finals is a dream that we're all aiming for.
Yeah, there's the first Greya. Again, like I said, Greya pretty much good at all stages of the game. No matter what turn it is, she always feels like a good drop.
I like this Arm Butler here, just basically holding it down, you know, with the 3/4 stat stick. You put it down, even with the fact that, you know, it didn't deal any damage to the board, but you said it earlier, right? It's such a strong card to just, like, drop down. It's like, yeah, 3/4 in turn 3, deal with it.
Yeah, it's good, and, like, you get the card draw anyway. It's what you want to be doing with your deck. Setting up for that, you know, big turn 6. Dolan has the Ramiel, but he's going first. Gonna trade. And then maybe pick up another one?
The trade. I respect the trade. I think it's fine just because then you're not risking them, like, you know, pushing more damage into your face that you can't necessarily, like, sustain yourself from. So I think it's quite okay.
I mean, he's set up with 3 Balons in hand, 1 Great Tree. No dramatic retreat just yet.
All right, insight into insight. Wow, that's a classic right there.
And yet another Greya, once again, is being very strong. A bit better in the Evo turn, can get the play points back, gets the extra banish. Vidu down to 23 cards in his deck.
Yeah, so basically next turn, we draw for turn, and then we just basically play virtually anything, and then we're down to 20.
It's funny how Dolan, you know, both the decks he has the Archangel, and it feels like he puts in work in both of the decks, right? You can see why he's such a strong follower. But the pre-Evo on the Leon, just gonna set up that guaranteed damage pretty much.
Yeah, speaking of strong followers, I mean, that threat of just like having the Leon there, these players only play like a 1 or a 2 of, but you know, it's a commander, you can search it out, you find it, and it's gonna be just a huge threat to like whatever your opponent puts down. I think here it's a bit better because at least like the On is gonna be very healthy after the Evo, but even then, I mean, it's 3 damage to the face too.
Yeah, but just like that, Vidu going down to less than 20 cards in his deck, cashing out the end, even going as far as using the Evo just to get the extra damage to the face and really just keep up the pressure.
15 cards in deck. We're getting closer and closer.
Okay, it's turn 6.
Oh, Mr. Lena coming down already.
Yeah, we'll see where the damage goes. Does it hit the ward? It hits the Anne.
Evoing forward too. All right. All right. Oh, yeah, of course, right. The sweep is exactly enough.
Oh, look at all this face damage. Yeah, what a turn. Oof. Again, you don't always have to like bounce back the Balon and do some crazy stuff with it. Like it's just a good enough follower by itself.
And keep in mind the next turn, he can basically just do send the encounter, get the tree, and run in with the
do it again,
one more time
just
as well.
Run it back.
This Leon needs to go as well. 100%.
Okay, well, how is Vidu gonna answer? Man.
Fair enough to do it.
13 cards left in deck. Picks up another witch. He's just digging. Maybe trying to find like Alistar or something like that.
Yeah, that would really help with the sustain. He still has the Evo point too, but
oh man, this is rough.
He's running out of options. He's running out of options.
Hey, you cannot ignore that Balon, but an 8/9 is such a thick stat line.
Yeah, especially because like, man, I don't know. On here doesn't even fully answer it. You only have 5 play points to work with as well.
I mean, and answers if you commit like the entirety of it, which I mean, he might have to, I guess.
I think that is the only answer. Yeah, like you have to even give up the ward. It hurts.
Yeah, that does hurt. Okay, Squirrel first. Magic Missile's not gonna do it. Okay,
yeah, it's definitely not 9 damage.
Okay, he's down to 9 cards in deck though. At least gets a little bit of sustain out of the Anne. But like we said though, he also have to commit, you know, the Anne and the ward. And Dolan
here.
See what the top deck is.
Retreat! Oh, that's the big one right there.
Right? You just do it, it's go time.
Oh my god. Alright, don't get too hasty, don't get too hasty.
I mean,
I think the line here is just encounter, get the tree, Mr. Lena try to go face.
And then retreat.
And then you just retreat and watch it go.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that it's lethal, and if it's not, then like he's not in a terrible spot either, right?
Exactly, right? 6 damage coming in. Retreat.
Okay, retreat. What is the
cast.
draw?
What is he gonna draw? Oh, that's not. Oh,
wait a second.
Hold up. There's a
Auction?
chance. No, it's not it. One off.
One
With 17
off.
life. Wait, you can go down to 5.
Oh,
I think Vidu's up.
he can go down to 5.
He can go down to 5. Wait, no.
He only has 7 play points though.
No. He only has 7 play points. That's the worst part.
If he had 8
no.
play points, he'd be
This would
good.
be like super game. Double pending blast explosion everywhere.
Man, if
Oh
he was
my God.
1 card deeper into his deck,
This hurts.
that's Shadowverse for you.
Is there any other way?
If he was
Oh my
1, I mean,
God.
if he magic missiles, then he only has 5 play points. He could play Blaze for 9. So that's 10, 13 damage. Not enough. Oh, man.
Just barely not enough. Just barely not enough.
He literally is just 1 card shy of having game.
Oh my God. And in 1 life, too. Feels like he's just been spared to
Like,
show off what he can do.
You know, if the witch had been spell boosted 2 more times, like that's it. That's the entire difference.
Yep. Quite literally. Quite literally. Oh my God. V2, the time is running out. You gotta do something.
Okay, pushes 6 damage to the face. Can at least end with a ward. And
But again, there's a Baleon waiting, and if it hits the right target, that's gonna be all she wrote.
well, he's got Decisive Strike, but it doesn't really work out.
Oh, it doesn't even have a target right now. Never mind.
Okay.
For growth.
Wait a second.
Oh man, now it's
That's
Dolan
gonna-
who just needed. No, I
He's just
can't
gonna
see.
surrender. Oh, my
Oh
God.
wow, what a set! Vidu is the one that takes it 2-1. The
God.
5/5 ward from Anne was just enough to keep him alive. That was such a close set.
If anything, it wasn't just that. It was the fact that he went wide enough to give enough targets for the 5 damage ping to go down on. Oh man, the end of that game just felt so emotional. It was between Vidu just barely having it and then Dolan just going like, alright, this is my only out. Oh, it missed? Damn, guess I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when he
Please.
had he played the retreat, like he could have just won the game right there if the draw had been different. And then Vidu was 1 card shy, but he still found a way to survive. That whole set was a giant roller coaster of emotions.
It genuinely hurts, but what can you do? Dolan still made it very far, and of course he's in a great spot anyway, right?
Oh yeah.
You know, he is basically certain to go to WGP, but for V2, going to finals is huge, and especially looking to win this is even bigger, because I think this is the big, you know, that final push that he really needs. We've been hyping him up the entire season, and I think it's time to see him pull through. And he's looking stable, you know. Sometimes things look a little bit shaky here and there, but he just needs to keep it up. And he knows, like, you know, you can watch these VODs, know where you can learn from, improve for next time. And he's been improving. Every time we see him go further and further and further. And now in the finals, just a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean,
Tiny
like
bit
I
more.
said, that entire set was wild. Like, you know, the Dawn Splendor, the Surprise Alberto, all that. But throughout the entirety of the set, Vidu looked calm and composed. And again, this man is a veteran. He's been playing Shadowverse for maybe longer than I have, like probably 5-6 years. And he's been to Worlds before. I don't know if anything can shake him now.
Honestly, like, it's just one of those, like, as I said, we have so many titans, Goliaths of this, you know, of the SVO playing here today. And we're seeing a lot of familiar faces, you know, in these top 8s, not just in the top 4 in the finals, but in general, they come out on top, and they're the ones that are going to be carrying it out. Oh, man. You know what's the greatest thing, though? Unrelated to the games? If you guys turn on Shadowverse right now and just go to the home screen, it says over there, Shadowverse Open West, monthly Cup Top 8 now live. I love that little... I think I'm going to say it every single time. You know, we talk about it every time. It's great. You know, make sure you get involved with the community. And of course, you know, watch the action. It's great. Even if you don't catch it live, you can watch the VODs. Because I think the best part about SVO, at least for me, like back when I was just like playing and not really commentating as much, was like just watching to learn, right? There's some decks where like you play them, and it's like, yeah, you do fairly decently with them, you know, maybe it's good enough to climb with, but you learn of so many other interactions and maybe entirely different game plans of how to use certain cards, as we're seeing with Baleon over here, that you wouldn't have known otherwise if you weren't actually watching, the top of the competition, right?
Yeah, but I say it also goes the other way, where like you don't have to be playing Shadowverse every day grinding ladder to be able to enjoy the show. It's just nice to just tune in, watch the players, follow their stories, watch the journeys, and it's just a fun show. Like, honestly, like I'm glad that we could just watch the games and have a good laugh, because sometimes the games are just really funny, right? But that's what makes them really enjoyable. So having a great time today for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. The games have been all over the place. We've had some of the cleanest finishes. We've had like decks going against the people using them. We've had like decks just falling apart and you're just basically playing off the top. And it's just, that's just how it is, right? That's just how these games go sometimes. But as we are preparing for our next top 4, man, I'm excited. We have basically, stars along and ready to see, who's going to go up here between Zones and Charm here. That's going to be very interesting. Like, Zones has been showing up a lot. Zones has really been showing up a lot in these events throughout the entire year. But on the other side, it's going to be like a pretty tough competition, going into this match. And I'm also really curious about the bans here, as, of course, this is, for Zones, probably the first time he's played so far today where he hasn't had to worry about, banning out a Shadow. So then it's like, okay, there's actually other things I can ban that aren't just Shadow. Let's take a look. And looks like, ooh, it's going to be the Forest this time. And that was, before the show was saying, like, Forest feels like it has such like high damage potential and like high burst potential. I was like, surely it might just get banned out too. And looks like that's the one that they selected.
Yeah, and this match is a great example of like the two dynamics of the players, where Zones has been competitive the entire year. He has those points. He just needs a little bit more points to get the contenders right, solidify that spot. On the other hand, Charm Flash, relatively newcomer, joined Mana Surge, so you can tell that he wants to do well, right? Like, you don't join a Shadowverse team just to mess around. He got his first top 8. He's looking good, and now he needs to make the name for himself, right?
That's right. These teams aren't just there for just chatting and watch parties, even though that might be some of the perks that you get from being in a team. We also get perks, scrims and preparation and, all this, like, these meta insights ahead of time. And, if you weren't in the team, you wouldn't maybe have heard of some of these decks that suddenly took over the meta in just 1 week. And so, of course, that's a really big part of it. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Charm Flash will go up against Zones here. Using the sword and the rune especially is going to be really interesting. Of course, the Forest actually on Zone's side is banned out. So we're seeing no Forest in this matchup, but the Shadow is actually staying there.
Well, the Shadow did look good when Dolan played it. We'll see how it's going to play out. The winner will face Vidu in the finals. That's a tough opponent, but, both Zones and Charm Flash have looked pretty good today. We'll see who's going to be superior here in our next match.
Right.
Should be loaded in soon enough. Hang in there with us.
That's right. I want to see we haven't seen too many of the Sword Mirror, because it's been by far the most like just crazy one. By the time you reach like turn 6, 7, 8, the decks are just kind of like both trying to do something and like completely, loop the Baleon into victory. But at times it's just like one turn 6 Baleon is enough to already determine the game. So let's just get into it and see where this last game is going to go before we hit the finals. Charm Flash at the top and Zones on the bottom there. Seeing Shadow right off the bat.
We're going to start off with the last word Shadow for Zones, and I believe Charm Flash was still Mysterio Rune.
That's right. We're seeing a lot of it back to back here.
Okay, Zones has that nice early game. Sometimes you just need one Bone Fanatic to get you there. As for Charm Flash picking up those insides and dig through. As we saw from last game with Vidu, that one card could be the entire difference between having a game or not. So you really want to dig and get to 20 cards or less, and then 5 or less.
Yep, just keep on digging right there. Inside, just cycle through. Even if it's not much, you're still decreasing that deck count.
Okay, Zones is just going to curb out. 1-drop, 2-drop. Sometimes the tried and true strategies of Shadowverse still work to this day.
Oh, Ribbonar's coming down. First, last words, follower to be destroyed. Ooh.
Hey, that's a 3-drop.
Gatekeeper off the top.
This man is playing Shadowverse.
That's right. Stats and last words all over the place.
Yeah.
I wonder why Charm left it up, actually. We've seen everyone just aggressively ban out the Shadow, but Charm's like, no, it's fine.
Maybe it's part of his strategy, like he himself does not have Shadow, but I'm not sure. Like, when we did see Shadow, we saw it lose and we saw it win, right? So, like, we saw a game where, like, okay, like, it looked fine. And then the other game where it's like, oh, okay, this is what we're banning Shadow, right? So.
That's right. Ooh, playing down the Chris just for the stat stick. Already down to 14 life. The Celeste might be really huge in this matchup as well, since you can just turn off their huge damage burst potential for a whole turn. Just gotta time it right.
Yeah, I mean, Sones didn't get any value to Chris, but the value is that it's a 4-4, and you know, with a Necro Impulse in hand, going first with a 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, why not just go face and then see what happens?
Exactly. Alright, Magic Missile will be able to take care of some stuff here. Don't forget about the authoring coming at you live.
Oh, such good value on that authoring tomorrow. You know, to clear the Gatekeeper and clean up the rest of the bodies, but another Gatekeeper picked up. Sones can continue
Someone's
to...
blessed today.
Yeah, he can just
Someone's
keep curving out.
blessed.
Okay, can go with double Necromancer. Yeah, I looked like he was thinking about the Necro Impulse, but I can't imagine you would cash it in just yet. And you know, like we saw from Shadow before, you clear the Shadow board, they just make another board.
Oh, yep, absolutely. He's evolving the bigger one here. Let's see what he's gonna pull out. Wasn't the Kyra this time, unfortunate.
Yeah, but 4 followers means, you know, 4 shadows. The Skeleton Dreamer gives you a bike, so that's more Necro Impulse damage.
That's right. That's right. Of course, now Kagero does have the 3 Necromancy to actually add the Soul Strike to hand. Greya here going to be huge. And we're down to 16 cards, but can't take care of this entire board just yet, though. And the Resentful Blaze is only dealing like what?
The grass spell.
Yeah.
Sometimes like
take care of everything. Yeah.
It's good face damage, but sometimes it's clear, and it was pretty good clear right there.
That's true.
Someone's only at 7 shadows. Because, you know, Soul Strike says no to some of the shadows. Turn 6, he has options, and 2 6-drops. We'll see 1 to cash in the Tyrant or the Celeste.
Ooh, wait. I'm just thinking here. 10.
I mean, Soul Strike is not going face just yet.
Yeah.
But it feels like the way he would win this is some combination of Soul Strike into Necro Impulse, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But until he gets there, maybe it's just Tyrant to buy him some time.
Like, he's close. He's definitely close. And the Tyrant will kind of connect him into the right amount of, like, Last Words followers that have left play. Man, he's really close. Like, we're literally just a well-timed Necropulse away from game. And for Charm Flash as well here, it's a bit of a dangerous situation. Like, you're getting close to your win con as well, but you're definitely dancing around the devil right now.
Yeah, this is one of those games where it feels like the Last Word Shadow deck was just kind of like a scuffed aggro Shadow, you know? Like, he's just playing aggro Shadow, basically.
Yeah.
Except without the actual aggro cards. More board-centric. But it's working out right now. Sometimes you gotta play what your hand gives you. And, you know, Sone's going first with a good curve, and I think it was the correct line to play.
I'm curious about this, Alistair. It does get taken out on its own, and the drain would be nice. Lets you kind of, like, at least flee from the lethal, but...
I mean, the banish is pretty good, right?
Now. Yeah, the banish is the hottest part. Like, you literally deny.
Yeah, you get such good value out of that.
Yeah.
Like, not only answer the Tyrant, it's already a pretty good follower, but also his last words. And then, you know, if you do that, Sones doesn't get to 10 last words just yet.
But the Soul Strike is in there.
That is his entire turn. We'll see if that's what Charm Flash wants.
I feel like it's worth it, though. I think it's actually really worth it.
Yeah, honestly, it seems pretty good to me.
I
don't see what else
to ambush. To banish. This is by far the best one, I'd say.
Yeah, it's also kind of nice because it's going to be a 4-8 with Drain left over. And if Sones doesn't commit resource to clearing that, then Charm is going to be able to get, you know, 4 life out of that.
Celeste for the shutdown. I like this. I think this is the timing where you're starting to feel like there's something coming your way, but he's choosing to take it a bit more carefully.
Yeah, he has to use the resource to punch into the Alistair, like I said.
Oh, it's 10.
He gets to 10, but because it's Kagero, he also loses the shadow, so now he's down to only 8. Although at 8 shadows he can do Soul Strike, Necro Impulse, get to 10.
That's true. Also, Link Step is now live as well, so I think, I mean, in terms of cleaning up the game, I think Zone's in a pretty good spot.
Wait, with the Magical Squirrel. Char's about to get to 5 cards. He's at 6.
Yup, one away again.
Okay, Crystal Witch goes to 5. Well, what is the follow-up? I mean, he doesn't have the playbooks to play the spells.
Couldn't he have played a... Huh, well, I guess he's just gonna stall it out for now.
Well, stall it out, but Soul Strike,
yeah, there's no stalling out to do here.
Yeah, that's just too much damage. With the bike on top of it. Just like that, Zone's gonna take game number 1 with the last words, aggro shadow, we'll say.
And again, showing why this list is so strong. You're literally rewarded for just playing down cards. Just by putting a card on the board, you're already rewarded as long as it has the last words effect on it. And Zone's like, he's been playing really well. I think we haven't really been talking about it too much because his top 8 game felt a little bit, shaky here and there. It was definitely super close, but now he's off to a great start against someone that impressed us at first in the top 8. So
yeah, I like this Celeste play, just shutting down any spells, knowing that, if he gets one more turn, he probably wins, and if he shuts down the spells, then how could he possibly lose, right? And then he still had the Wicked Rebirth to really get the most out of that turn. So well played from Zones.
All right, getting down to it. It's once again the sword list. Charm Flash was very happy to leave this one up. And so let's see what it's going to do. There's Balion. Oh, literally just the combo right there.
Yep, there's the Balion, the Great Tree, and the Retreat. He's going second, so we'll see if he can draw Ramiel or something like that. So the second Retreat, gonna just curve out with the Archangel.
It's still a 2-drop in the end. He has Leon to put down on 3 too, which is pretty nice. You don't get to Evo it, unfortunately, but it is a play.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Leon be fine throughout the majority of the tournament. Like, when it's played, he gets decent value, and he tends to only be a one-off, so I do like it in the deck.
Yep. Same. Oh, Riven Earth already. I mean, it helps you empty your deck. You just gotta go through it.
Yeah, plus, I mean, it is spell boost. Again, there is that spell boost package of all the spell boost card draw, and only has the Witch right now, so at least he can play the Witch at 4 play points now if he wants.
Yep.
Which seems like that's the play, right? Nope, gonna be Anne. Pick up the Rending Blast. Banish 2 cards, goes down to 26.
So next turn he's on 25. Yeah, he doesn't quite reach 20 for a little bit still, but doing okay. Wow, all 3 Mr. Lin and Balions in the hand.
We've seen this a lot of times.
Yep, and 2 trees there as well. Could potentially even get a 3rd. I think you just Leo Devo, right?
Not bad, yeah. Like, it's pretty much guaranteed damage and a good chunk of it. Plus the 3 damage also fights for the board, just in case you need to, since you don't want to fall behind while you draw your combo pieces.
That's right, he's going to pass on it though. This does invite Charm Flash to potentially just Evo face, but that's probably not going to be the case. Yep, still going to evolve the Greya for the bonus effect. I mean, the Evo effects here are just so good.
Oh yeah, you get so much value out of it.
It just hurts to pass them up.
Yeah, if he's at 20 cards, which he did get, then
that's clean.
Enough to clear the Leon. Literally just got to 20 cards. Exactly what he needed for the answer. And what an answer that was. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Zones is like, oh, well, that wasn't supposed to happen.
Yeah, now he doesn't get, his 6 damage out of Leon, and he didn't get to, clear the board either, so now it feels like he's kind of behind.
Play them trees.
Plus, with his hand, it's not like he's got great answers to this either, right?
Yep.
There's Ramiel, which you would have loved
too slow.
last turn.
Like, oh, why now?
Okay, so he just can't answer and or Greya. And man, that's a lot of damage left on the table.
Oh yeah,
and
of course.
That game?
And it's going to be pushing in as well.
6 play points, enough to pick 2 spells. That's 9 damage plus the 2. Okay, it's very close.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite enough just yet because he basically gets
close. Yeah.
Rending does 4. You can make another N.
And drop a squirrel.
Let's go! Squirrel gamers.
Okay, I'll turn tomorrow instead. But yeah, now I don't see how Suns comes back from this. Unless he gets the most miracle turn ever, which I guess he could in theory get.
Run it down.
That's
Do
how
it.
it starts.
Run it down. Make it extra dramatic. Oh!
That's a good
first
hit.
One.
Go
Keep
face,
going,
yeah,
keep going.
just
Don't
go
stop,
face.
baby. Don't stop. Just
Don't
run it
stop.
down. Run it down. Keep it going. Ah! That's not it. No! That's literally the worst thing that could have happened.
Wait. He gets one more draw.
Draw it. Oh. No.
All right.
Don't.
That's game number 2 going to Charm Flash.
Yes.
Man,
The
that
Leon
Grant answering the
classic.
Leod completely changed the face of that game.
Yeah, like that was the decisive turn. He was like, "All right, I got this. I don't even need to trade," because that from that turn actually stuck until the very end of the game. I'm pretty sure.
That was a turn 3
Oh
in.
my
Yeah.
God.
So we're back to turn 6. You know, if that Leod had been a Rampiel instead, that game would have been completely different.
Oh yes.
Here we
Oh,
go.
now we get the
Final
mirror
game.
match.
1-1. The winner will move on to the finals against Vidu for a chance to be the July champion. Will it be Charm Flash? Will it be Sones?
Let's find out. All right, Charm Flash. What you keeping? What you holding?
It's a sword mirror now.
Yep. It's just interesting because like Zone's going first, technically can go online immediately, but Charm Flash has the Rampiel option, so we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, picks up an early Leod. 1 retreat for Charm.
Well, yes, they both have at this point. Ooh, that's trees.
Oh man,
We like trees.
It's kind of a funny match because like usually the sword has to, you know, worry about the opposing board and try and deal with it. But maybe now they can just kind of just ignore it and just go crazy with the combo pieces, right?
Exactly right. Though this Ramiel's pretty nasty.
Yeah, she's gonna get some chip damage.
Yeah, it's actually kind of weird because. Oh, all right, that's a pickup.
Yeah, just more
Another one.
Ramiels, right?
And a lot of their like board control is like effect damage, so Ramiel's just kind of chilling.
I think you still play the Butler, right?
Yeah, I mean it's still a good stat stick.
Yeah, and then next turn you could play Leon, Prevo it, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the first Balon.
Good. Already got 2 dramatic retreats. I like where this is going.
Okay, you're gonna just trade. Perhaps play another Ramiel or just set up like a Leon. It doesn't get enough value, I don't think.
Yeah, it's not nowhere near as huge as it normally would be, but I think the trade is gonna come down. Question mark? Yes.
Yeah, I don't think the like early chip damage matters too much. Once the deck gets going, it should just be able to do enough damage, right?
Yep. Do you just Ramiel again? Like
that's kind of
he's gonna run it over.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anything.
But also, like Charm Flash wants to just like Leod Evo pass this turn.
I mean, I feel like the
and you're giving him
Ramiel
the
could be such a good tool later on because it's a ward, and it's a ward that can't die to the Balon effect damage.
Yeah,
So maybe just holding that resource for later is better.
That's true.
Okay, this is looking like Evo or
Just
pre-Evo
put down a
Leon.
Leod and just let it chill. Yeah, let it
just,
rock.
Like you know, equalize the damage, get some pressure. Charm Flash does have the Balon retreat and Great Trees, while Sones doesn't have the Balon himself.
All right. Well, there's Leod coming down. It's a nice 3-6, just chilling there. And I think here, that's kind of where maybe playing Ramiel would have been better.
Oh man, just awkwardness. Okay,
we're gonna do it back to you.
Yeah, it's something. Okay.
Lord. Does he back it up with a Ramiel just because it denies the effect damage on itself? The same thing could get traded away, so...
I don't know.
This gets traded away, so I feel like, as you said, it's probably better to just like time it before turn 6, so you can deny the Baleon? Question mark?
This already seems like another pretty funny game, I'll say. But so much on the line now. The winner of this goes to the finals.
Yep.
Oh man.
No time for fun and games.
Yeah. Like someone
is
needs
really
to.
taking thought.
He needs to draw a Dolan quick, and you know his deck has tutors for it. Where are they? He does drop the Ramiel now.
He has all like the field control, but nothing else.
Okay, Leo
No way.
trade. Ooh, I kind of like it. Just use this to guarantee answer the Leod.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, Charm Flash has been really good at the 9, the Leods, right? So why not do it again?
That's very cool, yeah.
Plus, all the other effects are pretty good too. Face damage, heal, like, sure, those are all great.
Yeah. Quite the jack of all trades there, and now we have a big ward in front of the Leod. That might just protect it. Swordmaster Suite though, ooh, coming down double.
Yeah, I mean, it clears, but like, that just means that Zones wasn't playing his Bale in his turn, while Charm Flash turn 6. Oh wait, he fused it.
He fused it. He fused it.
I guess he had to guarantee that he got all the effects and not leave it up to random chance.
But he had another tree in hand that he
yeah,
could use
isn't that his win
which is
condition?
kind of why I'm a bit confused. I
Oh
guess.
man. Okay, so now that we're in the no Balon sword for both players. Oh, wait a second.
Oh,
That's a draw.
and thus fate changes. But that's only 5 damage, so you're in a bit of an awkward situation. Zones, is this the play you want to make? EO actually finishes it up, right?
Yeah, it's not bad. Well, yeah, you EO and then you retreat after going face?
Yep, and then... Alright, come on.
Surely you're
Show us.
retreat, right? Because if not, what are you doing? You have to. He's got no hand. Like,
Come on.
It's a
Here we go.
miracle.
Oh, wait. Summons? Oh, it's the wrong one. No.
the wrong one. He did get face damage though. And
Yep.
there is a zero cost Bell in his deck, which he could draw at any moment, technically.
True. Very true. Alright. Charm Flash, what do you got for us, buddy? You got 3 dramatic retreats, but
With no
you actually,
Balon.
you straight up retreated your Baleon.
Yeah, he retreated,
You
but
actually
not
just-
with the retreat.
You quite literally just said, alright, sit on the bench. We're winning this without you.
Oh man.
God.
And
You
now,
use-
like, sometimes you get these decks that can only do one thing, you know? And if
Yep.
you take a different line of play that's not the one thing your deck could do, then you just end up in this situation where it's like, well, now what do you do?
Yeah.
You gotta fish for another Balon, I guess.
Centuries pass. I remember.
Okay,
all.
Archangel.
Okay, yeah, I mean,
Oh, man, he must be so scared, right? Like, you know it's a zero cost Balon in your opponent's deck.
exactly right. Alright, that's not what you wanted. That's not what you wanted.
Okay, I guess
Oh, there
the
we go.
heal.
That's better. Alright, just get the encounter.
Didn't play the Butler though, so he could have guaranteed Balon for next turn, right?
That's true, that's true.
Was that not the better play?
Maybe not yet.
Really committing to this, the mom spell.
Yeah, right? It's been coming through.
Ooh, okay,
Ooh.
another retreat. Hold on a second.
Attempt
He doesn't have
number
a great
2.
hit to this card, but yeah, I mean, you just do it again, right? Now it's twice as likely to get it.
Here we go. That's just trees.
Well, at least he has great trees now.
True.
And
true.
no Balon for Charm Flash.
Dude, this... Oh, wait, but...
I mean, he has
do
Sunny Day.
Sunny Day,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, Sunny Day.
There it is. Uh-oh.
There it is. Wait, okay, he's got...
Brace yourself,
This is it.
folks.
Surely this is it.
Surely this is it.
Yeah, this has to be it, right?
Charm
His deck
Flash.
is now guaranteed to get it. Off of
Smells
the,
the finals.
yeah, that should be it. Okay, Charm actually did set up correctly. With the Sunny Day, it's enough to guarantee it. We're finally seeing the
treat.
Balon pay off. The Sunny Day gets
the
it.
encounter.
Yep.
There we go.
And
All right,
just like that,
like that.
Charm Flash is gonna take it 2-1 over Zones and move on to the finals.
Man, what a strong showing. Like, Zones, after game 1, I was like, ooh, Zones, all right, buddy. Looking good. But Charm Flash, I mean, we complimented him earlier, but he definitely came in big time right there as well.
Yeah,
I'm impressed.
I doubted him for a second, but he knew what he was doing. You know, he threw the first Balon away, only to find another one later on, and then it was just enough. But you see how, like, by the time he finally got, like, the big Dolan combo, it was, like, turn 8 or 9, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's not the
exactly.
turn 6 power play. But hey, it's Dolan sword still looking solid, except when it kind of flounders. But we started with 8, and now we're down to 2 players.
That's right. So the top 4 has concluded. We know our finalists here as well, and it's going to be intense. I mean, this final game is going to be pretty important. Like for Charm Flash, I'm not really too sure because, you know, he's just been kind of showing up in terms of points as well. It's just kind of there to just show the world like, hey, I'm out here. You know, I'm out here. I've got, you know, to show myself and make myself proud and, you know, my team proud as well. And then maybe come back in September, you know, and get that instant invite. But on the other hand, you know, on the opposing side, we're going to have V2, and that's going to be an important game right there.
Yeah, Vidu, an SVO veteran. He's been in the top 8 multiple times. He's been to Worlds. We're going to have that match for you guys. But before that, we do have a quick break. So hang in there, and we'll be right back with that Grand Finals. welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. This is the July Cup. We've had a great show so far. We're down to 2 players. We have one final match to determine who will be the champion today. How have you felt about the show so far, Chris?
It's been hype, man. It's been hype. A lot of games where it just kind of feels like either player has it. A lot of games where you could see the emotion on each player's faces, and unfortunately, only 2 players can make it all the way to the end. And so here we are at the finals, man. It's finally it. How are you feeling about everything we've seen so far?
Oh, it's been some very entertaining games for sure. I feel like we have a lot of very sink or swim decks where, you know, when it looks good, it looks very good. And when they're struggling, like, oh boy, are they struggling. But
yes, sir.
It's I enjoy watching this type of games, you know. So it's been a good day so far. And, you know, Vidu is an excellent player. And Charm Flash is showing up for the first time and looking pretty good. So I'm excited for the fight.
Very, very solid run for both players so far. Let's take a look at how they got here as well. As you can see, V2 here, of course, had to play through Raitos. That was a 2-0 at the very start. But for Raitos there, I remember that game, man. It just felt like the sword deck was trying its best to not succeed for Raitos. And then, of course, he just played against Dolan as well. Very close set of games. Quite unfortunate ending for Dolan as well. But for V2, he needs those points. And I'm sure he's glad to be in the finals.
Yeah, then for Charm, we saw him take on Lunard first. He looked really strong in that first set, went 2-0. And we just saw him take on Zones. That set was a bit closer, but Charm ultimately came out on top in the Sword Mirror match with that surprise Dolan. And now it's down to this, Vidu against Charm. There can only be one winner.
That's right. That's right. Once again, let's go over the decks that they are bringing. I think I have everything here in the notes. And so it's going to be pretty cool to see. Of course, on V2's side, he brought Axel Forest, Last Word Shadow, and Mysteria Rune. And Charm Flash is the only player in the tournament that didn't bring Last Word Shadow, instead having Axel Forest, Mysteria Rune, and Baleon Sword.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting because it's not like he has other like crazy wacky decks. He just has like the other decks that were good of the day that were in Shadow. And it worked out for him so far. I mean, Shadow gets banned out for the other players anyway, so I don't know, it seems okay, right? Like when Shadow gets played, it seems good, it's getting the wins. But Charm Flash, he just didn't need it.
That's right. But here, between Vidu and Charm Flash, we have the bans in. On V2's side, he's not going to be playing his Shadow. Once again, you guys got 2 games of it, and that's all she wrote. And for Charm Flash, he's not going to be seeing his Sword. So this is going to be both players playing Rune and Forest. So it's going to be a mirror match festival over here. Let's get in there and see how it's going to go.
Yeah, this is it. This is the July Cup Finals. We have MS, Charm Flash going up against Disastrous Vidu. Again, Vidu really needs those points for the standings. Needs to get a spot in Contenders Cup. While Charm, not up there in the standings, but is making a name for himself, making it to the finals in his first top 8.
That is right. It's going to be intense until the very end. Both players just want to see, you know, become the champion, get the beautiful flair. You can show off about it for the rest of your Shadowverse career, right?
Yeah, you know, one thing in the situation though is that I feel like people remember the winners, right? You remember who won the SVO? Like I remember Hishiro won the last SVO. Do I remember who got second place? No.
Oh,
so
God.
Charm, you know, if you want to be remembered, buddy, you gotta win this one.
That's right. And I mean, taking Mana Surge all the way to the finals as well. It's been quite a while. We've had a few Mana Surge members win. You know, we had Light quite a while ago that did win, I think, last year. I think, if anything, he was picked up by Mana Surge after that, too. Ooh. Double Boulder. Oh, he's gonna, all right, this is now a quick later.
Yeah, with a hand like that, why don't you just commit to the board a little bit, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're starting off with the Forest Mirror match. I do like both of these Forest leaders, for the record. Although Latica may be, you know, slightly better, but only slightly.
Ooh, wow. All right, all right.
Okay, just keep going, very aggressive. Charm going first. That's his last Walder, by the way. That's it.
Yep.
So, but hey, he's getting good early game damage.
All right, we have the tree, though. I feel like you just want to drop it down, even if it's not doing too much. Otherwise, you can, like, Pastures to answer a Walder, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, Vidu's under quite a bit of pressure. He doesn't know what Charm's hand is, so from his perspective, it's like, oh man, this guy's going first, and he's got such an aggressive start. With the triple wall, they're all going phase. We did say...
Wow, even Vita reacted as like, wow, seriously?
Yeah, we did say it was an aggro deck, more or less, right?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, and Vidu, for one that usually doesn't show his emotions, even he, like you said, was taken aback.
Yeah, I mean, wow. It do be like that.
At the same time, though, like, this line of play from Charm is like, he's all in, right? He's committed everything. Like, this is it. Like, this has to win the game. And maybe it is good enough to win the game, but if this gets answered, then he's got nothing.
Yeah, because keep in mind, he can go, like, Pastures. Yeah, he could actually, like, get his own Boulder out to at least, like, trade away some of this damage. So it's not going to fully answer it.
Yeah,
Cetus with the Accelerate is nice, but the Evocation doesn't give you the heal, which you would really like here.
I mean,
I don't know.
Vidu has first Evo, and maybe if he just gets to the Cetus hardcast as a 6-drop, like, maybe that's good enough against this aggro line of play from Charm.
Maybe.
Does get the 1/1 ward as well.
Oh,
That will
you want
help.
that. You want that so bad.
And now Charm has to just commit a 4-drop, but... well, it is 3/3 worth of stats, and he still gets the fanfare, so it is some fuel. Right now it looks like he's gonna just use the Aria leader effect from his second Aria to potentially close out the game.
For a second, I was like, he's gonna play down the Wisp and just keep on putting down beaters.
Okay, how does Vidu respond? Man, he's really feeling that pressure, down to 9 life already on turn 4.
Yeah, it hurts. I mean, that's the power of the aggro forest, I guess we're gonna call it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, as soon as he opened Double Walder, we were both like, oh man, Double Walder. But Charm has really made the best of it.
Honestly, I mean, being able to read what your deck is dealing you and just kind of adapt to the situation is absolutely fantastic too. Latica here being used to
Actually,
clear.
I like the Latica a lot because it always has a 2x attack, and Vidu just needs to survive. So Latica is actually a full board clear by herself, and he picks up the heal from the amulet.
Ooh,
not a bad turn.
That's good. That's good.
But the Aria from Charm Flash is going to continue that pressure. Now with the leader effect, the fairies are going to get rushed, do 1 damage on last words.
Here we go. Wisp going to be clearing it out, dealing a bit of burn damage as well. You just play down a fairy, yeah.
Like I said, I feel like Vidu needs to just survive till turn 6, and then maybe the Cetus can stabilize after all that. But man, that pressure from Charm Flash.
But the thing is also, like, looking at this Latica, he's still missing some components, but man, I don't know, like, Charm Flash is really making the most out of this.
Yeah, honestly, like, just the couple
really
fairies going face here and there, a good top deck maybe, maybe all that he needs. We'll see what Vidu can come up with. For now, it's Trio of Wonders Fusion, but man, that, like, he has to answer the 5/5, but I don't see how.
Yeah, same, honestly. I mean, what he could do, Cetus making the evocation here gives him a bit of the heal at least.
Yeah, but I feel like losing out on the Cetus body might hurt him too. Because now he doesn't have that big ward, right? This is a full clear though.
Yeah, so I think that's what you're aiming for here.
By Vidu, yeah, just at least stabilize, clear the board. He does get the life gain out of the evocation, which is nice. He needs every point of life right now.
Just gotta survive, just gotta survive.
Okay, what does Charm have? Is he gonna play the gigantic?
I think hard playing it is worth it at this point.
No, I don't think so, but
oh my god!
Instead, I don't know.
And you don't really want to just like pass on anything here either.
No way. He cannot give us the tempo. All he has right now is tempo, right?
Yeah.
Did he finally run out of fuel? Is the question.
That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. Yeah, awesome.
You can get the the Latica and then just use the extra play points to just play more fairies. That's pressure, right? And then anything that survives could maybe EV with phase next turn.
Wow, we're really going this route.
I mean, he's like I said, he's 100% all in.
He's gonna just bounce it easy.
Okay.
Look at that. We got a little bit of a board.
That is a board. Yes.
Board doing.
It's a Shadowverse board. It does get cleaned out by the giant pastures though.
Oh yeah,
But
like yeah.
Even so, that's still at least 4 damage to the face guaranteed, right?
Ooh. I haven't been keeping track of the axles here. 4. Okay, 4 out of 6.
Yeah, there's been almost no time for axles. But,
Mm-hmm.
man, what a different game from what we've witnessed so far today.
Yeah, every time we see these decks, like they have to adapt to different situations, not having the right combo pieces. And sometimes
going
having the most
aggro.
aggressive start possible.
Yeah. I think it's giant pastures. I don't see a cleaner way to just fully clear the board. But in cases like this, there is one clear line of play, but maybe if Vidu thinks he might find another better line of play.
Yeah, you're gonna be eating up 4 damage, even with that. And then next turn,
Vidu knows that the Latica is in Charm Slash's hand.
Yep.
But actually, if you think about it, he should know his entire hand because he knows that he has a Wisp and the Latica spell.
Oh, that's
So
true. That's
actually,
true.
he has full information on the game state right now.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So if you know
In
that
that
there's
case-
no burst coming unless it's top decked, but you also know that there can't be a Walder because you've already seen all 3 of them, and this feels like a pretty solid line of play, I think.
The base boosted elf.
I mean, it
damage
also
ping.
that's
Oh,
that's 7 damage. Wait, is that
close. It's close.
okay? Latica Wisp. Oh man, he was 1 damage off there.
I just committing to the bounce. Trying to see what he gets. Oh, Varmint, but not
Okay.
right now.
Latica spell costs 0, gets the play points back. Goes to 5. He still does have an Evo. Man, he had 7 damage when the turn started.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But now, what is he getting now?
We've had like
now he lost that 6 damage by not
yeah.
taking the big wolf. Okay,
We've had
Barton.
this situation 2 times where they like draw into the deep wood, and it's like this close to being lethal.
Yep. Okay, play Wisp. That clears. It is damage. But again, Vidu knows what Charm's hand is. And now Vidu gets guaranteed ward because he has the car.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, he has Fairy Flower in. Fairy Flower in is at 4. Can he get to 6?
Yep. Not quite enough just
He
yet.
can get
but
to 6. I'm pretty sure that's game.
yeah, I
That's
do think it is
1.
with the double vehicle.
That's
There's
2.
mistakes.
Play the 0 cost spell to get the play points back.
That's right.
Fairy Flower in
Embrace
online.
real quick.
Yeah, that
There we
Latica about to
go.
go face for 1,000 damage.
Oh my god, V2. This was way too close for comfort. With Charm
comeback.
Flash being able to have such a strong start and just like that 21 damage on the board. Absolutely insane. V2 manages to make a comeback after that insanely aggressive start from Charm Flash.
Yeah, Charm made the best of the hand that was dealt to him. But in doing so, he 100% went all in. He was all in on that early aggression. I mean, he had really nothing else. And Vidu just barely survived. Just barely.
I'm glad though the Charm Flash, like, he stuck to that game plan. At no point did he start to, like, make plays that would, I don't know, like, fall back on the tempo that he's gained.
Yes.
Or, like, take away from, like, the board presence or just, like, that sort of, like, pressure that he had. He just kept trying to play with it the entire game. And, you know, when you play that kind of playstyle, you're playing off the top by default anyway. And so he just went as far with it as he could.
I mean, he was very close. Like I said, that last turn he had, he started with 7 damage in hand and Vidu was at 8 life. So, like, you don't get any closer than that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But now, this is V2's Rune. Can he clean it up just like last time? Of course, for Charm Flash, he's basically going for attempt number 2. This time, please don't give me the most aggressive hand possible.
Yeah, we'll see how Vidu's going to play this out. Maybe feels a bit of the pressure. Does have,
Also,
you know...
one game away.
Yeah, 1 game away. He's got potentially a pretty good opening hand. Inside, Squirrel, Witch. Nice card draw and Spellboost
Oh.
package. Even picking up the Common Mage. Kind of nice.
That's good, that's good. Oh man. The Walder start. Here comes another one. Aw.
Okay, is he going to play Walder on 1? Or maybe just not this time around?
I think, you know, make sure to not get into the role, right? It sure is exciting to be able to play aggro Axel Forest.
Sure, but he doesn't have to, right?
Don't get carried away. Yeah.
Okay, Vidu gonna continue his spell boost game plan. Looking pretty solid right now. Oh, triple Crystal Witch. I mean, that's one of those cards where it's like, you know, once you get it going, then it's kind of gonna snowball, right? Because then the other witches become free, and then it's gonna get a lot of card draw and early presence with 2/3s.
Aria pickup as well. Going second is gonna be pretty good on tempo too.
Yeah, so already could play Crystal Witch and then play Covenant Mage for free as well. That seems pretty good for both tempo, spell boost, and card draw. Not a bad opener.
Yeah, it's good board presence, and like you have the Garea in hand to like start reducing the deck size.
Yeah, he's
still 30, but you can get there pretty
I
soon.
mean, it's still 30, but he drew through a fourth of his deck in 3 turns. You know, like it's not bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Charm with the Amulet. Crystallizing Sagittaria is gonna cycle. Kind of just, I guess, waiting for the evil turn. Aria might give him things to do.
Tracing is nice here for that. It's basically spell boost.
Yeah,
basically
it's actually
insight
super
with
nice.
a bonus effect.
Yeah. Comes with a built-in card draw.
Everything is just insight with a new flavor.
Oh man, Vidu really going crazy
Look
with these
at all that
spells.
card draw.
And man is drawing cards.
Oh, well, that's good.
I mean, that's also like,
Yeah.
it's a board, right? That's not a bad board. He gets chip damage, which makes it a lot easier for his Anagrass spells to actually finish the game. Wow, we've
Like,
not
everything-
seen Spell Boost or Mysterium Rune like this before.
It's also just like the majority of this is 3 health. So now, okay, now that he's drawn the Varmint, that's a different story. But when he was just going for Aria, I was like, oh, that's not gonna take care of anything.
Yeah, so Barman,
I'll look after this town for as long as
if
I
the
breathe.
evil gets the play points, Barman effect are crucial here for Charm Flash to stabilize. If you didn't have that, it's also get run over by the witches.
Yes, sir.
Even so, though, I feel like Vidu's in a fine spot. Again, he's very
Yeah.
close to 20 cards. He has grass in hand. Still has a 0-cost Covenant as well. A Charm Flash not going out without a
that's
fight.
the one thing you didn't want to hit. That's the one thing you didn't want it to hit.
Yeah, I mean, the Waller could go phase, so it was a good Barman turn. It just wasn't like the full clear.
Still
It also
good.
means that
Still good.
he wasn't able to develop the Aria on the first evil turn, though. So maybe that kind of
That's
slows
true.
him down, right?
Yeah, interesting point actually. But going into this, Covenant Mage get that free draw.
Oh, if that Rune
Rune
had
comes-
been there earlier.
I wonder if you just go for Alistair here because you get the Evo banish. Like, sure, you have to pay for the Evo, but you get to banish the Varmint, and then you have like a nice way to trade around the board. You get that little bit of drain as well to push yourself back up, and you banish 2, so you next turn you draw into 20.
I mean, I just feel like the grass too good in these type of turns, where it essentially only costs 1 play point. It's a 5/4 rush. She's gonna banish, and you get the spell.
That's true.
We'll see what he chooses, and it is gonna be the Graham.
Okay.
Okay, he can play the spell if he wants, you know, to clear. He has Riven Earth as well. About to be at 20 cards.
Yeah, he's very close. Very, very close. Alistair.
Okay, interesting.
That works too. That works too.
And then Eva the Grail. Honestly, like just getting chip damage with the getting chip damage with the witches, it's really adding up. Like I said, the lower that Char Flash is, the easier it is for the Blaze to close the game out. And this way, Vidu maintains his board.
Got him down to 11. Wow, that's actually really, really quick.
Yeah, with 17 cards in deck, 1 Blaze in hand, another Grail in hand as well. And pressure, honestly, like this 2/3, 1/3 like they're going face, man.
And it's been like this since the start of the game. Like Vidu's just been having this insane board state from, you know, as early as like turn 3. It's already been looking super.
Yeah,
super
it's
nice.
funny. It's like the exact opposite of last game, where Charm Flash was the one going absolutely crazy in the early game with the aggression, and now Vidu's the one doing so.
Home sweet home.
Okay, another
So-
Barman. Again, that means that, like, yeah, Barman is clearing, which is nice, but he's just not gonna get that Aria online.
You're just reactively playing against everything here, right? It's like Yeah, I mean, you can react to everything possible, but unfortunately, you're not really pushing your own win con. And it's interesting because Vidu was in the situation last game where he was the one and then pushing through. But now it's a different situation. It's not that Vidu had to play super aggressively or anything. He developed this board by just playing normally, just playing what the deck wants to do.
Like he still
has so much late game.
He's still going for his win condition, right?
Exactly.
I believe that's the final Walder for Charm Flash.
Yep.
Okay, it's not a full clear, but it's close enough. He gets the heal as well.
That's decent.
Okay, Vidu, one final Evo, 16 cards in deck. What is the play gonna be?
It's getting close. We haven't seen an An yet either.
Maybe those Ans got banished, you know? You never know what gets banished from your deck, yeah. You just play with the assumption that she'll be there, but she might not always
That's
be
the
there.
craziest game to me, right? Where like it was down to the last card in deck, and the last card in deck
literally
was the An. It's like, how does it not get banished? Every time I play this deck, my Ans just just bounce. It's gone.
Okay, Vidu thinking here. He's got plays. Rune is an option. Has been spell boosted only twice, so maybe not. Okay.
Maybe not an option anymore.
Yeah. He did draw the Rune kind of late, but to be fair, he drew everything else that was spell boosted early on.
Yeah.
So that's another Rune. Perhaps he wants to hold on to that Greya for like a more explosive turn later on.
I think that is the play there. I mean, but it's already at like the big stat. You know, the
time's running out. He's got to make a decision. Okay, Riven Earth. And looking like a Rune. Oh, he just got cash out the Blaze. I mean, that is a good chunk of damage.
Like, when you're at 17 life, you're still pretty safe here, I think.
Oh, for sure.
Especially when... Hold on, how much is that free flowering? Oh, wait, it's at 5. Uh-huh.
Well, I actually really like this play from Vidu because by putting Charm Flash at 5 life, it means that if he's able to clear the board, then the other Greya spell will be game.
That's true, yeah.
So now Charm has to like respond to the board and have something that's strong enough that it doesn't just get cleared, even though Vidu has still, you know, Evos on Greya and Runes to, you know, potentially clear anything that's left over.
Yeah, that's right.
I really like this play
again
from Vidu. The Aria comes on, but it's so late. All she could do is like stabilize, but you're never gonna make up a board that's going to stick around with this line of play. And Vidu's gonna have more than enough damage next turn.
Exactly. Aria's gonna be evolving, get that leader effect, but it's just not what you want to see at this stage of the game with 5 life left, no wards in play. Oh,
and
dear.
Yeah, that's gonna be... Should be more than enough for Vidu, assuming he, you know, orders correctly. I can't see him not. Gets the play points back.
Here we go.
Play the An, pick up the horse.
Alright,
the
the
Ant
6
spell. Yeah, the 6 damage is just enough, and just like that, Vidu is gonna be the July SVO champion.
At long last, Vidu, you can relax. You've done it all. You've made the full run. It's finally time to celebrate. Look at that, the face of a champion. He is your July Cup champion for West SVO. Congratulations to Vidu from Team Disastra. Absolutely fantastic showing as well.
Yeah, and honestly, it feels like this is where Vidu belongs. He's been, again, one of the OGs playing Shadowverse for years, like honestly, years. Made it to Worlds a couple years ago. He's been always doing great. No surprise to see him win an SBO. And he really needed those league points. So give us a second, but once we get to the standings, you'll see how much those points are going to matter for him.
Exactly right. I mean, you can see that Vidu's an OG just from his banner, right? He still rocks the NGP Open NA Top 12.
Yeah.
I'm sure the newer players coming in, they're like, what's an NGE Open? You know, it's just like absolute mystery. But of course, you know, on the other hand, this was still like an amazing finals. Charm Flash still put up a great fight. It felt like both games he was just a little bit short. He was trying his best with both decks, but you know, it just wasn't quite enough. And every time he tried to get there, you know, I think game 1 he was really close.
Yeah,
that aggressive force play, It was really, really close, but just barely not enough. Barely
He
not
played
enough.
so aggressively. He was 1 damage short. And for all the mirror matches we had today, like that last set was played so differently, you know?
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
really, really fun set. Let's take a look
Yeah.
at the bracket, you guys, and see how we got here. Vidu is your champion. He had to go through Raitos at the start, then Dolan, and then finally Charm.
That's right. And of course, you know, for Charm Flash, you know, like he was excellent at reading the situation, seeing what his hand dealt him, and playing to his outs. But Vidu, in the end, he just had what it took, what it needed to actually win the entire run. And just like that, he is going to be your July champion. Of course, let's take a look at these standings and see how things are looking with the new point totals. And Dolan here is now tied with Sai with 34 points, just like that.
But then look at all the people that are now tied at 33 points. City, Vidu, Shinsha, Doc Dodo, Rain for Sando as well. Again, the race for those standings to get a slot in Contenders Cup is so close.
That's right. The gap is still 5 points. Zones we just saw earlier as well is still very much in contention. There's still 2 more SVOs. There's still August and there's still September. September's going to be an important one, so you don't want to miss it. This one's going to be really, really intense, honestly.
Yeah, and you know, we had a very interesting meta today. All these like combo decks that sometimes work, sometimes they kind of floundered. And next time we have an SPO, maybe the meta will be completely different, right? That's one of the great things about Shadowverse is that things constantly change and you always get to see different decks show up.
Yeah, even with the same card pool, like people just find new ways to innovate. They watch tournaments from all over the world, and maybe someone in Korea found something crazy. Maybe someone in Japan found something crazy. Maybe someone in SVO West found something crazy. Every month is just an adventure, and we see what the players have brewing essentially in these deck lineups and everything. But of course, you know, if you love the action you saw, you can still participate in some events yourself. Let's take a look at some of the upcoming events one more time, because of course we have the Shadowverse weekend happening in about a month on August 21st or August 22nd, depending on your time zone.
And for the Shadowverse Open, the August Cup for SEAO, we'll see you guys in August 7 and 8. And the West, we'll see you guys over here in August 14 and 15.
That's right. And of course, that's not all. We also have some more arguably very, very important events coming up as well. That's right, the Contenders Cup will be happening in October. West will be following SEAO here, with day 1 being October 16th and day 2 being October 17th.
Again, that is my birthday, so I definitely look forward to that. For SEAO, we'll see Contenders Cup day 1, October 9th, and day 2, October 10th. And I'm pretty sure one of those days is Igni's birthday too, so it actually kind of works out.
That's right. It's just a whole celebration. They did it on purpose.
Yeah.
Oh man, but what a run it's been. You know, what an amazing run it's been overall. Like every single month, you know, the cups are just crazy, and it's insane to see how different the meta has been this time. You know, normally it doesn't really differ that much between the two regions for SVO, but this time around it was a big old difference, and you know, the meta really does shift a lot. I'm curious to see how things are going to evolve. Don't forget, in just 2 weeks, the SAO one is going to be live again, and in 3 weeks, we're going to see you guys back here as well. So yeah, any closing thoughts, Lewis?
I mean, I just like seeing the veterans do so well, you know, time and time. They show that they're just great Shadowverse players, like Dolan, Sai, even Vidu, you know. It doesn't matter what the meta is, how times change, they'll still be great Shadowverse players. I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. It was an excellent tournament, and we'll see you guys next month as well. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.